Snaggy hounds flipping around every now makes a big sound. Bound around around mound. We drown round in your gorilla down. You found
Is it dead air in here?
I believe so.
Where's Dave when you need him?
There's a little bit of slow traffic here. I know it's going to ramp up later. you see my post in the live stream. This is PO 999. And what I posted to encourage everyone to continue. Just started this 999 live stream. Next one will be 3,000. That'll be tomorrow morning. And when someone asks you, what are you doing about it? Well, we're making 3,000 videos on YouTube. That's what we're doing.
Right on. Good job.
Yeah, and it's not just me. I mean, I couldn't do it by myself. You guys are part of it. You know, so it's awesome. So, yeah.
You know what? You're right. I ran a guitar forum, and it's not me that runs that thing. It's the members there that make it. So, you know, and we're sharing stuff about music, but you know what's being shared here, you know, I think is a lot more important. So, you know, I didn't find this place through YouTube, and to be honest, I don't really go to the YouTube channel because I come straight here to Discord. I don't need to be on the outside looking in. I'd rather be on the inside.
I don't know, but you can have fun on the YouTube channel too. You know, just listening, you know, and getting involved in the YouTube channel too. You know, it's kind of like a balance. A lot of people find.
But you know, that's kind of like going to a baseball game and not getting a hot dog, you know, or a beer. So, and I liked looking at the comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not a baseball fan either, but it's kind of like, to me, you know, I like looking at different comments that people put because there's stuff that, you know, might be typed that isn't being said, and some of that stuff can be even better than, you know, what's being said. But
well, yeah,
to make a long story short,
it's like even the people that are listening on the YouTube channel and then get involved in the YouTube chat, they don't really know what's going on inside the Discord, because you can go to many different rooms in the Discord and get yourself involved with what we're. Just because we're live streaming it's not the only place where people talk is on the YouTube channel.
I heard you this morning. You're talking about there's a Twitter feed for this too.
Yeah. When we're live streaming here, we're live streaming on Twitter as well. Yeah, and we get about I think about 30 to 40 views a day there on Twitter. But here we get for each live stream we get about 400 views for each live stream. It used to be more, but that's all right. I mean, I ain't messed up about numbers.
So I don't know if it's. Okay, it's probably me because.
Yeah, you broke up.
Yeah, I'm in downtown LA going through some big buildings, so I might get cut out a bit here. I missed most of what you said though, but as far as the Twitter, you know, I know what Twitter is, but I never really followed it. But I always thought it was just, you know, quick little tweets. That's why they called it Twitter. I didn't know you could actually do live streaming on it.
Yeah, they can. Anyway, I won't tell the history of Twitter and all that kind of shit. I'm not going to get into all that. But yeah, I've been live streaming on Twitter for quite a while. So yeah, but when we're live streaming on YouTube, it's live streaming on Twitter too. You know, it's the same. And DLive. I still have a DLive account that's active. So we're on DLive, but I don't really pay attention to that. Where we get most of the members that find us is either from a Discord search or something like that, or somebody invited them here, you know, from inside Discord, or they find the YouTube channel. That's where we get most of the new members that come in here.
Yeah, I met Flat Earth Professor Dude at a meet last summer.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and then there was another meet that we had about 3 months ago. It seems to me they have 4 a year. There's for the equinox and the solstice, you know, both times, the summer and winter solstice and fall and spring equinox. That backwards too. Anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. I'm trying to pay
backwards because they only will go one way, which is both ways, right? It's just like spring, fall,
no, but I meant
summer.
Yeah, but I didn't remember whether it was the summer and winter equinox or the summer and winter solstice, because I think the solstice is the one in between summer and winter. So that's the spring and the fall, or spring and fall, correct?
Yeah, that would be when they claim that the globe is the only time you can see the sun at 90 degrees, going if you're in Ecuador or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. I meant the seasons. So it's which went with the solstice and which went with the equinox. I didn't want to sound like a total lamer. No, look at this guy, he's a flat earther and he doesn't even know.
No.
So I'll admit.
Hey, dude, most flat earthers know more about that shit than everybody else does, so, which is awesome. Anyway, so and that's what that was my point, but pointing out. All right, so I'm about to put out my 3,000th video, which is I put out a lot more than that tomorrow, and so just like, what are you flat earthers doing? Putting out 3,000 videos, bro.
Plug your other YouTube channel. I was listening to that today with the pink album cover from the 80s, the band. You've got a different, what was that called? The band?
Yeah, Lollygadget.
Lollygadget, yeah.
Yeah, that
last time I talked to you, I told you I was listening to that.
It was like 1992.
90s.
Yeah, it was like 92 to 95. I was in Lollygadget, and then we formed another band called Elijah's Diner. And I had another band after that. Anyway, yeah, there's a playlist on that channel. So yeah, hey,
well, I've got that.
Appreciate that.
I've got that added to my favorites. When I brought up YouTube, there was a link to it, so I went ahead and clicked on it and listened to it. So I enjoyed it.
It was fun creating all that music. It was fun. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
actually, I went a couple tours. I've been to Seattle and Southern California as well. So we played in SoCal. We played in Vegas. We didn't make any money, but we had a lot of fun.
Oh, shoot. I just turned around and followed Waze that told me to make a left turn here, and the street's blocked off. And I got to make a U-turn and come back around. Okay. Yeah, Lollygadget. I like listening to them. I've got a lot of respect for musicians. I own some guitars and some amps. I play a little bit. I can almost entertain myself. I'm nowhere near good enough to go out and play in public, but I do it for the enjoyment. I like tinkering with the equipment. I've totally gutted guitars out, pulled off the poly finish, got it down to wood, put tongue oil on it, and all different pickups. I have fun tinkering with guitars. I'm better at tinkering with them than I am with playing them. But I've got a lot of respect for musicians.
Hey,
and
if you guys
enjoy
minutes, the guitar player in Lollygadget had this crazy ass solo. I have no idea how he came up with it, and it's only like 2 minutes long. Do you want to listen to it? It's like something.
I'm not going to complain.
Dude, let me upload it and then play it on the bot. It's freaking insane. It's like I listen to it like it's like when we were young, you don't realize what you're doing, but then it just becomes like a masterpiece because you're just like doing your talent, you know what I mean? And so listen to this guitar solo, bro, it's insane. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I remember you saying you're going to be 50 soon. I'm going to be 65 soon.
Yeah.
And inside, my spirit and soul doesn't seem this old. My wife tells me to act my age, and I tell her, how do I do that? I've never been this old before. So.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, check out this guitar solo. It's insane.
Yeah, put it on. This will give me some new. I'm finally going to be able to jump on the freeway here.
Yeah, it's a minute long. It's only 1 minute long, and everybody can do whatever afterwards. But check out this.
I got a minute to spare.
Crazy. son of a bitch.
That was good. I like that. Do I wish I could play like that? Hell yeah.
Me too.
Have I given the effort to try to get that good? Hell no.
Yeah, well, he was a year younger than me, and he was playing that shit. It just flowed from it. I didn't even learn to play guitar until I was 19, but he'd been playing since he was a kid, and I used to hang out with him at his house. We'd look at Playboys and freaking, we'd sing. He'd play guitar and I'd sing songs and shit. And so yeah, and he was a huge fan of Elvis, so I'd sing some Elvis songs and he'd play guitar. And then, yeah, but anyway, it was fun. Yeah, everybody in that band except for the drummer knew each other because we were from the same town and went to the same school.
Back in high school, I used to play a little bit of bass. I was taking a music class, and the teacher had a bass and an amp, and he brought it in. And one of the other students had a guitar and an amp. Somebody else had drums, and he was teaching me how to play bass. I already knew how to play some simple stuff like Down on the Corner, Sunshine of Your Love, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, old stuff back from when I was young that was popular. I knew all the bass lines for it. But I ended up I played at a party once. There was a school fundraiser. And so I actually sat in and played bass for a few songs. So that was kind of cool. But then I didn't play for a long time. After that, I ended up becoming a father, raising a family. Big, long story. And it wasn't until 6 years ago, 7 years ago, maybe 2011. It was 2011. Wow, that's been a while. Yeah, but I guess it was 2011.
Yeah. 2011 is a long time ago.
No shit. Anyway, my grandson got a guitar, and he was like, 13 years old. Yeah, because he's got a kid now, and he's made me a great grandpa. Anyway.
Damn, I'm not even a grandpa yet. I have one son, and he hasn't any kids yet. But I don't know if he's ready to have kids. He's a drummer, he like plays in a couple bands, and they tour around and like have some stuff. But yeah, I'm not even a grandpa. I'll be 50 this year, and I don't even have a grandson yet, or a granddaughter.
Well,
either way.
I gave up music for many years. I think 15 was the last time that I actually played around with an instrument. And then my grandson, when he was, I think he was 13 or 14 years old, for Christmas, he got a little Fender or Squier guitar and amp kit, from Guitar City or Guitar Center. And so he goes, "Grandpa, you used to play guitar, didn't you?" And I go, "Yeah, a little bit." "Well, teach me something." And so every day after school, he'd come over and, work on something, and I'd try to teach him something new. And then what I'd do is I'd take his guitar, he'd hand it to me, I'd show him something, I'd hand it to him, he'd go to play. If he did something wrong, he'd hand it back, and I'd say, "Here, like this." And when it looked like he was really, taking an interest in this and wanting to do it, I thought, this is bullshit, having one guitar and handing it back and forth. So I went out and I bought an SG, brought it home. And then when he came over after school, it's okay, let's try this again. And he actually, he went to Guitar Center, and he was just, playing with some of the instruments and stuff there, and went up with this other guy, and they started playing Seven Nation Army by White Stripe. And so he came home and said, Grandpa, look what I learned. And then he showed me how to play it. So we were playing it together.
Did he rock it out good? Like.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
So, but that was a big gap between when I was 15 years old and now I'm teaching my 13-year-old grandson. So I ended up getting involved with this guitar forum and was hanging around with it and stuff. And then it ended up getting sold, and the new owner just let the place go to crap. So me and a couple of other guys decided, let's make our own forum. So we did. And just last year, and we've been paying for this. We didn't charge any kind of admission. We weren't accepting donations. And we just have it's a smaller place where people are cool. There's no, what a cork sniffer is, obviously, right?
Cork sniffer.
Cork sniffer.
What's up?
Okay, a cork sniffer is a term that guitar players use. So on some of the forums, they might have like a $10,000 Gibson Les Paul, and if somebody comes,
is it related to wine?
Exactly. So how somebody that's into wine, they'll go ahead and smell the cork first to see if the wine is worth drinking.
Yeah.
So that's the upper echelon people. It's like, oh yes, let me see if this is even worth my time. So a cork sniffer, that kind of attitude with a guitar player is someone, oh, well, if you don't have, a $10,000 guitar, you've got a piece of crap. Doesn't matter, if you can play or not, just, So there's not that kind of attitude, there's no egos there. They're all checked in at the door, or else they're escorted to the door.
If you have a $15,000 guitar, if you can't make it sound, I mean, if you don't have the right stuff like the astronauts, then you're never gonna actually make that shit sound worth the shit.
You know that the music comes from inside.
I could make a cheap guitar sound pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
That's how you know you're a good musician. If you can make $100 guitar sound good, you got it.
Exactly. So anyway, but the term cork sniffer, that's just for people that all have this false attitude, and maybe some of them know how to play too.
Probably heard that term before, but yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it kind of relates to the flat Earth. It's just like, all right, cork sniffer, tell me about this globe.
All right, so I've been driving this whole time on city streets. If anybody knows the Los Angeles area, all the way out from LAX, and I just passed through downtown LA. I'm on the other side, still headed east, and I'm able to get onto the freeway. So
it's like they get your 5G towers all set up right. All right, yeah, what's up?
I don't know. Remember last night I told you a buddy of mine brought me into the whole topic of things. He's not here, but he's in the channel. His name's Original. That's the guy that kind of got me into the whole topic of things. He said he was in here earlier talking.
Well, I saw Original. He said he was in here talking. Hey, last night I was pretty hammered, but anyway.
Yeah, we got that.
That's okay though, but everybody knows that about me. I go sort of embarrassed all the time about it, but anyway, it moves. You guys remember more than I do. So what was happening with Original?
No, it's just Original, the one that invited me initially to the whole topic of like the debate between flat Earth and the global thing.
Sure, I mean it can come back up again. I mean, I don't mind if he wants to talk some more, bring it up.
I think he stepped up for dinner, but I know he said we'll be back in a bit.
Okay,
we'll talk a little bit.
Yeah, you got. To be honest, I want you guys to talk more than I do most of the time.
All right, let's get some grub and then we'll be back here. You'll be safe.
I don't even plan on being here very long tonight. I'm going to get more sleep than I did last night. Because I was feeling like shit all day at work tomorrow. Or today. I was freaking hungover as shit. I was talking to you assholes all night. So anyway, yeah, if you want to listen to some of my old school music, I just posted it right there. There's a playlist with I think at least a dozen videos on there. Some live, some original studio content. You can go watch that shit. You can see me when I was a young man, and I was 20 years old instead of 50. You can see me live on stage, doing my thing.
Did you know about Flat Earth back then?
Did I? No. I didn't come across Flat Earth until was about 2015, and the first time I heard of it, I was already following like the.
Sorry for interruption, but I have to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt, but I have to. We gotta make an emergency meeting. Emergency meeting, everybody, right now. All right, I have to show something to everybody, and I have to interrupt Helio because it is important.
I certainly don't mind that. Go ahead, Jimsy.
And I'm gonna have to present the end of this server. The end, guys. Say bye. Bye to the server because what globe?
What do you mean, Jimsy?
I think he found the curve.
I found it.
Where was it?
I found the curve, guys. You want to see it? Are you ready? I mean, after I show you guys this, that's the end of the server, guys. So, look.
I don't think you found it from Boston. I mean, is it in the Dominican Republic somewhere?
Oh, this one was presented today by the amazing, upstanding citizens of this world, this planet. SpaceX engineers, and this is a photograph from 24 kilometers in altitude, and we can see what it looks like. Planet Gulf of Mexico. We never seen this one before. This is actually Planet Gulf of Mexico.
That means Earth is tiny, like tinier than the 3959, 24,000 mile around.
Doesn't it make you feel very small and very insignificant?
I hate it when people tell me that I'm tinier than I told them.
I mean, we're gonna have to contact India and say that it's over. It's a globe. Look. I mean, 24 kilometers altitude, and we can see the globe. Go check the footage before they delete it, because
I don't know, but I saw the footage of the rocket going off. I didn't watch it live, but I saw it maybe 20 minutes after it happened. And I didn't know that it exploded yet. I don't listen to the news. I'm at work all day. But, when I came across that and I watched it, and then, I just was speeding up through it. I was trying to see if it looked like CGI. And then all of a sudden I saw a puff of smoke, and I thought, what? And I had to go back and replay it. But the way that thing is going around... Well, I rewound it. I gave it the time that it deserved. And then I saw it like, it almost looked like if the picture was upside down and something swirling around in a bowl trying to get around. So now I'm going to have to take a look at it again. But some of the footage isn't real good on that. But I was thinking that maybe it hit something and couldn't go up any farther. And maybe it was trying to go ahead and break through or scratch through, dig a trench or whatever, if there was something up there. I don't know if there's anything up there, so I'm not going to make that claim. But, it's that brought that to my attention, something to think about.
Well, I think it was just an overblown... Possibly they threw a rocket up. Who knows? Maybe they did. But, I mean, they were cheering and saying, oh, yeah, celebrating because it did like stage 1 and stage 2 or whatever. It reaches certain things. And then at the end, at the last step, it exploded. So they were celebrating. It was an accomplishment. But the biggest accomplishment that we have to point out is that it reached an altitude of 39 kilometers, which is about 24 miles of altitude. Which
okay.
That's an accomplishment, right? I mean, airplanes can go like 50 kilometers, so 50 miles up. So
I don't know, but there was also I saw some footage where he was sitting in like a control room or something there, and with some other people, and just the look on his face, like he just kind of looked left and right, like I don't know what kind of expression to read, but it was an interesting expression.
oh no, the lights in the computer said something, or the noise.
Or maybe they started applauding right after he started looking around. I don't remember. I'd have to. I was kind of busy when I saw it. I was trying to do my work and watch the video at the same time. Kind of like I'm trying to talk and drive on LA freeways. Thank you. Could you hear that? The red light camera head, does that stuff pull through?
It's friggin' funny.
So Elon Musk, yeah, he had an interesting looking expression on his face. If you go back and look at the review from the live view from when it went off on YouTube, I'll probably take a look at it when I get home. Actually, I'm probably going to go out to dinner. I'm going to grab my wife and take her out and go get something for dinner because today was payday, and usually Friday nights are the busy nights, so we can get in a day early when everybody else is waiting for their payday and not have to wait forever in line and wait forever for service. So that's what I'm hoping for. And I don't know if I'm still talking or not. I've heard it bleep a couple of times.
Yeah, you are talking. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, another traffic jam.
Oh my goodness, sorry. Helio, come back. You can blame me all on me.
So there are 2 lanes of cars with approximately maybe a quarter mile, a little bit less, line waiting to get off on the same exit. That there's a stop sign right there. You have to wait to make a left turn, and then there's a signal. And this is going to be jam-packed. And I am looking so forward to getting away from LA. Anybody that's out there that doesn't live in a big city, I wish I was where you are. This weekend, I've got a friend that has a house up in the mountains up in Lake Arrowhead, and we're going to be going to visit him. So that'll be a nice temporary getaway. But just to be away from city traffic, all these stores, and every place you go to is the same thing. Here's a McDonald's here, here's a McDonald's there. Mom and pop businesses, I don't even know if they still exist anymore, but I try to support them as much as I can. It's rather than going to some big chain. If it's a small chain, a couple, 3 stores, fine, or restaurant. But
wait, mom and pop's businesses are most of the businesses. Most of the businesses are small businesses owned by families. I mean, there's. How do you? I don't think like the top people can run a business. You need people running the business.
He's talking about like LA. Probably where he's at. Just I kind of see what he's saying. Like a lot of the small businesses have been kind of run out of business in like the past 20 years.
Especially in the past 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, a lot of businesses have definitely closed, not survived.
So
But there is still quite a bit of small businesses.
So I call it a side job or a home job, but I forget what they call it now. It's a side hustle, I guess is what they call it now, is the popular term for it. But I've been doing website design and programming for almost 30 years. And I've got one customer that I've had for 25 years. And they just sold the business. I've got another customer, and they're closing down their business, and I've had to go ahead and put, going out of business, sale, blah, blah, blah. And these were, steady money that was coming in, I'm going to miss, but there's a lot of sentimental value there too. when things were bad and you couldn't go places in person, I helped with their online sales that, I would like to believe helped keep them going through the times of their business doors being closed. So, but they're just, it's to the point now. And there's like, I see little restaurants and stuff, little mom and pop restaurants. There was one that just before everything happened, they closed it down for remodeling. Well, okay, go. They closed it down for remodeling, and then it just never opened up again. And little businesses, that I've seen, some newer businesses, some older businesses, I drive by and there's empty buildings there now. And I personally believe, every human is equal, whether you're male or female, whether you're black or white, whether you're Christian, Jew, or whatever. We all have one thing in common: we're humans. And I don't think any specific race, religion, ethnicity, or sex is better than any other, just to get that straight. But one thing that I've noticed here in the Los Angeles area is businesses that used to be, mixed, Latino, white, Greek, a lot of different types of businesses are closing down, and most of the businesses are coming in are from a different country that's really buying up a lot of the property and taking stuff over. And I can't remember the gentleman's name right now, and I'm not in front of a computer to look it up, but a guy that talks about the different laws and maritime law that the government actually goes by, and talks about how to become a national instead of a citizen and some of the benefits you can get. So I'm not going to advertise him or anything, but shoot. I'm paying attention to traffic, and I got sidelined what I was going to say. Damn it.
Yeah, concentrate on traffic, most definitely. Because you can't touch legalese while driving, bro. You can't give legal advice while driving.
Oh, I wouldn't give legal advice either way.
Just kidding.
Yeah, but it pisses me off now. I'm trying to remember why I brought that up. Okay. Just passed a bunch of fire engines. But that's okay, because it's right in front of a fire station.
A lot of the businesses that normally wouldn't be like a mixture of multiple cultures around certain areas of that region that you live at have been replaced by other ethnicities, and that has been happening in many areas. It's definitely not just there.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, he's talking about how the United States is a corporation. It's owned, and the states are corporations, cities are corporations, and they can be bought and sold because it's a corporation. And I can see specific areas where, okay, this chunk is now predominantly this culture. And it's like there's big money coming in, and it's just like, wow, I've been struggling my whole life to work for somebody else. I've done some of my own work. Like I said, I do the website stuff I've been doing for almost 30 years. I used to be a mechanic before I got into computers. And aside from working at the shop, I'd also do work, on my friends' cars and stuff like that. Usually that paid in a pizza or a hamburger, so it wasn't that profitable. Anyway, so the side hustles. I just had to merge into traffic again and lost my train of thought again. So excuse me, but I've been talking almost my whole way home, and I think it's probably about an hour and a half drive because the traffic hasn't been that bad. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock, 5:07. So yeah, I've been driving for about an hour and a half now, and I've been talking almost the whole time. And there's got to be somebody else out here that has something they want to say.
Yeah, I got something to say. Take a breather.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
And concentrate on your lane. Keep your lane. And situational awareness.
In your lane, boy.
Well, the nice thing is I'm in my hometown, and on a lot quieter streets. Earlier I stopped to make a pit stop at this gas station McDonald's I was talking about, and I know specific areas that are a safe place to go, and they've actually got an armed security guard there. So I feel safe enough to go ahead and walk into, a halfway point between home and work. And, earlier I was talking about being diabetic, and one of the nice things that goes along with being diabetic is you got to pee a lot. So probably TMI.
If I know something
Interesting.
about that, yes, definitely. What you just said, yeah, 100%.
Don't tell anybody.
I contrasted a lot of the water drinking with try to obviously stay away, kind of like too much carbs and too much intake of glucose. But as long as you're not like overdoing the water, it's okay, because too much water is also bad. But yeah, when you have high glucose levels, definitely you're gonna have that need to go to the flush the water more often than normal. And driving, that's a bad combination. Long driving and high sugar levels.
So I usually depend on this program called Waze, and it's got maps, and it'll tell me not only how to get from point A to point B, but which are the best traffic routes. So if there's a lot of traffic, Waze, WAZE.
Okay, yeah.
So I usually follow that, and there's a few different patterns that I regularly will go on, and so I've tried to determine where the pit stops will be, because it's a bitch driving and you can't find a bathroom, and I certainly don't want to sit in my own mess. Pee. So I found spots.
It should be able to tell you the curvature between point A to point B and how long you're gonna take you to traverse that distance, so you can make it on time and pee your car. Yeah. As long as it knows it's a globe, you'll make it.
So on my adventures, one of the things I do, I'm trying to help my mother, and she's lost something, and I'm trying to find it. And maybe you can help me find it. She's looking for her curve, and she says that she can't remember where she placed it, but she just can't find it anywhere. So I travel from here to there, and I look, and I've taken my P1000. I've looked way out in the ocean to see if I could find where her curve went, and I still can't find it. So if there's a reward if you can find it. There's a couple people that are offering Bitcoins to people that can go ahead and help her find her curve. I'm not going to offer any money for that because I don't have it. But,
bro, I just posted a photograph from that place up there, and it shows a curve. So where's my Bitcoin?
Okay, so you can talk to David J. Caron, okay, Caron, I think it's spelled. And also, he's got 1 Bitcoin. And then also, you've got David Weiss, Mr. Deep in the Rabbit Hole himself, and he's offering 2 Bitcoins. So you can actually collect 3 Bitcoins. You find your curve, and if you can go ahead and let them know where it's at, they're going to go ahead and pay out 3 Bitcoins between the 2 of them. There might be some other people, I don't know, but at least I know that they've offered that. So people are really trying to help me find my mom's curve. Probably because it's not just my mom; it's all of our moms. So it's our Mother Earth, and she can't find that curve anywhere. Well, guys, I've come to the end of my voyage. So thank you for letting me have the mic for a little while.
Thank you.
If any of you got bored, sorry if I put you to sleep. If I offended anybody,
bro, you're
sorry
good.
about that.
You don't have to apologize, bro. We're just here talking. It's whatever. It's you're. Sometimes I'm driving as well, and I also open my mic and say stuff. So it's not a big. You're good. It's all good.
I turn it on and listen on the way into work in the morning. When I get to work, I have it on and I listen to it in the car. But I don't usually have the mic on just because I usually want to try to pay attention to traffic. So I didn't plan on having the mic on and talking this long, but somehow it happened. So, but I'm at my destination. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with me. And remember, help me find my Mother Earth's curve. It's got to be someplace. Everybody tells us it's there. They told me ever since I was a kid, but we haven't found it yet. So please help us find it. Thank you very much. And I'm going to try to figure out how to turn this thing off.
I'll disconnect your ass.
Uh,
If you can't, I'll do it.
yeah, I'm
I mean,
tapping the little red. Wait a minute. Here it goes. Let's see.
you got it. You
Yeah,
got it. Oh, where's Helio? I want to talk to Helio. And then once he speaks, I'll tell him to shut the. Look, I took this photograph earlier. Sunset. Oh, where is it? Wait, it's not here? Who? Wait, someone deleted my photograph? The f- Holy guacamole. There, guys, do you see any curve? I took this photograph, this one. See all the curve? Everything is curving. See? Everything is curving. You see, there's more curve showing up on this one.
Sound check. Sound check.
Coming in loud and clear. I got a mouthful of salad at the moment, so.
Did anyone see the eclipse?
It's always overcast. It was overcast and kind of rainy, so I didn't see shit. But then again, I'm also in Oklahoma, so I don't know if I would have been in the right place to see it. I don't know.
No, it was visible from Indonesia.
Helio, why is it so dead?
That's just the sound of the globe, man.
Oh,
Dead.
oh boy. Jamsey, are you listening?
Got rocking?
Yes, sir. How are you, Jamsey?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Not too bad.
Good to hear.
What have you been up to?
Family, some work, and home. But this time of the night.
Hang on a sec. I had a phone call. Hello.
Rodrigo. Rodrigo.
Hey, what's up?
¿Cómo está, Rodrigo?
Muy bien.
¿Se fala portugués?
Un pouquinho.
Ah, yo hablo español.
Nice.
Un poquinho portugués.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean. You know, the islands in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico.
Yes, should be pretty.
Cool. You've been in a server for a while or what?
Yes, like half a year, I think.
For a year? Okay.
Half
Cool.
a year.
Half a year, yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
But I don't talk too much. I prefer listening to you guys.
What was that, Rodrigo?
I prefer to listen. You guys, I don't talk too much.
Yeah, some days there's a lot of talk. Other days it's a little bit quiet, but it's all good.
I like to get in the server to hear when I'm at work.
Yeah, I do the same most of the time. Checking on new people. Check if you need anything. Let's see. We have results. Let's see results. Moved. Hey, results. You can unmute your mic. Results. Let me check. Wait. Results? No, he moved. Where are you? Oh, you're still here, result. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Go ahead, result. Are you there?
Yes.
Hey, results. I saw you in the VC
Yes.
checking. Sounds like you want to speak in the server?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is my mic bad? Is there something I need to fix? Do you hear anything I have to fix?
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear all the noise.
Okay. Is that better?
That's better. What do you do? Do you turn off the ether?
The ether?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't turn it off? Okay, good. That's good news.
Ether as in the medium or the heater?
What did you change that it gave you a clear voice compared to the one before?
I turned on noise suppression in my voice settings.
Well done, well
Yes.
done. Well done results. That's a good result. Now you sound better. Cause and effect relationships, right result.
That's right. I was wondering if I could get VC. Oh, never mind. I already have it. Thank you.
Never mind, I gave it to you already. So don't mind ask. No need to ask. I did give you VC verified. Is that
I'm
okay?
actually a flat earther. I'm trying to get more information so that I can combat people who are skeptics.
What do you mean you are a flat earther? What? You
I'm not a
can't
flat
be-
earther. I believe. The thing is, I realize that the Earth is level.
You realize that the Earth is level? You mean like
Yes.
the Earth in your like? I mean, because when I go out there and when I go out there, I see a lot of topography and I see hills, valleys. I don't know about that level Earth. What are you talking
he's
about?
talking about water, I think. Right, results.
Yes, but also also the hills and the mountains. If you go at a higher altitude, it appears flat as well.
What appears flat?
When you're at a higher altitude,
Well, what do you see at higher altitudes?
that everything is level. It doesn't curve. There's no such thing as curvature.
Oh, you don't see any curvature, yeah? I can agree with that.
Yeah, as in the entire Earth curving. But of course, there's land that curves, like hills. No.
Sure. Some caves, you've been to caves, they look kind of curvy.
Yeah. Very true. So, I was wondering, how do you explain why things fall down?
What's
And why
falling
not
down?
up? And why not sideways?
I mean, the wind goes sideways when you feel it, right? Wind goes sideways.
Yeah, like when you drop a pencil, or like when you fall off, like when you're like on a trampoline. Like, why do you go back down instead of?
Before the pen dropped, didn't you pick it up first? So didn't you pick up the pen or the pencil?
Yeah, I picked it
You
up,
do, right?
but when you drop it, every time you drop something, it always goes down. When you pick
What if you
something,
drop
it goes up.
on what? What if you drop that pen like I don't know? Let's say it's a wood pen and you drop it on the sea. Is it gonna drop to the bottom of the sea? It might float, right? So depending on the material.
Oh yeah, like if you're on a boat and then you drop it, it drops down and then it falls on the water and it floats.
Yeah.
But then when you drop the pen while you're inside of the water, it goes up, right?
So things do what they do, right? They depending on certain I don't know factors, mediums,
Because of density.
makeups, right? Like things do what they do. Doesn't matter in my opinion, right?
Oh yeah. So you don't
So
have an
things,
explanation for it.
Most things that are around you are kind of like on an equilibrium. They're not falling, are they?
did you
Everything
say?
around you. Look around you right now. Is anything falling?
Oh yeah.
What falling?
Dust.
The desk?
Dust particles.
Oh, dust. Yeah. Yeah, if you blow some dust, it's gonna fall, right? If you blow it. If you leave it alone, it's just gonna collect there.
Like for example, like when you have like a desk and you put your computers and all your stuff on it, they don't go anywhere, right? Because you said it's an equilibrium, but It's only because there's another force that's also stopping.
No, I didn't say. I said things are definitely there, right? It's not like everything is falling. Oh, everything is falling because of gravity or whatever, right? We know that depending on the medium and the material, things might float, or like depending on the buoyancy and that stuff. But is why is doing it? You're asking why? I mean, I don't know why. It's
Why?
just that's the way it is. What? Why is blue, or why I don't know why is helium lighter?
But we know why blue is blue.
Yeah, but why is helium?
Because different spectrums of the light, right?
Sure. And what? And then the light is doing something.
I can give you an explanation.
Why is the light doing that, right? Why is the light doing what it's doing? We don't know why.
Because God put it there.
Well, that's what you think.
See, there's an explanation. Now I can explain why things fall down rather than up or sideways. I can explain it.
You can explain how. You can explain how.
I can explain it,
but not why.
Yeah, I can explain why.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Go for it.
It's because which would require the least energy input? Lifting it, dropping, pull, or push? It would be dropping it. It would require the least energy input. So the answer to why things that are denser than air don't go sideways, only down, is because it's the path of least resistance. If you go forward or backward or up, it would need extra energy input compared to just letting go of the item. So that's my explanation for in the flat Earth worldview.
The thing is, we are in some type of system, and a dynamic system. So there's an input into the system. So the cause and effect relationships, we can see the phenomena and experience it in the system, but we don't know.
We are in an enclosed system.
The origin.
Correct?
I mean, we have a gas pressure. We can breathe air, and the antecedent to that is some type of containment, right? Is it or not?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We're like in Sandy Cheek's house. Because without a physical barrier, it's like having a tire without the rubber.
Sure.
A vacuum chamber must have a solid barrier, a physical shield. That is what we call the firmament.
So with your up and down, okay, you've given an explanation of things go up and down, or down, but what's the cause of it? What's the cause of direction?
There's a magnet under the earth.
Can you prove that?
Can you prove that you have a foot? Can you prove that to me?
Yeah, I'm looking at my foot.
How do I know that?
Do you want me to take a photo and send it to you?
Yeah, but that could be Photoshop. That could be Photoshop.
But I'll write my foot on it.
You know how NASA they fake the moon landing and fake a lot of images? You could be faking that.
Do you have any evidence of the magnet that's under the earth?
No, it's a hypothesis.
The magnet's
because
not also this iron core. There's no iron core magnet because iron loses its magnetivity at like 1400 degrees Celsius.
I never said it was an iron core.
Whatever it is.
You said it was a magnet.
The typical scientist would say it's an iron core, but iron loses its magnetivity.
But who's to say that the magnet is made out of iron?
The common scientist.
Yeah, the pseudoscientist.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, but hang on, where's but you're doing the same thing though. You're saying there's a magnet under the earth. That's what causes That's the cause of up and down. Now, have you got proof of the magnet? Hang on. Have you got proof of the magnet?
Yeah, so there's actually if you go to the North Pole, there used to be historical maps that showed the original North Pole.
Have you been to the North
mountain.
Pole?
Have you been
to the
to
North
China?
Pole?
Have you ever been to China? How do you know it exists?
Yes, I have. I went to the Olympics and it was there.
Yeah, but have you ever been to Antarctica?
No.
Okay, so therefore there's no proof of Antarctica now, because you never went there, right?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you your proof. I didn't make a
I
claim.
told you.
You
If you
said
look
there's
at
a
the
magnet under the
historical
earth.
maps.
I'm
If you look at the
asking
historical
you,
maps.
how have you proved that there's a magnet a magnet under the earth?
I didn't say
And
I
you said
proved
there's
it.
a mountain.
I'm giving a hypothesis. So it's a logical explanation, because that's why things would fall down. Because imagine it like a ring magnet.
That's
it's a monopole.
That's not a logical explanation.
It's inferring. I'm inferring it.
I said, what is causing the direction? You said there is a magnet under the ground, and then
I'm
said,
giving an
can you prove that?
explanation.
Can you prove that magnet? And you said, if you go to the North Pole, there's a magnetic mountain. I said, have you been to the North Pole? You said, have you been to China? So it's silly.
You don't have to be there to know that it's there.
Okay, so how do you know it's there?
Because historical maps all show that there was a mountain in the middle of the North Pole.
Okay, so your map tells you that it's there. How are you going to prove to yourself that it's there? Or to anyone
I don't need
else?
to prove
that it's
anything.
there?
Proof is just it's just how you convince someone. Proof is convincing.
So at the moment,
I don't need to convince anyone.
At the moment, you're just kind of stouting religious beliefs.
It's not religion. When did I bring up any religious text? I just said that the historical maps.
Religion doesn't have to be religious text. I'm just saying that you're stating something without any proof and believing it without any evidence. That's religion. That's religious.
Can you tell me the definition of evidence?
I can. Facts
Sure,
which
tell me.
tend to prove a proposition. So what are your facts?
So that was circular reasoning, because if you look
No,
up
it wasn't. I said
the definition of evidence, it says facts, and then if you look up the definition of facts, it says something that is true or what is evidence. So
Well,
it's
that's
just
the wrong
synonyms. It's
definition.
just going in a
That
circle.
Whatever dictionary you're looking in is wrong. Because the definition of facts is events or occurrences.
An events or occurrence based on what dictionary?
Yes. Based on the etymology of the word fact.
No, the definition of fact is knowledge or information based on real occurrences.
Yeah.
So they're
things
all
that
just
actually
synonyms.
happened, right?
Those are all just synonyms.
Okay. No. Well, fact is not a synonym for proof. Right? And
Yeah, it
fact
is.
is not a synonym for evidence. A fact
They're the
which
same
tends
thing.
to prove a proposition. So a fact, an occurrence, is evidence.
So you're just going in circles. You haven't really
I'm not going
gave
in
an
circles.
actual.
You can just assert that. You can assert whatever you want, but it's not circular.
I'm not asserting it. It's
You are
circular
asserting
reasoning.
it.
You're
You're not
using. You're
demonstrating-
doing a circular reasoning fallacy.
Is
Because you
evidence-
just told me
why do we-
that
why are-
evidence
why are
is
facts-
a
listen.
bunch of facts, and then I told you to define facts.
No,
You said it's
that's not what I
knowledge
said,
or
and that's a
information.
straw man. That's not what I said
Events
at all.
or occurrences.
That's a straw man. That's not what I said at all.
You didn't say
I
facts
said-
or events or occurrences.
Yes, I did. But evidence is not.
Oh,
events
so
or
now
occurrences.
you're lying because you said
No.
I didn't.
Listen, I said facts, evidence are facts that tend to prove a proposition. That's what evidence is. That's two different things.
No, you're not. You just told me a synonym and added extra words. That's all you did.
Evidence contains facts, but that does not mean facts and evidence are the same thing. Right?
They
so
are.
an apple tree has apples in it, but an apple is not an apple tree.
It's in the same category.
No.
They're
One's
synonymous.
a tree, one's a fruit of a tree.
An apple is a part of an apple tree. You do realize that,
The
right?
funny thing is that you applied the logic, appeal the logic, dude, and you don't even know what it is. Can't even
can you
apply it
define
because you've
logic
never
to
used
me?
it before. God,
You define
no, I
logic.
can't. I could if I looked it
I
up.
know. Because logic is based off of axioms. You have to
Yeah.
presuppose that logic is true.
There's different types of logic.
Oh yeah.
So you said.
There is?
So let's get back. Since we want to talk about logic, which I do. So go back to magnetism. You said that there's a magnet under the ground that's pulling things down. You said that's a logical explanation. Give us the logical syllogism to support that is a logical explanation.
So it's basically an hypothesis, and it's taken from inference, because
Okay.
there needs to be a magnet under the Earth to explain the phenomenon of why things fall.
How is that inferred from
So
things falling?
this perfectly demonstrates the
If things
magnetism
fall,
of our
therefore
flat
magnet?
Earth. No. It perfectly
it's the logic.
demonstrates.
If things fall, therefore magnet. I want the logical syllogism. I want the actual logic.
No, we're not talking logic here, because
You said
logic,
it was a logical explanation. What do you mean we're not talking logic?
Yeah, I meant to say rational explanation. So
It's not rational and logic are the same thing. It's not rational either.
no, it's not.
Irrational.
Rational is what
It's a
is
non
more
sequitur.
consistent.
If things fall, therefore magnet is a non sequitur. Does not logically follow from the premise because you're missing the other premise.
Okay, so can you
You're not
give
good
me
at this. You're just not good at this, dude. You can try.
Can
You're
you give me
flailing around. Maybe there's
can you
something
give me
in
a
the
counter
server.
to counter? Can you
You're
counter
countering
the
yourself.
magnet?
You're countering
What would
yourself.
what would else? What would it
Hitchens
else? be?
razor.
What else would
Hitchens
it be?
razor. Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
No,
You assert
no,
made
I'm
an assertion.
asking
You provided no
why do
evidence.
things fall? I'm asking you to provide me a
I
contrast.
don't know why things fall. No experiment can determine that.
So you don't know.
No one knows.
But I'm on the upper hand because I'm giving an explanation. You aren't.
You're making up a
You're giving a
story.
basis
You were
explanation.
reminded. Yeah,
I'm
you
not
were
making up a
reminded.
story.
Yeah, you were reminded this. You were delving into story time, and you said, "No, I'm not."
I'm giving you a hypothesis.
Yeah, story time. You're telling a story.
Is it an explanation or
I'm
is it a
not telling a
hypothesis?
story.
Take your pick.
Yeah, I'm listening to it.
Hypothesis is an explanation, Indio. You know how you said evidence and facts are not the same? This is the same thing here. So a hypothesis,
Yes, what are the facts?
explanations are part of a hypothesis.
Dude.
Oh.
So right here, I'm trying to demonstrate to you the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the ball Earth is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core. So, which they claim causes both poles to constantly move, but in reality, you guys know about the Russian
so you got to say-
the Russian drilling operation. It digged only 8 miles down. So this is what explains the actual reason of magnetism on the flat Earth, because it's a ring magnet under the Earth. This is why the sun and the moon are always rotating around us, and the stars, because of the ring magnet under the Earth. I'm just giving a logical explanation. I mean, a rational explanation.
A story.
Yeah, all of this stuff you're saying you can't confirm and you don't know.
How do you confirm anything?
Well, there you go.
Do you ask your peers? Do you just have a bunch of
Enough
peers?
said.
And so if a bunch of people agree on something, therefore it's true. So you're appealing to democracy.
No, that's not what I did.
So what else?
Oh
How
my
do we
God, what a
confirm
stretch,
things?
dude.
How do we
Yeah.
confirm things? You're no different than the pseudoscientists.
That's
You're no different. You're no different than the ball earthers right now, because you guys
you
are
okay,
saying,
dude?
"Whoa, is that a fact?
How did you get all that?
Can you
from that
confirm
one
this?
sentence?
Can you
This guy's a
confirm
fucking
this?"
idiot.
Hey, dulcet tone feigner.
You're no
Are you
different than
okay?
globetards here.
Oh, watch your mouth. Are you okay?
Dude, you're the only globetard, LARPing flat earther here, dude.
Oh, you're a globe
You're not
earther.
fooling anybody.
It's
You didn't
obvious.
fool anybody from the beginning. You know how we know you're LARPing? Because you make claims without evidence, and only Glovers do that.
No, I made a hypothesis. It wasn't a claim.
You told a story.
Story, whatever you want to call it.
It's a prediction.
Oh, okay.
That's what you wanna call
it is. That's what it is. Thank you.
Story doesn't have to be fictional.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be true either.
Yours
Does
is.
it?
I never said it was true. It was an hypothesis.
Okay, well, you were reminded when you began rambling that you were delving into what
You can't
they're
even
doing.
define what true is.
Can you listen? Do your ears work?
So you're
You
saying
don't
that
even know what truth is.
based on the
Truth is
information
subjective.
that is on the
Is this guy
record.
just trolling us?
Dude, you're a goofball. No, he's trolling
Oh,
himself.
here comes the gaslight. They call me a troll.
He's trolling himself. Your
Because
dulcet
you sound like a
tones.
troll.
Yeah, your feigned
Okay,
dulcet
how do I
tones.
sound like a troll? How do trolls sound like? Can you give me an impression?
Go listen back to the stream.
Yeah, put yourself
Okay,
back.
I'm sorry. You sound disingenuous. Is that a better way to put it?
Okay, but how do I sound disingenuous?
The way you're talking.
How am I talking?
So you're saying that based on the evidence, you're including saying that the Russians and they dig to until a certain level. Even though, is there any information about the material that is claimed at that
No, I never said that the Russian drilling operation was proof of the magnet. I'm saying that debunks the fact that the ball earthers, they claim that there's a molten magnetic core in the center of the ball earth. So I'm giving an opposite assertion, opposite of that. I'm giving a hypothesis that there's a magnet in the North Pole, a central North Pole.
I'm gonna explain how you're disingenuous. You've moved the goalposts about 90 times. You've used about upteen logical fallacies, which is so because you know you're doing it. Okay, that's how you're being disingenuous. And at this
I'm not
rate,
moving the goalposts.
since you
I'm
know
just
it's happening, you
clarifying.
must be
I'm
a troll.
clarifying myself.
Well, will you ask your explanation how we discern whether you're a troll and whether you're being disingenuous? I just gave you one.
Well, guess what? I just countered it because I just
So
told
maybe
you I'm
these tricks
clarifying
work
myself.
on the politics server, but they're not going to work here. You have to reach deeper into your utility belt, Batman.
I'm not in the politics server. Check my mutuals.
Well, these are the techniques that you listen. It's a euphemism for people that dwell on debates that involve subjective bullshit. That they pull tactics like this. Nothing is real. We can't know anything. Can't do any experiments. Yada yada yada. We don't care.
I never said that.
You didn't say we. How do we know anything? How can we prove anything? How can we ever
Can you define know? Because knowing is just believing. That's all it is.
Listen to
It's just
this,
strong.
dude. Just listen to that.
Knowing is believing.
When someone says I know something to be true, they're just saying I believe it's stronger. They're saying
no,
a more
wrong,
justified
wrong,
belief.
wrong. I know.
That's why when the Globetrotters, they're like, I know the Earth is round. So you just believe it.
I know.
You don't know it.
100% fact that I have eaten food before. 100%.
Yeah, but how do I know that?
100%.
You know that, but I don't.
You know. I don't care what you
So
know.
it's subjective. So it's a belief. So you know that you ate.
Listen. I started talking to the guy. So listen, this is not like an agree or disagree general. Sorry.
Of your knowledge. Well, I just listen.
There is no absolute truth.
It is true, independent of what you know. My knowledge is independent of your knowledge because I am an individual and I have my own experiences of objective reality, and you have your own experiences of objective reality. The only way you would know if I've ever eaten
So you're
before
just proving
is
my
if you
point.
followed me around. I could easily prove it to you because I just eat a candy bar in front of your face.
So you're agreeing with me because if you have
No,
it
I'm not.
yourself, we call
No,
that
I'm not.
knowledge or we call it belief. So like if you cut your finger, you have an
belief. I
awareness.
know
You
for
say,
a fact.
I know I cut my finger.
Dude.
But you know, but I don't.
Listen, knowledge does not have to be shared between all individuals. There can be individual knowledge.
That's called belief.
Can
I ask a question
no,
real
it's
quick?
not. The belief is things in which you have no knowledge of. In which you just believe.
Let me interrupt real quick.
Says
okay?
who?
Quick question, young man. Quick
the
question
definition.
to the gentleman.
No definition says that, India.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now talking with all of us?
What did you say?
Are you 100% sure? Do you know that you're talking to us through Discord right now?
What does no mean?
You can't ask a
Can you
question.
define no?
You're trying to ask me a question to a question.
Who says I can't? What the heck? Dude.
Clown car.
That was unexpected. I'm sorry.
No, it was very expected. You're in a clown car. You're a clown.
That wasn't me. That was from her microphone.
What do you mean it wasn't unexpected? How would you know it wasn't unexpected?
I didn't say I know.
No, I said, how would you know? You said it was unexpected.
You still haven't
How so?
answered my question.
I didn't
How
say
so?
I know.
Do you know that you are
You're a clown.
talking to us through Discord right now? Do you know, or do you just believe that you're talking to us through Discord right now? Do you know that you're talking to us through Discord right now? Yes or no?
I think so.
You think so?
How did you know that you didn't expect
no.
that
I
one?
think so was not an option in this. I think so was not an
I
option
gave you an answer.
in the multiple choice. I said yes or no. Answer it yes or no.
If it's a multiple choice, you've never told me that
all
the
right,
choices.
buddy.
You didn't tell me the choices if it's a multiple choice.
Yes, I did, guys. Guys, did you hear me state yes or no after the question?
That's not a multiple choice.
Yeah, it is. That's more than one fucking option, isn't it? 2 is more than 1.
Multiple is more than
multiple.
2.
Yeah.
Multiple is more than 2.
Multiple, more than 1.
No, it's not.
If I multiply 1 one time, what do I have? 2. You can fuck off with your sophistry, dude. You're to me, you're just LARPing as a flat earther, bro.
That sounds like a
This is
projection.
what happens. Hey, dude, this is what happens when your dictionary is a website.
No, I use Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, go get a book.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Who cares about dictionaries? They're just the common usage of words. They don't actually scientifically define anything.
Why were you begging for definitions earlier?
I was asking their definition of it.
You were asking for definitions of words. If you don't care, why?
He's being a
I was asking them to define their words.
You've done this before where you feign the dulcet tones and then you unravel and you spiral and then you tell us you might be a brain in a jar, right?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Is it possible that you're a brain in a jar on a shelf somewhere collecting dust?
Is it possible that you're a guy with
I'm asking you, is it possible?
Ideas?
Are you a brain in a jar on a shelf collecting dust? Is it within the realm of possibilities?
You can possibilize anything.
No, I'm asking you, not me. I'm asking you. So yes, it's possible. So why are we listening to you?
That's your choice. You don't have to. No one's holding you at gunpoint.
Why do you think we would care what you have to say if you yourself don't even know if you're a brain in a jar?
Well, I know I'm not.
Oh, so now you're certain there is certainty in this world. You're not a brain in a jar. Oh,
still subjective.
So you are, or you aren't. Hello.
Yeah, what did you say?
Are you, or are you not, possibly a brain in a jar on a shelf collecting dust? You're not. You're certain
because
of
that doesn't make sense.
No, I'm
if I
was
was a brain in a jar, if I was a brain in a jar, then it wouldn't have a mouth. If it was just a brain in a jar, so how can I talk?
Are you certain of that? Oh, now you're a concrete thinker. So you're certain that you're not a brain in a jar on a shelf?
No, I didn't say I was certain.
So it's possible that you are.
No, it just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense for you to be a brain in a jar. And what also doesn't make sense is
because I'm talking.
Anyone to take you seriously if you're lost in that conundrum. So why don't you figure that out?
You're just asking a bunch of loaded questions here.
Loaded? They're only loaded if you don't want to answer them.
That's all you guys are doing. Just a bunch
it's all you guys.
Questions.
It's one person speaking to you. You know, you have the choice to pull your head out of your ass.
There was 2 other people speaking to me, buddy.
Not
Did
anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, I can't know anything for certain, right?
All of you ask me loaded questions.
Wait, dude.
Maybe
you've
nobody's
tried
asking
this
you
before.
anything. Maybe you just believe that. Maybe you're just talking to yourself.
You know, what do you have to gain? What do you have to gain from this act?
Why are you acting for figments of your imagination? What's wrong with you?
I don't have to gain anything.
Do you need mental health?
No, I know you don't. But what are you doing then? Like, what are you seeking? Are you trying to convince yourself that the Earth is a globe? Are you trying to convince yourself that we're wrong?
Oh no,
Are you trying to convince yourself that it doesn't matter? Or are you trying to convince yourself that there's a donut magnet underneath the Earth? What are you seeking here?
No, the Earth is not a globe.
Well, obviously. So what are you seeking? Why are you being so defiant?
I'm not. I'm just talking.
Yeah, you are. You're being a contrarian for no reason.
Do you want me to stop talking?
Play on, player.
Oh,
I'm
man,
just
again.
telling you what you're doing.
This is almost sad.
For what reason? To what end?
You're roboting.
Are you their grand?
Are you actually a robot talking to me right now? Is it possible you're a robot talking to me?
No.
How do you know that?
Dude, come on, you're being a sophist right now. You're being a weirdo.
No, I'm not.
Like,
I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine. I'm giving him a taste.
You're being a fucking silly goose, okay?
Got a taste of his own medicine.
You're being a silly goose.
If you only knew. No, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a robot.
Yeah. Every now and then, the signal gets interrupted and people come through weird. It doesn't make them robots, dude. Like, you're being silly. Knock it off. Stop it. Or go to timeout. Like, what the fuck, man?
Still waiting for that magnet evidence.
You guys made him wrong. Come on.
Oh, he ran? What was his name anyway?
Results. I unmuted him and gave him VC verified.
He was here yesterday, by the way, under a different account. He was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I noticed that he was trying to do this jujitsu with me. I was like, okay, let me just play along a little bit until the other guys just jump in and let them do it.
He was doing the same thing. I was trying to remember what exactly he was doing. I'm trying to remember what he did yesterday that was so crazy. And I just popped that balloon.
He said he's a flat earther. He said, I'm a flat earther. He told me, yeah, I'm a flat earther. But then he said, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's recorded anyways. But
he must have looked up the 2017 Flat Earth webpage or something and came in with that.
I don't know. But I said it from the get-go. After just the first 10 minutes of listening, I was like, this dude sounds like he's LARPing as a flat earther for the globe. And then Indio, you called it out shortly after I did, and I'm like, see, if I'm not the only one.
Yeah. The easiest way to tell is they'll make claims without evidence. That's really the easiest way to tell that they're LARPing. I mean, there's other ways. You can just ask them, the really bad ones that don't know anything, you just ask them, is the Earth a disk accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared? And they'll be
some will fall for that, but that's a niche group. These days, they looking into a lot of the YouTube debunking channels, but they've been bringing this I'm a flat earther stuff. They've been doing it often.
Yeah, there's a couple in here which have been, I'm not going to name names, they've been lurking around for a few weeks. I think they've got everybody fooled, but not really. I don't know what they get out of it. I think they think that they're going to I'm going to infiltrate Flat Earth and expose them as a crazy cult. of violent anti-government sociopaths or something. I don't know.
Some YouTube video they're making in the background.
Well, they're going to spend a lot of time in the editing phase to cut all the flat smacking.
I've been in a few of those videos, so I'm not too worried.
There seems to be a specific little training club that's funneling them into here. I've heard some similarities. It's interesting.
Hey man, send me some Bitcoin. I'll train you right. I'll train you how to be a good fake flat earther. You can't fake it. You have to actually know the stuff unless you're going to fake it. And if you actually know the stuff, then you're not going to be a Goldber anymore and you're going to be an actual flat earther. So it's like, that's why they can never fake it good. Because they have to take in the information without understanding it. And that's like very hard to do, to remember and memorize things, but not understand what you're memorizing. It's actually fairly difficult. So to actually do that, it would involve work and severe cognitive dissonance. Now, how can you be a fake flat earther and go, yeah, the horizon's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and start arguing the black swan as a fake flat earther and not become a flat earther yourself? How could you even do that?
Well, you have to get off your shift and you just have to find a space and just yell refraction a bunch of times to yourself.
You need that like Men in Black. You need to flash flash the light in front of your face and forget everything you did. Start over the next day. Kind of like Brandon does. Starts over the next day like nothing happened.
No offense to Brandon, but I think that with Brandon, every day is literally like a new day, or maybe it's just the same day on repeat. And he doesn't remember yesterday.
Okay, Groundhog Day.
Maybe they're just he didn't download the latest update on the software and he keeps getting the same script to read, and he doesn't get the updated script. I don't know.
Yo, AG, you did it. You made the thing. That's awesome.
That's funny.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
That's pretty cool, man.
You did it right too. You absolutely got it right, because Daffy Duck's this Daffy weirdo, right? He's Daffy Duck. He's daft. He's crazy.
I figured. Yeah, and the rabbit, he's in the ground. He digs underground, so he knows his level.
Yeah, deep in the rabbit.
Down to earth. I'll be back in a few, guys.
I love that. That's fantastic. Flat, Ethan.
Yeah, the dog, he has a bird mind, but he never flies, so he's just dreaming about it.
Yeah.
He wants a globe.
It's perfect. That is so perfect.
Because I never seen that duck flying. Does he flies?
Nah, Daffy Duck? Nah, Daffy doesn't fly. Daffy Duck can fly.
He could drive.
Yeah.
He's a perfect Glober cartoon.
And he can play piano. That's too perfect.
Yeah, that's been the new gimmick that Glover's been doing the last about a week now, maybe 10 days. When they're caught in their nonsense, they accuse you of gaslighting them to try and deflect and turn the conversation into something else. That's what this guy was doing. He was trying to, any claim when he got caught or cornered into something, he would just name off some random fallacy to divert the conversation into talking about that.
That exactly what happened to me in another group. We have some friends and families, and we spoke a few topics, and I brought the facts, and he said I was gaslighting. I'm like, bro, these are the facts. What do you mean I'm gaslighting?
Yeah, I've noticed that they seem to be learning a few fallacies, but they have no idea what they are, how to apply them. They just throw them out.
Yeah, I think they're like trying to like use it as like some sort of counter. Like, oh, you're going to accuse me of logical fallacies? I'll just do the same thing to you. But they're just like saying them randomly. We go, okay, explain how that was this logical fallacy. And then they'll use a logical fallacy to explain how that was a logical fallacy, or they'll just like completely describe the interaction wrong and tell a bullshit story. The point isn't that you actually did the logical fallacy. The point is to deflect from your point and start talking about something else. It's like a distraction.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a bunch of distractions, just like most of the shit they do.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like giving them the
we
black
never
swan, like
gaslight
why is the
people,
horizon
so-
10 miles away, and they'll say some random logical fallacy. Now you're talking about that instead of the black swan in the horizon 10 miles away.
Yeah. Kind of eagerness on our part to always point out fallacies or correct people when they use them wrong. Need to be careful with that.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with pointing it out if it's like someone saying this is evidence or proof of this, that, and the other thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're not using it that way. They're just using them as a smokescreen. Right. They're using it like, what do they call it? It's just to interfere in the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If it's a genuine dude, and they've just made a mistake and you correct them on it, everybody's learning. But, if it's a LARPer and it's just to deflect away and then cause ruckus in the panel because everybody wants to jump in and be like, hey, you're using that wrong. This is what it really means. And then the original point, which he wanted to get away from, is lost.
Yeah.
As you said, as a smokescreen, so.
Yeah.
We just got to use our own discernment to know when it's just randomly thrown out to try and cause, confusion, and when it's a legitimate misunderstanding.
Yeah. I think I know what I do. I'll address it. If he says it's a logical fallacy, I'll ask them to explain it. If I sense that they're going to divert, like if that's actually like a diversion into something else, pretty much if someone says a logical fallacy, I'll just think about what I said. Okay, a logical fallacy? Yes, no. Okay, then. Okay, explain why it was a logical fallacy. And if they start diverting even that, I'll just go, okay, forget that. You're just using that as a diversion, and just go right. Let's talk about what we were talking about, and go right back to it.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah, what's up, Big?
All I want for Christmas is a few LARPers like results. Please send them my way. Because I heard the whole thing and I was dying to get on the freaking microphone, man. I was like, please, God, let me go to lunch when he's on. Please, Lord. I was actually praying. Yeah, hopefully he was going to is he still here?
He might be around. He didn't leave the server, I don't think. He was in the text chat.
I tagged him. He hasn't replied.
I have a few requests for Santa Claus. If you
I
can
have
put
to
a few
go.
LARPers in my stocking, that would be great.
Oh yeah, his that was, you know, and that's exactly what the arena was for, right? The arena was like when people would do things like that. You know, that dude, that's why the arena was so great. Wouldn't let people get away with that. Like, yeah, no, we're not talking about your nonsense. Either state what the logical fallacy was, or go back to whatever we were talking about. Coriolis, fucking, you know, curvature over distance, whatever. Instead of being time wasters.
Dude, hell yeah. I wanted to get on here so bad because we got off his ring magnet at the bottom of the earth, and I was going to just drive a stake through his heart with that. I was like, I wasn't going to let it go like a dog with a bone until he started crying or left the chat, because you're not going to come in here saying that there's a ring magnet at the bottom of the earth and just get away with it. Hell no.
Well, it went from a logical explanation to evidence to facts to belief to I seen a map to like he was all over the place, to a hypothesis. What else did he throw in there? He threw everything but the kitchen sink in there on what the claim was, but he denied it was a claim. That's the one thing it wasn't. It wasn't a claim. It was all those other things.
And when you didn't agree with him, he was, what did he say? It wasn't logical. Then he said, no, I'm correcting myself. It's not rational. I was like, oh, man, this is the type of interference that, like, people just, like, you know, follow the bunny trails. And it's like, that's what they're good at. They get people to just follow their every, you know, if you don't stick to the one thing, then they'll just have you hop to the next thing.
Yeah, dude, it's like a compulsive liar, right? Someone that can't stop lying, right? They can tell more lies than you can call them out on lies. So you call them out on a lie, and they'll tell 3 lies to cover up that lie. Now you have to call them out on each 3 of those, and they'll tell 3 more to cover up each one of those. And now they're at 9 lies. Like, you can never catch up. Like, you can't catch up to the sophistry. It's impossible.
That's the name of that game.
It gives me a headache. Damn.
Dude, if they are training them to actually do that, I would be so impressed. Like, for that, what we're doing, that they actually have to train people to come in here, and even their like pigs that they send here to do their bidding still aren't good enough. Like, we slaughter them every single time. You know what I'm saying?
I should actually put this in like in the. I should actually announce this, because we were talking about this, about people coming in to run interference. So, like, if anybody perceives, right, if you're talking to someone and just having like a normal conversation, even if it's contentious, but if it's like, you know, some level of normalcy, and someone like that comes in, and someone's trying to like interfere and like get in the way and have you put all your attention on them, even though it's a complete waste of time, just mute them, kick them out, do whatever you want. I don't care. Just get rid of them.
Save them for me. Just say, we're gonna have Mayhem talk to you. Don't worry, he'll straighten everything out, and just put him on mute and save him for me. That's all I'm asking.
Maybe we should make a Mayhem corner, right? Like Coke Dish.
Yeah. Listen,
like
for sure.
Mayhem corner roll, and they just get fucking locked in there, and Miggy's the only one with access.
Thank you. I would. You'd be my best friend forever, like BFS.
Watch what you ask for, because you just might get it.
No, I do. I want it. Please give it to me. Like, you know,
we have 700 people, and they're all pinging you.
I'm asking you with my brain. Like, I want this, like, so badly, and I do. Like, put them all in that channel, and then whenever I, do my stream, I'll just unmute them, and one by one, we'll just have a great time.
Well, this is your parole hearing,
bro. Send us the parole hearing. All right, denied.
We want to see if you've recovered from your condition.
No, it's great, man. I think me and you could probably do some good videos in the morning about that, Indio. Like, okay, who's up next? We have like these sophists come in here and they try their best. Because his attempt was so half-hearted. I mean, come on, dudes. Like, this was easy.
Yesterday. He was in here yesterday, Biggie. I know he was, and like, I battered him around a little bit, and like, I think he came back. I don't think he had the same, because yesterday he wasn't faking to be a flat earther. I don't think he thought anybody would recognize his voice because he came in with another guy. What was the other guy's name? It was like Punk Rock or Punk something.
Yeah. No, yeah, honestly, they could say they're flat earthers. I'm like, that really doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is your longevity in this chat and how honest and sincere you seem over the course of the time that you're here. I mean, you could say whatever you want. I'm a Glober, I'm a flat earther, I don't care. Over time, time will tell what you are. Because like, as you said, if somebody's consistently being a flat earther, like for many, a year, 2 years, then after a while, if they were trying to fake it, they're by proxy, man, they're going to be a flat earther. Like you can't be doing this for a while and then fake it. Like, I mean, obviously you can try, but you know what I mean? That's just the nature of truth. It's going to, you'll defect, you'll convert, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you can't fake understanding fallacious thinking or reasoning, and that's the whole crux of this thing. As soon as you understand fallacies and how they're being used against you from the globe, you become a flat earther. That's why it's always funny when they come in and they throw these words around, the fallacies, that is. They don't understand them, because if they did, they would be flat earthers, genuinely.
Look, that's why people that are like double agents, right? And they go like spy at another country, sometimes they end up freaking becoming double agents. And cops that go undercover end up being junkies and drug addicts and committing crimes themselves. Like, you just can't, you can only fake it for so long until you start just like absorbing what it is you're faking.
Yeah,
I think I used to say that these LARPers, they don't realize they're handling like radioactive material. They think it's innocent. But it will bleed off into them. Little bits here and there, and it'll stick in their craw, you know, their mind.
You know,
so, listen.
Cannot unring a bell.
I really want this channel. It's a great idea. I think we're onto something here. Bag all these guys, send them to that channel, and you know what? I'll deal with them. Like, I'll make a live stream, and I'll unmute them. You know, we'll go in there and just talk to them. Yeah, so I heard you're a flat earther. Oh, ring magnet Earth? No problem, man. Let's talk about it. Just because that's what they do when they come in here, right? They want to play us the fool. And so they come in here. No, dude, I'm with you guys. Dude, I'm a flat earther. Chill. All right, bros. I'm with you guys. And I was listening to him, and I was like, dude, you're so dead when I come back. You're so. God, let me go to break early. Like, I was just like, is there any way? And I couldn't because I had some work to be done. But I was listening to him talk about ring magnet Earth, and I was like, oh, I need this conversation right now. Listening to him.
You need to amend your work contract, get a new clause in there with your boss. If a really fucking shitty LARPer comes in the live stream, you get an early break.
I'm gonna tell him, hey, look, you know, I got an emergency. I can't tell you what it is, but all you gotta do is trust me on this, right? As this emergency comes up. Give me like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Tops. Hopefully. I get excited, bro. It's like, I love people who try to come in here, and if they're training these guys to come in here to do that, that's even better, because that's what kind of a good work that we're doing in here. That they have to train them. You know what I mean? Because he had like, his level of sophistry was like low to medium. It was okay. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't good though. But yeah, I mean, he used some of the textbook tactics. One of them was kind of shifting the goalposts, like at all time. When he was saying something, he was shifted to something else, and he was keeping you guys kind of going to the next point. And I think Timbo was trying to hold him to the ring magnet Earth, and he was escaping out of that grasp, and he was going somewhere else. Did you realize that? He went to logical fallacies. He went to. That's what India was talking about. Like, that's why he was doing that. It's tactics, bro. I've dealt with these guys. I know that they love to do that. You can name the channel Mayhem's Corner, and you don't have to put any description to it.
So I seen this. It's unlisted on my channel. So it's okay. So they have a computer graphics conference, and the purpose of it is to use something called geometric algebra to make computer programs. That ain't the point of this. The point is that so someone's explaining different like visual effects that you can like observe. So one he took, so it's a sheet of paper with random speckles on it, random dots, and there's the transparency of the same random speckle. When you overlap them, right? They overlap and they just look the same. But if you move one against the other, it looks like it forms, guess what? Star trails. That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, dude. And if you move it to the other, and if like you move it like so if you kind of like slide it against each other up and down, they look like star trails. But if you move it from side to side, the so-called center rotation flips to the other side of the piece of paper. It's fucking weird, dude. Now remember, these are two planes, right? These are two pieces of paper, two sheets. A sheet of paper and a cellophane sheet with dots on it. No sphere, no spinning ball, and it's basically the same visual effect. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And what is this thing that you're talking about to do?
Yeah, it's just it was at a computer graphics conference. This guy just did this demonstration, which like it looks like star trails. And the thing is, he got them to flip from one side of the paper to the other just by moving the two pieces of paper. You know how star trails, they look like they got a center, right? And they're all, you know, as the Globers would say, rotating around the center, right? So he can get that center of rotation to flip to the other side of the long way, right? So one side of the piece of paper being all the way on the right to being all the way on the left just by sliding the two pieces of paper against each other, right? So if you had one level of stars against another level of stars, and they're both on planes, and one is closer than the other, and you move, like if I move from one end to the other, from one side of like this plane to the other side of the plane, and I observe the so-called center of rotation on one side, I would observe a different center of rotation on the other side. This is my hypothesis for this. You have to see it. Like, I can't explain it to you. It's like something you got to see. Like, it's very hard to explain. Because he demonstrates it. Yeah, it's really fucking weird, dude. The thing is, there's this thing called Clifford algebra. I don't want to get too like into like this crazy geeky mathematics. So it's a type of algebra that uses geometric shapes and not numbers. So you can literally like add points to lines and lines to what they call
like
vectors
two triangles
and vectors. Yeah, exactly. But you can actually add them and do operations, right? And these operations will give you some result. Like you can create you can mirror one shape. Like you could take, so say you have like a point in a line. You can do an operation within this algebra that takes the point and reflects it to the other side of the line, right? Or you can do double reflections or translations or rotations or just all sorts of shit. So which is cool for computer graphics. That was the point of this. It was a computer graphics conference that was happening. But it's very new. So a lot of people, so he's trying to teach it to people that do computer graphics the traditional way. And that's using things like matrices, which are completely arithmetical, right? With numbers and shit and coordinate systems, you know. A point of origin with X, Y, Z axes. This doesn't use any of that shit. It doesn't have any coordinate system. Any geometric object is its own coordinate system. There's no numbers at all. You don't have to use any numbers. It's all like algebraic symbols. So it isn't like okay. One example was like the thin lens equation, right? So the thin lens equation, you have to find the distance from the freaking lens to the focal point, the height of the lens, like the actual value, right? It's 2 inches, it's 5 inches away, all this shit. You don't need to do any of that crap. You don't need to know any distances, any of that. It just goes completely on the geometric relationships. Anyway, the point is he's teaching it to these people, but he did a couple demonstrations of certain things so that they could better understand, like, what he was showing them. And this is one of the demonstrations where he took a piece of paper that had nothing but, it was random speckles, random dots, and he had a copy of that made. So it's but this is a transparency with random dots. Yeah, okay, real mature. Who is that? Hold on a second.
It'll look back on the live stream.
Plug boy.
Indio, you got your mathematical jazz hands on right now?
No. This is even about the math. Because this isn't even about math. This is just like straight like geometry. So once it starts off with like the point, like it's hard to describe. It's like a 12-minute video. It's like I'm like actually still like some of the shit was like so like aha moment that like I'm still like trying to mentally digest it and shit. Because it's called projective geometric algebra. So it's all done, the entire algebra is done from the point of perspective. Right? So two parallel lines appear to converge at infinity, shit like that, right? Just like railroad tracks. So he's trying to describe how this works to a bunch of computer programmers that are used to doing things a completely different way. And like he's doing these demonstrations and they're like fucking blowing my mind because it's like all the shit that we talk about all the time. So it's kind of like it's really weird. Some of it is really weird. Not weird, it's just like yeah. So it starts off with if you're looking at a plane, right? He said a plane is the same thing as a line if you're looking at it edge on, right? So if I have a perfect plane that has no thickness and I look at it edge on, it's going to appear as a line, right? It's going to look like a line, even though I'm looking at the edge of a plane. And like you can do the whole algebra, you can do all your calculations on a line as if that line was actually a plane. And you can actually do it as if it was a point too. It's really fucking, it's crazy. But that's not the point of any of that. The point is this demonstration of random speckles, dots, just like the sky is, right? The stars in the sky are like a random speckle of dots. And that he took two planes and moved them against each other, and it looked just like star trails. And it looked like two poles of star trails on each side of the plane.
Crazy.
So, like, they say, well, explain the southern celestial pole. This might be an avenue to actually explain that completely.
Yeah. Interesting.
Based upon the stars not being at the same level, right? That one is in front of the other. And what's changing, like when you move, right? It's changing like your perspective because everything is so far. I wouldn't say everything is so far away. You have no depth perception, so everything looks like it's infinitely far away, and it's just like, like this isn't the only thing that talked about this. Like Vortex Puppy, he's a flat earther. The dude that goes on with Dell and shit. He talked about this too. Is that like, when you look at the sky. right, and you see a star or any celestial body, you can't tell the distance to it. So when you can't tell the distance to any particular object, so they all look like they're the same distance, even though they might not be, right? When you can't tell the distance to any one thing, then everything looks the same distance. It could be infinitely far away, it could be infinitely close, it could be somewhere in between, right? You can't tell, but they all look like they're the same distance. All stars, if you look at them, if you take a wide-angle view of the sky and look at the stars, they all look like they're the same distance away. They don't look any different distances. You can't go, oh, that star looks farther than that star, and that star looks farther than that star. So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But because that's unusual, yeah. But think about this. That's not how we perceive the Earth, right? When we look at the Earth, we have distance cues. We can gauge distance. And it's like, when we look at the sky, it's like an optical trick that we're not actually deciphering what we're seeing correctly because of this lack of depth perception, right? Because we've been programmed by experience to look at the ground, right? How far away is that house? How far away is that person? How far away is that car? How far away is that, can of Coca-Cola? But when we look at the sky, none of that applies instantly. Depth does not mean anything. Has no meaning. You're looking into an abyss. But anyway, I'll see you when you get off or whatever. If anybody wants to see that video clip, I'll post it in the live stream. Fucking very weird.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
What up?
Just hanging out, getting settled in. They discharged me from the hospital today, so I get back to work on creating stuff. Not that I ever stopped. I was distracting myself while I was there, but still making things.
So you cured?
No, they just took out part of the rock garden.
They cut off your nuts? What?
No.
Not those.
There was like a small blockage of kidney stones that they had to remove. Like it was like a tiny football that had clustered up inside of one of the tracks on my between my kidney and my bladder.
Oh, ouch! Fuck that.
And they were mine crafting.
I know a girl
the
that
doctors get paid plenty.
I know a girl that used to fake kidney stones in order to, well, she had them once, right? And after that, she could just, like, get a little urine in her blood and get pills whenever she wanted. Whatever happened to her?
Damn, that's weird. So she would just, like, pee and then take a prick of blood and drop some blood in there and then give it to somebody in order to. Oh shit, that is manipulative.
She would prick her finger and pee through, like she pricked the tip of her finger, so she could do this even if they were watching her pee. And she would touch the urine. She would pee through her finger. She would pee so that the pee hit her finger and went into the cup, because it only takes a little bit of blood.
Yeah. That's next level manipulative. Holy crap.
Oh, she was a snake, dude. Oh, dude, she was so good. The cops were paying for her drugs. She was a snitch.
To even think about doing something like that, you got to be effed in the head. Holy shit!
Yeah, man. She was quite creative.
Yeah,
I mean-
I was gonna say that's creative. I'll give her that.
Well, I mean, she was screwed from the beginning, man, because her fucking parents named her after a porn star.
Oh, jeez.
Amber Lynn.
Intentionally or unintentionally?
I don't know, man. So Amber Lynn, dude, and you got to think when Amber Lynn was famous. This is when, like, in the 80s. So she was born, like, in the 80s.
It was probably on purpose. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Raised up, born into the debauchery, and raised with it.
Yeah, it's like, how could you do that to your daughter, man? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? We got to think you're growing up in the 80s and 90s, right? So, like, you're in high school. Every boy, every time they think about you or say your name, they're like Amber Lynn, they think porn star. It instantly comes to their head. Like, you're always going to be thought about in that way. It's like, it's almost impossible.
I meant to go back there and actually talk to some of the people as far as file a complaint type thing. But I was exhausted from not sleeping there because I'm not gonna pass out while there's witches around. I mean, wait for the angels to show up. So I just got rest today. By angels, I mean the actual good nurses that come in and they take care, they listen and pay attention, and they're actually empathetic and sympathetic. You know, they're legit people. Can't sleep unless they're around because I don't trust the others.
What do you mean? The chicks that work overnight?
Yeah, the night shift's always awesome, but the day shift is like flipping a coin. They may or may not be cool.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because the day shift are the people that are usually it's as far as my experience goes and my knowledge of hospitals and how they operate and knowing nurses and people that work in hospitals. People that work the day shift are the people with the most experience, but they're also the most jaded because they've been through the most amount of shit. And they like literally don't
become
have
cynical.
any empathy. Yeah, they don't have any empathy anymore. They've literally burnt that part of their brain out.
Yeah. And it sucks
if you've
because
been a nurse
there's
for like
people
30
who are
years,
like new.
Well, think about it. If you've been a nurse for 30 years, probably seen 10,000 people die. Like, I mean,
yeah,
you're gonna get a little fucked up. But sorry, it's part of the job.
And then when that one's raising somebody new and training them, and the new person is receiving all that cynicism immediately, like all that jaded, like callousness, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah, well, I don't think you can actually pass that on.
I'm saying that I watched this happening when I was there earlier. Like the teacher nurse was like had like a student nurse under her, and she was pretty much passing on that same cynical bitchy mentality to this noob who was eating it up. Like, yep. Like kind of us versus them. It's the nurses versus the patients.
Yeah, for modern humans that have grown up, especially the trainee was probably like in her 20s, right?
Yeah, she was a kid. Like she's just freshly an adult. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably not a tough sell for today's narcissistic females.
Yeah. She was trying to emulate this older nurse who was totally a bitch, and both of them were just bitches. That's the best way I can put it. Like, holy shit. And then the nurse that came in after they clocked out, like the next shift, she was awesome. Like, she was like an angel. Like, she showed up and just tried to take care of everything and do the best that she could, and she was awesome.
Yeah, if you hate your job, just quit, man. Do the rest of the world a favor.
Exactly.
Quit your job.
There's no reason for you to cause give your pain to somebody else. Go do something else. My sister-in-law has her nursing degree, but she'd rather sell stupid shit. Like some one of those pyramid scheme bullshit things. Like she doesn't want to actually, and I'm glad. I don't think that she deserves to have that job. She should not work in a career in the medical field because of the way her attitude is. She just, no. We need the type of person who actually has empathy and sympathy and is loving and caring and compassionate in that field of hospice care. They gotta be hospitable.
Yeah, well, the medical system just in general is not what it used to be.
No, it's become big business.
Dude, I still can never, like, when my oldest son was born, the nurse that was attending her mother was so hot, dude. I could not stop thinking about her.
You're retarded.
Like, dude, I'm like, actually, like, I still feel guilty about it because she was just so, I don't know what it was, dude. Like, he was just so hot to me. Like, I don't know. Like, incomprehensibly freaking gorgeous. And the thing is, she knew people I knew, and, like, I'm not even talking from there, from, like, a place I used to live, like, 150 miles away. She was like, oh, I know this person. That person's my cousin. Like, oh, my God, dude. Like, why, God, you're testing me. Plus, I had been up on, 72 hours straight. I worked a shift, and then I worked a double, slept for 3 hours. And when I say double, I meant 2 8-hour shifts, slept for 4 hours, went to work again.
Then that happens, and you're like, get behind me, Satan.
Through that she was in labor, and then I had to stay up like another 10 hours for the labor. And the whole time I got to look at this freaking gorgeous girl in freaking tight ass fucking scrubs. That was the only thing keeping me awake, quite honestly.
You cray, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean,
just a little.
How good looking does she have to be if I remember it like 20 something years later, man?
Left an impact.
Never seen her again?
Her presence left an impact crater on your mind.
My God, her ass was so fine, dude. She was just like, I don't know what it was about her, man. Like, just, I don't think I've ever been that attracted to a female, like, ever. Like, looking at her, like, oh my God, dude. Like, I'd pay. We're talking like I'd sell everything just to sleep with her. Like everything I owned. Like fucking, I'd sell myself into 10 years of slavery. Like it was like that. Just like attracted to her. I don't know what it was. It was really strange because I'm not like that. Like to be honest. Normally, when I see a really attractive woman, I think fucking. Thank God I'm not her boyfriend, because most attractive women are pieces of shit, in my opinion. Once you get to know them, because they're entitled and people just do things for them. They got the, what do you call it, pretty privilege.
I kind of want to go back. Well, I definitely want to go back. I'm going back there tomorrow.
To complain?
To do better than that, I need to go talk to a lawyer first.
Why, they fuck you up?
I want somebody fired. They disobeyed me and deliberately disobeyed me and disregarded my authority over my own body, and against my consent performed things that damaged me. And willfully ignored medical procedure, proper medical like how things are supposed to be done. Willfully ignored that and did what they wanted instead of following the common practice of how things are done like everybody else does. Ended up blowing one of my veins because they didn't pay attention to what I was trying to tell them.
Oh shit.
Then they tried to do the same shit on the other one after I had to get a vascular doctor use a ultrasound to put IV into the other arm because all of my veins are fucked up, so they had to get a deep one. So they had to use an ultrasound to do that. Dumb bitch tried to give me some other medicine without diluting it or flushing it through. You're supposed to flush it in the beginning to make sure everything's running, and you have the medicine diluted or ready to flush through with another saline flush after it's been administered through the IV. Everybody does this. Nausea medicine burns really bad. It must be diluted. You're not supposed to administer that to anybody without it being at least diluted down with saline. She didn't do that. She didn't flush it either. It felt like fucking fire in my arms, and then my vein popped because it was too strong, too powerful, and it just destroyed that vein on that side. Oh, that blew. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to let her do the same thing on the other side, so she got pissed off. I said I don't consent to this interaction, and she was like okay, and started storming off. And I told her I'm going to have a long conversation with the doctor. Then the nurse comes in, she tries to do the same thing without giving the saline flush, and I refuse, and then I flip out at her and start listing out every medical condition I have, and so she finally just did the flush, so I'd shut up. I started filibustering her ass with my medical conditions, so she grabbed the saline flush and flushed it through and left. I was supposed to have my pain medicine every 3 hours. And I called in when it was time, and I was lied to and told that it was every 4 hours, so they left me in pain, because at this time I'd run out of urine. I was trying to pee through the remaining stones. There were only 4 left, and he had moved them, so they were movable. And one of them had moved, and it got stuck in the track. So then blood was coming out, and there was no more urine to push anything through. So I'm in agony, and I can't move at all. And I am waiting for pain medicine, and when it's time for me to get my pain medicine, I call in, and I'm told that I can't have it, so they left me in that bed for an hour in agony.
Look, I'm telling you, what you need to do is write it all down. Literally, I'm telling you, write it all down. Listen, write it all down, because memory, it becomes, if it ever goes to a trial, writing it down saying, hey, this happened to me, it gives you more credibility than just because a jury's always going to be skeptical this person's just trying to cash in and nothing really happened to him. Write it all down as soon as possible. Just write it all down. All the stuff that they did to you. Just everything you just told me.
I'm writing it right now.
Write it all down. Date it. Sign it.
Oh, wait. I'm writing it down, but also it's recorded here on the live stream, come to think of it, and I don't care. So let me finish talking.
I don't know if this would...
I'm going to write it down as well. Yeah, I'm going to write it down, and I'm going to print it out. And sign it and date it. Go ahead and have that, like a physical document. But yeah. So they made me wait.
Make sure you describe, especially you want to describe the pain, right? Because you're not going to be able to sue for because you're probably not going to have any permanent injuries.
It's emotional. Emotional damage. That's
undue suffering. It's called undue suffering.
Yeah,
that means they made you suffer.
I broke down crying talking to this other lady because I don't trust them anymore. I was for a while because the night shift lady came in, right, and I hadn't put 2 and 2 together to realize that they had done that to me to make me wait an hour until she said, yeah, you're supposed to have it every 3 hours, and then she had a look of shock and horror on her face, and then I was like, oh shit. And then I realized that they had fucking plotted. The 2 of them had fucking schemed. They colluded, fucking conspired to make me wait a goddamn hour before getting any form of pain medicine.
Do you have any of their names?
Yeah, I have their names down.
Make sure you write them down too. Yeah, write those down. Write down their names. Any incident, the people that did the harm to you. if there's any reason they might have done it intentionally, write that down.
Yep, it's Amber and Hannah are their names.
Is it Amber Lynn?
I don't give a shit. I'll straight up say it, call it what it is. But yeah, the other lady, she came in, she checked, she confirmed that what had happened, and she was in full agreement that was completely effed up. And like I said, the vascular doctor was pissed off at them as well. And my wife went down and already filed a complaint. And right now, I'm like you said, I'm writing it down. Like I'm getting everything organized with every detail.
Yeah. Yeah, because you want to. So the problem with certain things is getting them like admitted into court as evidence, because you want as many things as parts of evidence, as many facts as possible to kind of like prove something. So you writing it down is going to be a piece of evidence. Your testimony will be a piece of evidence. Now, obviously, it's probably not going to go to court and they're not going to settle out. They'll settle out. But I'm just saying is that the more things, especially a contemporaneous record, you're making a contemporaneous record. This is what I experienced. And you're making it close to the time it happened. Right? So the purpose of making it close to the time it happened, so that you have the closer a memory is to the event, the more accurate it is. Right? So this just occurred, you're out of the hospital, and the first thing you do is I'm writing it all down. That shows that you're responsible, shows that you're a reasonable person, shows that you actually sustained an injury, shows that you're important. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's more than just like the facts. There's always more to it. There's always the perception element of it. So writing it down creates perception that you're a responsible adult and that they created undue suffering on you.
Yeah.
Now, those people are the people that didn't flush it, the same people that denied you meds? Or are those different people?
Yeah, it happened at the same time as that.
Was it the same people?
Because I hit the call button and called in, and the woman there she asks the nurse like information, and will just relay that information back to me, and she's the one who told me that I had to wait every 4 hours now or something, and she was getting that information from one of them. So yeah, they did that.
Cameras there? Do they have cameras there at the nurse's station? Maybe.
Do they have cameras there at the nurse's station? Maybe. I think so.
Yeah. They probably all talked about you. Said fuck that guy.
Said fuck that guy.
That's what they like to do.
Yeah, they didn't like my attitude because I was trying to tell them what to do, so they wanted to treat me like shit. That's all there is to it. They got a fucking attitude.
Yeah, they decided they were going to punish you. It's real simple. They decided they were going to punish you.
That's what I get for... I had too much to think. That's what I get for thinking.
It's really messed up. Anyway, I got to do something. I'll be right back.
I'll be around, man. I'm here. I'm going to just keep writing this.
Well, don't everybody talk at once. And that's fine because I'm just going to robot all the way down.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
I know. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'm going to robot. Nobody's talking.
I'm working on a thing. I'm filing a complaint with management.
Uh-oh.
I gotta accomplish certain things.
Yeah.
We go full Karen on their butts. Let me talk to your manager.
Yeah.
Oh, they really did mess up though. I should be flipping out and be a lot more pissed, but I'm trying to just chill.
Kind of sucks when you expect it in the world today.
I don't expect it, but it kind of sucks when I'm not surprised when it happens.
Well, did you see SpaceX blew up today?
Don't they always blow up?
They were supposed to be sending their Starship out to space.
The anomaly would be if it didn't blow up. I'm just saying Elon's always exploding explosive rocket or expensive rockets.
Oh, I know. And then he gets taxpayer funding for it.
Show.
It is what it is. Anyway, I saw that, and then I was watching the news, and lo and behold, guess who was on there talking about their space adventure, and because of the space shuttle that blew up. Guess who was the guest speaker?
Who's that?
Hello?
I'm here. I push the talk on and so I have to move stuff around a bit. I'm typing up some stuff. Basically.
You're the only.
Like based on
You're the only one. You're the only one interacting with me. So.
Yeah. Well, if I don't respond, it'll be dead air. But hey, you could summon Dead Air Dave by doing that.
Yeah. I know he's listening too.
Shout out to Dead Air Dave. They're always there right on time.
I want him to come in just as a special request for me.
There you go.
So anyway, on Neil Cavuto, after SpaceX exploded, they had William Shatner on there talking about his little space exploration that he got to go and do. Right? And I gotta look up his videos now because in the videos that they're showing, the horizon was flat. Like it reached a point in the window curve where the horizon was flat. I gotta look it up now. But this is how absurd it is. William Shatner said that he looked out the window and saw a Band-Aid floating by his little Blue Origin jet that he was in. Now that is very, very, very absurd. Just for the simple fact, there's no litter in space because there is no space. But apparently our trash is starting to consume outer space now too.
I'm still here, man. I'm just typing. I could put it on voice activity, but it would probably have weird noises in the background. And clickety clack.
And you got a little echo going. You got a little echo in the background.
Oh no, I can fix
Who
it.
else
Hold
is
on.
out there?
There we go.
How long ago did William Shatner go to space? Apparently.
Last year? 2 years ago?
He's 92 years old right now.
Is he? He went up there with what's his name? The football player.
Yeah.
Jason Strahan. Michael Strahan.
That is weird. That we're supposed to trust a 90-year-old man that's seeing Band-Aids in space. Crazy.
Oh, he was losing it, dude. He was waffling and waffling, and Neil Cavuto was letting him like wander on and on and on. But like everything he said was absolute bullshit. You could tell he was just bullshitting his way through the segment, filling dead space.
Yeah. I didn't think he was that old. He doesn't seem that old, but that's pretty old. Born in 1931. Guess his birthday, 322, March 22nd.
Oh. Whose birthday is that?
Yeah, it's Skull and Bones' birthday.
Who?
William Shatner has a Skull and Bones birthday, 322.
Oh, dude, I guarantee you that's not even his real name.
Yeah. William Shakespeare Shatner.
Yep.
That's funny.
Doubt that more, but can't prove it.
Oh god, I just saw the Elon Musk SpaceX rocket video, and the Asian guys.
Yeah.
The Asian guys like this is the best. Something like with this rocket we can reach Mars. The fucking rocket exploded.
Yep.
What? This guy's crazy.
Like they have to know that we're watching everything they do now.
Was there any like footage of this that's not like the government stuff?
Sorry, yeah, of course they know.
Like
Of course
third
they know
party
we're
footage?
watching. Remember, of course they know. Do you remember the statement Elon Musk made? We know it's true because it looks so fake.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Right. So they know we're watching. And then NASA stole the intro from Jaron Ism's show that he has every time. You know, they stole that intro. Yeah, they stole that intro to introduce their Ingenuity and Endeavour rover mission recently. Right? They were giving us the itinerary that was going to be used. And they used his theme song, his theme intro. You know, so they know we're watching. They know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why they're panicking. That's why they can't get enough rockets up there. You know, I think some of us flat earthers have underestimated the power that we have in rocking their foundation. I mean, they're censoring it they can't stop this thing from leaking out. And the continuous attack on NASA is, having its deserved effect. Why do you think they brought the pandemic into play? Okay,
I can't talk about that, dude.
Yeah,
can't talk about that. We gotta steer away from that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I'm not really going to talk about it.
I know.
Liberty to discuss this.
They panicked, and they're still panicking now. They can't get enough rockets up there.
Here's my thing. Like, now that everything's like going haywire and everything like that, do you think they're even going to have their alien invasion?
Oh, I mean, how could they bring that on? I mean, how are they going to bring that on? And then we're all going to believe that. And how are they going to do that? How?
Blue beam, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
I still can't believe that people are going to buy into that.
Oh, I know.
Come on, man.
It's not going to be real.
Come on, man. Come on. Are you serious?
Now, what I mean
what happened like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Jin?
Realistically, it won't look real. How are they going to do that?
Jin, 3 years ago, a couple idiots got on TV and said, be afraid, be very afraid. Don't leave your house. Be afraid of everybody. Put a fucking diaper on your face.
Yeah.
Everyone just was like, okay, and they just all stayed home. Like, don't think you've been hanging around. You've been hanging around with woke people, like people that are aware too much. That's your thing. Just you need to go out and see some normies or something. They'll believe anything, and they'll believe it twice if they have to.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, man. They just
absolutely, no doubt about it. I'm just thinking that I just can't think how they can bring on such a. How are they going to bring this? Because it's going to be an illusion, but are they really going to be capable of bringing spaceships?
No, the thing is, they'll just show it on TV, right? How many people have you heard? I saw planes go into the World Trade Center. No, you didn't.
Yeah, TV,
you saw a television set.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because I can't see them doing it. Although Japan has this technology where they can bring a sunshine. They can turn night to day. They got this technology where they can take a portion of the night sky and turn it into day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a technology where you can shine a laser and at a certain distance from the laser. This is actually a technology that was patented in Japan.
Yeah.
So it shines a laser and a certain distance from the laser. It will ionize the air, right? At the focal point, and it'll glow like a little ball.
Yeah.
Right? So you can do this with a bunch of lasers, right?
Like a fake sun.
Exactly. Well, you make a bunch of little balls, right? And they're basically pixels, right? And if it's far enough away, right, the pixels all blend together just like a TV screen, and you can't tell. All you see is a form of a spaceship or a fucking head or an alien penis. I don't fucking know. They can show whatever. And then they got the drones, right? The Chinese have these drone shows, right, with a light on it. It could just be at night.
QR codes and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's other things. It's called 3D projection mapping, where they can project stuff. And then I remember in Sydney they did the when they had like their 200th anniversary or whatever, they had a laser show that was projected, that had a fog machine that put out fog, and they projected a holographic laser show onto the clouds. So for everybody to see, I mean, if done another way, obviously it was lit up because it was a celebration. There was thousands of people there, but they could probably illuminate it away so you couldn't even see the clouds, and you would just see because they had faces of Aborigines and all sorts of stuff. It was basically like a huge movie projector in the sky.
Right. This is what we're talking about. Yeah. The Japanese have that technology apparently. Yeah. So it's possible to fool the Japanese.
And you got to remember, when did they started talking about this, right? They started talking about this.
We're talking about
70s,
maybe
right?
5 years ago.
In the 70s, Project Bluebeam is like a 70s project.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that far back.
Yeah. They've had 60 years to test this out.
No, I didn't realize that was that far back.
Hey, you remember when they said that aliens crashed in Roswell, and then the story was that it was a weather balloon? Wouldn't it be funny if it was really just a weather balloon?
Yeah, I must admit, I never ever bought into that, because at that time I would have been about 10 years old.
I totally did.
Yeah, I
totally did.
Fake. Yeah, I just knew it was fake straight off the bat.
What about that Roswell invasion? Y'all remember that? That happened a few years ago, or that plan for the Roswell invasion?
I don't remember that one.
Oh, you mean the storming Area 51? That nonsense?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
we had a couple of LARPers come on here and ask us if we were gonna do it too, because there's evidence of flat Earth in Area 51. Like, yeah, okay, dude.
Some people did go there.
Which I think it is.
Yeah, a few people did go to Area 51. There was a small crowd.
I don't think there's nothing there. It's a honeypot. Yeah, this is our secret base.
Yeah, it's a distraction.
Yeah, but don't they say though? I mean, according to the documentary, What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, and What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3 combined, 4.5 hour documentary, right, on the about the moon landing hoax. They put forward that there's an area that has the moon landings mapped out exactly to what we see on the moon. The area in Area 51, apparently, or near Area 51.
Yeah, it was somewhere in Arizona, I thought. Area 51 is in Nevada, I think.
Yeah,
in Nevada. Yeah, they did a bunch of training.
Bill Casey said that.
So they did a bunch of training, the Apollo clowns, they did training in Arizona. And what people have noticed is that some of the geography of Arizona looks like the same geography that they said is on the moon.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Bill Casey also mentioned it as well in his interview. Yeah, I like Bill Casey. I like Bill Casey for his integrity, right? He knew we couldn't go to the moon, and he wasn't scared to let the public know. He never went to the moon. Very good book, and his interviews are quite compelling when it comes to NASA. So yeah, I give Bill Casey a salute. You know, you can trust him at least.
Hi, can I chime in?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna keep it real. I know like you guys are really passionate about this. I don't believe this shit for one thing. I don't believe that the flat Earth is flat, and I just don't understand why you guys believe this. Like, I get it. Like, I get the point. Like, oh, they're against God, and it's made up to disprove God. But why would they do all that work to disprove God? Like, why?
Can you? Hang on a second. Why don't you stop?
No, hold on. We'll take this.
No. Let me just say this quickly. Because I know where you're going. Why don't you start from the beginning, and that'll be from yourself. And the question would be, what evidence do you have that proves to you without a doubt that Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles, which the radius is of 3,959 miles, and it's spinning on a tilt of 23.4 degrees axis at the equator, 1,038 miles per hour, right? In a yearly orbit of 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, and then the whole thing they're moving at 600,000 miles per hour, and then the whole galaxy moving at 2.3 miles an hour. Now, using your integrity and honesty, how do you know that that's happening? Because it's not the flat Earth is not a belief system. It's not a belief. It is methodical process of elimination. Please do that.
See, my issue is, the flat Earth always comes at people that don't know much on these huge scientific terms. We don't have to do all that.
If you don't know much,
like a lunar eclipse. Like, why do we see the Earth's shadow on the moon? Like, we don't have to say all the scientific stuff. Like,
hold Hold
they
on.
don't know. They
Let me
don't know
address-
all the scientific stuff. Like I get it. You guys might be
Listen,
smarter
do you
for
want-
knowing all this, but why can't we just do it on a common sense?
Okay, can we actually address what you said, or you're gonna ramble?
I'm
you
just
did
saying.
common sense.
I'm just being honest. Like, why do we have to always
you're not
come
being
into
honest.
science? Like, you know
And
that mass
listen,
majority of people are.
Why do you think?
You're not
let me
being
ask-
honest.
Jen, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Plug
Let
boy.
me mute myself.
Yeah,
What's
no,
your
it's Plug Boy
what's your
talk.
evidence? What's your evidence in eclipse is the shadow of the Earth on the moon?
Well, we've seen it before. If you look at every time there's been a lunar
You're not answering my question.
Wait,
You're not
I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. If you look at
by not answering my question.
Okay, what's your question then?
What's your evidence that a solar eclipse is the Earth's shadow on the moon?
Okay, well, why wouldn't it be? Here's my question.
That's not evidence. You're in you're appeal to
But
incredulity.
what else would it be then? What
That's an
other?
appeal to incredulity. So let's say I make up a story. It's a fucking
Okay.
turtle. It's a turtle shell. And then you say, "What's your evidence of turtle shell?" And I go, "What else could it be?"
Yeah, but
Is that a valid argument?
Like, what else would it be though? Because think about it like this: what would the lunar eclipse? What would it be? Why do we see that shadow on the Earth? And
What's your
why do we
evidence?
see-
It's a shadow. You're just repeating yourself. that
I'm
it's a
just
shadow.
saying this on a
Your
common
evidence of
sense
your claim is your claim. Like what, dude?
All right, well,
You're
all right,
making a
I'll say it
claim.
like this.
I'm telling you like this, dude. Look, Plug Boy, I know you're the one who came in and screamed in the live stream earlier. I'm not dumb.
I didn't scream.
Yeah,
That
you did,
wasn't
dude.
me.
Yeah, you did. Shut the fuck up. Stop lying.
Dude, listen.
Yeah, you came in the live stream and screamed earlier. That was like 2 hours
Okay,
ago.
well, if I did it, what evidence do you have instead of making assumptions?
I'll post from the log from the.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
We
'cause I
record
didn't
this.
scream. There's another guy named.
We
Plug
record
Boy
this on the
server.
live stream, dumbass.
Okay,
There's a live.
well, at the end
You're
of
on
the day,
YouTube
can we
right
just
now.
have a civil conversation about this. It doesn't have.
Yeah,
to be
well,
heated.
lying excludes civility. So don't appeal to a civil conversation when you're lying.
I'm
about
not
what you
lying.
did.
I'm saying.
This is recorded on YouTube. It's recorded.
Okay, listen. I want to let you know something.
The person that joined at that exact time has the same user ID that you have.
Can I just talk to you?
It has the same user ID you have.
It does not have to say, dude. If you put in look, if you put in Plug Boy on the search on the left, there's 2 Plug Boys in the server.
Yeah,
I'm a
that's
famous
fine.
YouTuber. But
Okay,
anyway, it doesn't
so there's
matter.
a
I want to
time-
talk to you.
yeah.
I don't want to talk about this bullshit. There's
Course
people
not.
impersonating me. I have haters, but at the
No,
end of the
you're
day,
lying. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
The YouTube video has a time that runs across it.
Okay,
the
can we just
timestamp
talk
of the
about
voice
fire-
log
I don't wanna
matches
argue
the
with you.
time
Why-
you streamed, which matches the user ID of the person talking in this chat right now, which is you. You're lying. You should just stop. You're not fooling anybody. Okay? So let's get back to the. Well, we can talk about eclipses now. Now that you've been exposed as a liar, so I don't know why I'm going to talk to you.
I'm not lying. Can we just have a civil conversation?
Okay. Yeah, if you stop lying.
Dude, okay, listen. I know you ain't gonna believe me, but I have impersonators in the server because I have a hate group against me.
That
I
might
know
be
you
true,
don't
but
believe
this ain't that time.
Not the same ID. The dude got banned. Like, how could that be? Look, my account was made on. I don't even know. Like,
Look,
years ago.
can we move on? Look, you've been caught lying.
We're just
Can
going to
we
go to
move
eclipses.
on?
I just wanted
Where's
to
your
point that out.
integrity, man?
Let's
Where's
just go.
your-
Let's
where's your
Can we
honesty?
just actually have
Can
a
we move on?
conversation about this? Why
Okay,
does
so yeah, we're going to move back to eclipses. We're going to move back to
No,
eclipses.
I want to have a civil conversation. I don't know why
am. I'm moving back to eclipses.
you guys are compassionate.
We
about
are going to have a civil conversation. We're going to go back on topic. We're going to
Okay.
talk back about eclipses. Okay, so you made a claim. The Earth's shadow is on the moon. Okay, that's the claim. What's the evidence for the claim?
But I'm just trying to combat this at a common sense point. What else would it be?
Yeah.
What?
That's
So
not
we have
common-
scientific data that it's.
What else could it be?
lunar eclipse that the
It could be
moon-
the moon is self-illuminating when it gets dark. Well, actually, it doesn't get dark. It actually turns red
But it's
when
not
it
like
changes color.
patterns before.
It could be a node. It could be a lunar node. It could
So
be a
let me-
lunar node, and that's why it's doing that.
But we've never seen. So we have a pattern, right? It's like biology. You know how people are born with like. I'm not trying to get weird here. Like, hear me out. But you know how like you're a female, you have a vagina, or you're a male, you have a penis. Like, it's just that, right? But there's some people that intersex. With the moon, we see patterns. We don't ever see the patterns of moons unless it's a lunar eclipse. So what I'm trying to say is, you never see this pattern unless it's a lunar eclipse, because it's an occurrence.
Can you explain why? Can you explain why you can see stars through the moon?
Why can't
let's not go there.
Don't tease yourself. We won't go there.
Yeah, let's not go there.
We don't have to go there. I'm just saying.
Can you explain why we can't see the moon, the dark side of the moon? Why we can't see a shine around it? Like they say we can see with Earth. Yeah, but there's a shine on it, dude.
I just listen.
There's a glisten, right?
Look, you're like playing into like his nonsense, dude. Let's just keep it on his claim. His claim is shadow of the Earth on the moon causes eclipses. Let's just keep it on that. Okay.
That's stupid. Well, what's your?
That's your claim, dude. I don't have. Listen, I just gave you one. The moon is self-illuminating, and then it turns red every once in a while.
What is it self-illuminating off of? Like a reflection?
Hold on, dude. Why are you asking me for explanations, dude? I made a claim. The claim's the evidence for the claim. Like that's what you did the same thing.
I know, but if
what else would it be? No, boy. What else would it be?
But what would it?
What else would it be? That's my argument. Is what else would it be? I'm trying to illustrate to you how illogical your argument is.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying what would it be self-illuminating off of? Because like if we look
self-illumination,
water, right?
It lights itself.
Self-illumination.
It lights itself.
It's self-illuminated.
It's its own light, dude. What else would it be?
Yeah.
What else would it be?
What else would it be, man?
He's teaching you that you can't just make these claims. So let's look at your claim in detail. So let's look at your claim in detail. Do you understand how shadows work?
Can I just say this? If you
do you understand how shadows work?
Water, right? That's self-illuminating. So what is it self-illuminating off with the water of the earth?
It doesn't have. It's self-illuminating. Have you ever seen like a glow-in-the-dark sticker?
Yeah, of course I have. But
they're self-illuminating. They don't require a light to illuminate them. They're self-illuminating. You ever see a glow stick?
What about the cuttlefish? The cuttlefish. The cuttlefish under the sea in the ocean. They're self-illuminating.
No. Self-illuminating is usually bioluminescence or chemical luminescence.
Listen, I think we're just overthinking this, right? Why?
Oh, we're really?
No, we're not.
Really?
Like, why you gotta get so aggressive about it? I'm just trying to take it on common sense.
Aggressive. I think
you keep being aggressive, dude.
But at the end of the day,
not using your integrity at all at the moment.
Plug boy, let's just get back to your claim. What's the evidence for your claim?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't understand why the government would fake flat Earth. Like, I get it.
Don't obfuscate and run away from your. Stop! Don't stop! Do not run away from your own claim. Do you understand that shadows conform to the shape that they hit? So when you have a straight shadow hit a stairway.
Will you let him finish his sentence, Plug boy?
Yeah, I will. Sorry.
So when you see a straight shadow hit a stairway, for instance, you see that it does no longer look straight. It starts looking like a jagged saw blade, for instance. So when you cast a circular shadow, like you assume is happening from the Earth, onto a spherical body, you don't get a circular shadow passing in front of the sphere or on the sphere. It distorts along the sphere, and so you would see that it was a shadow hitting a sphere. Do you have any evidence of that in this lunar eclipses?
But what else would it be? That's my question.
I just proved to you that it cannot be what you just assumed because shadows act a certain way and you don't have a shadow there.
See, not only
think about it this way, we have a rotation, right? Can I just say this?
No, we don't have a rotation. No, we don't.
Well, think about it as a rotation. I know you don't believe it, but we have the sun.
No, there's no evidence for it. It's not that I don't believe it.
Reflecting on the moon. What else?
Yeah, that's a cool story.
But how does it reflect?
I gave you. Listen. You have no evidence it's a shadow. You have no evidence it's a reflection. You have no evidence of rotation. You have no evidence of anything you're saying. You're just telling us a story. Not only do you have no evidence of your claim, we have evidence disproving that claim.
Listen,
you understand? Not only is your claim have no evidence, there's evidence that is contrary to it. So a sphere, what Drace was trying to explain to you, a sphere does not cast a round shadow onto a sphere. It casts a round shadow onto a flat surface. But the moon is supposed to be a sphere.
Like? Okay,
Why are you ignoring what I just said?
I'm not ignoring what you said. I'm just
what I just repeat it back to me then.
A quarter, right? If you had a
back
quarter,
to me what I just said to you.
Okay, if you had a quarter, right?
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
What do you want me to say to you?
I want you to repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I get it. You said that a sphere couldn't. Well, why couldn't? I don't understand that though. Can you explain that? Like, why would a sphere not reflect a spherical image on the moon? I
didn't say any of that, dude. I said a sphere does not cast a sphere casts a round shadow onto a flat surface. A sphere does not cast a round shadow onto a curved surface because a curved surface distorts the shadow, right? And Drace explained that to you by a shadow being cast onto a staircase. Now, the staircase is the surface that the shadow is being cast upon, and because that surface is irregular and jagged, the shadow looks irregular and jagged, right? So if you have something that's already round cast onto something that's curved, it also becomes distorted. It will not appear curved, but will appear a different way. It'll appear if it moves across, it'll look like an oval partly. Then when it crosses the meridian, it'll turn into an S, and then it'll flip the other way. That's how it would look.
Okay, so listen, like I have this spherical, like circular object in my hand, right? And I have my phone light, and I'm sticking it at my monitor, and I see a curvature. I don't understand.
Yes, your monitor flat or curved.
Your monitor is flat.
I don't understand how.
Now take a ball and cast a circular shadow on that ball, and move that shadow across the ball, like you see with the lunar eclipses. Test your claims, your ideas. See if they actually work out in reality, and if they actually look the same. When you test it, you find that they don't.
We ain't gonna get anywhere with this. I'm just gonna say it like this. Why do you guys believe flat Earth? Is it because of a religious reason, or is it because no? Then why?
Because it's observed. That's what we observe in reality.
So, if you don't believe in God, why do you believe that there's a dome around the Earth?
I didn't mention any dome. I didn't mention any dome.
Well, that's what the mass majority of people believe in this server.
What? No, it isn't.
Okay, well then what do you believe?
You're just making shit up.
I'm not making stuff up. When I got verified in the server, the dude told me that I shouldn't believe that ice falls off the Earth, that there's a dome around the Earth. I'm not making that up. I'm just being truthful.
Whoever thought ice was falling off the Earth? Where'd you get that idea?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you believe that there's a
Okay,
dome.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, bug boy. I want to ask him one question. Do you think that we think the Earth is a disc in space?
A disc?
A disc in space. A disc in space. A flat Earth is, in our conception, a disc.
I don't mean to be that guy. I got a phone call. I'm just going to go on deafen real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, you are that guy.
Yeah, there's no
What did he say? What did he say? Yeah. It sounded like he said, I'm a coward and I have to leave.
The thing is, both me and Indio explained something to him and he could not repeat it. So to expect him to actually repeat something someone else said while he was getting verified is very unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, good point, Trace. That's actually a good point.
All right. Can I chime in for a sec? You guys don't mind? I'm just curious.
Yeah, go ahead. Hopefully you do better than the other guy.
No, I'm just curious.
He's all over the place, man. He needs to take his ADHD meds or something. I don't know.
I just want to know, what do you think the shape of the Earth is if it isn't a globe?
Okay.
It's Earth shaped.
I'll answer this one. We don't know.
We don't
know
Touche.
what the shape is, and we've never made that claim. And what we know though is that it's not actually an oblate spheroid. That's what we do know because, and if you look at the black swan that I posted there in the server, you'll see that will help you along. We see too far, then the Earth's curvature of 24,901 miles circumference with a radius of 3,959 would allow us to see. That we shouldn't be able to see as far as we can see. So it's not relying on any belief here. It is taking the information that we've been given from the so-called scientists, the professors, the cosmologists, astronomers, astrologers. They give us these dimensions that we learned at school, at college, university, and we're putting it to the test, and we are unable to find that curvature. We've used cutting-edge technologies. So what Aristophanes supposedly did 2,300 years ago, okay, with the sticks and the well in his loincloth and battered sandals in a place called Alexandria and Syene, saying that he measured the Earth's curvature to 24,855 miles. Today's modern technology, user-friendly technology, cannot replicate that. Okay, that is the problem.
Can I ask Chibi something? Is flat a shape or is it a description?
Great question.
Flat? Is it a shape or a description?
Yeah. Right.
Well, we describe something with a shape.
Well, no.
The question was: is flat denoting a shape?
Is flat a shape or a description?
Yeah. Right.
Because
it's a description in this context.
All right.
Thank you. That's what's required.
Let me cover something really quickly.
Yeah.
You don't think the Earth is some idealized shape, like a cube or a pyramid or a sphere?
So you guys are like shape agnostic.
Let me ask you. If I say, what's the shape of a rock?
Sphere. Generally.
A rock is a sphere. I don't know where you found that rock. Never seen a spherical rock in nature. There are no spheres in nature.
If there's enough erosion, it'll become sphere-like.
The only spherical thing made of rock you've ever seen was man-made.
Do you mean like a rock that I found on the ground, or like?
Yeah, so like a rock, like a regular rock.
Yeah. I mean, it has
it doesn't have a shape, right?
Yeah, it's like jagged. It's round.
But you can't can't say it's some idealized shape, like a square, a cube, a freaking.
No, but it does have a general shape.
Of what?
You can describe. I'm not saying all rocks are a certain shape, but you can pick up a rock and generally describe it as a certain shape.
Such as which shape is rock?
Like what rocks do you pick up to skip on the pond?
Those are flat.
Flat.
But I guess you would call them rectangles. Or discs, or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Like a disc, yeah.
So, like, we're applying all these idealized shapes. The Earth is in its own category. It's not an idealized shape. So when people ask us, what's the shape of the Earth? We're not claiming that it's some idealized geometric figure. The Earth is the Earth, right? Whatever shape it is, that's the shape it is.
All right.
Yeah, we don't know what it is, though.
We're not claiming we know the bounds and extent of it, right? We don't even claim that you can go outside of it, quite honestly.
Yeah.
That's right.
So,
we don't know.
You don't. Okay.
Yeah, and that's not a dishonest answer. That is the correct answer. What we do know, though, it is not an oblate spheroid spinning and hurtling through the universe that none of us have confirmed to exist. The universe itself. You use the words so readily, as readily as you door handle, door window, ice cream, go to the toilet, flush the poo. But the universe can't come into that realm. It's never been proven to exist.
The universe?
See what I mean? The universe has never been proven to exist. How have you proven it?
I haven't proven anything.
He's talking about the Big Bang
Thank you.
space
Thank
cosmology. That's what he means by universe. By the way.
Yeah, no, I didn't claim to.
Right, that's what
anyways,
I'm saying. Yeah, so
I'm just curious to know what your point of view is. That's all.
No confirmation. You've got a lot of beliefs, but no confirmation. That's why I asked you at the very beginning, what is your evidence for the claims that have been made about Earth?
I guess that makes sense, right? Like, you can't really prove it yourself. Like, how are we going to prove? Like, what? How are we going to figure out how the universe started? Or like, how are we going to?
If there is
like the idea of the Big Bang. How would we ever confirm that ourselves, right? Like you and I,
that's why it's
not a physicist or some physics department at a university or people doing active research. Like, how would we figure that out?
It's not a requirement. Yeah, it's not a requirement.
It's not about us not not accepting science or something like that. We have highly educated people here. It's so don't try to draw that implication.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I was
you can't say because
genuine.
you're not a scientist.
No,
you can't know. Basically,
listen. I'm just saying, how are we going to figure that out? It's a genuine question.
Well, how
would we figure that out?
The question is, how did they
Ask yourself the question: how did they supposedly figure it out?
Yeah, that's right.
That's. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't know.
If they explain it. Exactly. You don't know, but yet you're using the word readily like it exists. That's the problem.
Word?
When you say
what did I say?
Often, hear me out. When you repeat the word universe often enough, it becomes a real thing, even though you haven't actually measured it and confirmed that it exists. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
It's called integrity. This situation you're in right now, hang on a second. This situation you're in right now, in this server right now, requires your integrity, your honor, and your honesty. Without it, you have nothing. Do you understand? You've got to be honest to yourself.
I'm just curious. That's all. I never claimed. I never. Yeah, I never. What did I say? I was just asking questions. Anyways, like what?
Right. So I asked you, what is your best answer? And before you answer, remember your integrity, your honesty, and your honor. So you've made some claims about us that we didn't have, like we knew the shape when we did.
What did I?
We don't know the shape, and we can never know. You know.
Oh, okay. Well, I was curious. I just want to know, like, if you guys had it, like, if you guys, like, had an idea of what the shape of the Earth was. I was just asking a question.
Nah, we don't have any idea. We don't really have any idea.
Right.
That's the honest.
That's all right, mate. And he's not yelling at you. It's just the way he talks. So yeah.
Sorry, ex-military style. Sorry about that. You know.
That's all right. So if there isn't like a universe outside of like our Earth, then what is it?
We don't know. Let's work out what Earth is first and foremost. Let's get the lies that have been perpetrated to everybody. Let's clear the air so we can actually explore Antarctica if we were able to. There'll be more answers coming. Let's go to the North Pole. There are things we need to be doing here on Earth first and foremost. And remember this, we can confirm nothing from Earth about the things that have been labeled planets and stars. We do not know what they are. We cannot know what they are unless we go there. And since we are not able to go there, we need to spend more time bringing peace, stopping the tyranny. There's lots going on here on Earth that needs to be stopped. That's the issue. That's number one, fundamental. Education.
Yeah.
The heliocentric model, for example. Do you get me? Do you understand now?
Yeah, I get it. No, I agree with that. Like, there's the fact that, you know, we're sitting here and having this discussion just shows how privileged we are, right? There's like shit going on in the world that's fucking terrible. I agree with that. And, you know, before we ever decide on like becoming like a space, you know, spacefaring society or species, we got to figure out the shit here on Earth first, because it's fucked. I agree with that. But I'm not sure about like the universe. If like
what's space? Wait,
yeah, correct. And I think we should strike up these kind of conversations.
Well, all right. Can I clarify?
I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. What I'm trying to say is that we need to strike up these kind of conversations in an amicable manner that get the people you're talking to question the validity of going to space and everything else in an amicable way, so that people begin to think, have I been believing a lot and not actually checking? And this is how people come to the understanding perhaps there is a deception. That's what we should be doing in any free time we have if we're talking to people that we've never met. Those who are in the knowledge, like us flat earthers, for example. And that's what we try to do. Not just here on the server, but out on the streets. In our daily lives. When the timing is right, of course. We don't go around like an evangelist. I don't mean that. I just mean there are moments when you're talking to people and there's a timing that's perfect, and then you ask them, have you ever considered the idea that the Earth may not be an oblate spheroid? And then from that moment on, you've connected, and there you go. And then you give them a few links from your smart device, and then you move on. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, and to clarify, what I meant earlier was before we start trying to figure out, what space is in your view, we should figure out what Earth is, what this shit's going on. That's going on Earth. Figure our shit out before we go out there.
There's a lot going on here. That's humanity is at a crossroads, and we need to, get this tyranny, break this thing. At the same time, learn about our environment. But we cannot go to space the way they've described it to us, with all the obstacles that are out there. And those obstacles would be 3 radiation belts: cosmic ray particles, neutron ray particles, gamma ray, the sun solar flare on an 11-year cycle. And the radiation. It's just impossible to be going there. That's their description of space. Not that I'm saying it actually exists, what they tell us, but that's what they tell us. And we need to answer them, well, how is it NASA could have gone and navigated through all those obstacles? Devastatingly lethal, instantaneous death levels of radiation. And
is it lethal?
Out, for your information, very last point, that aluminium is the worst material that you would ever use to make a space rocket to go to space. Because when radiation hits aluminium and passes through into the environment where the astronauts are, it intensifies, it magnifies, and it will destroy any living organism or DNA once it passes through the aluminium. And NASA's rocket's thickness, 2 millimeters at best. And they would require 4 inches, 10 centimeters to contend with all this stuff if they were to use aluminium, being the worst material, by the way. But that's all I'm going to say on that matter for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you have anything that I can read on that? Just curious.
Yeah, I certainly can, and I'll post it in about 60 seconds. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I did already posted a link to nasa.gov where they speak about the lethal radiation and how they cannot go beyond low Earth orbit today, and because they have not solved the problem of shielding. And so they destroyed all of that technology, and apparently it's a painful process to build it back again, and they're not able to do that.
All right, I'll check it out.
Yeah. So we have a lot of information that discredits. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I was just going to say, have you ever experienced or seen curvature yourself?
Yeah, my girlfriend's booty.
There you are. There you are. I love that.
That's about it, isn't it?
I love that answer.
Hope you're not joking.
Because I often say to people that the eye can definitely recognize curvature. You put a woman naked 3 miles out, and you look at
That's the only curvature I need, brother. Let me tell you what.
There you go.
Exactly, mate.
Right. I posted the article from the Herald, so you can see it for yourself. It's there, in CBR one, just posted it. Okay, and it's telling you exactly why aluminium it covers quite a lot. It basically covers the discrepancies from NASA. They want the radiation exposure levels and time lengths, and NASA's been reticent in delivering those information. And what information they do give is conflicting with what the scientists and professors and that have said about space. So it really does put NASA on the block, and NASA's found wanting. And then they offer up this idea that aluminium is the worst material that can be used to go to space because of the radiation problem there. When radiation passes through aluminium, it intensifies that radiation. So the astronauts would have been better off outside of the radiation rather than inside it. Outside of the spacecraft, rather than being inside the spacecraft. Because the radiation would be intensified. And I think, wow, I mean, this is embarrassing, you see.
All right, I'm just reading the abstract for it. Give me one sec.
Yeah, you can. You can take your time. You can read it whenever. You don't have to read it now. You can read it tomorrow, but it's there. Bookmark it as well. I would suggest that you bookmark it so you've got it. That's what I did. I bookmarked this article like 3 years ago or more. And I just don't want it, So I've been saying that for a while, that, aluminium is the worst material. You can't. It doesn't work. It's the worst.
Okay.
But we have people like Bill Woods.
Are you skeptical about what the general science community tells us, or do you generally believe what they tell you?
Yeah, I'm skeptical. Skeptical about it.
You're getting some curvature.
Sorry, I'm tired, bro. Yeah, I got some. My brain is flat.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, I'm skeptical about anything really until I learn more about it. Right.
Good. So you experience the world as flat and stationary.
Yeah, that's fine, and that's the position. But your position should always be.
So you're then skeptical about the globe?
I think there's a lag.
I'm skeptical about many things.
Yeah.
But
so
not
your
further research them.
Flat and stationary, and yet they tell you to forget about your senses and just believe that you're on a ball spinning in outer space. But you don't experience any of those things. Shouldn't they have given you some pretty good evidence that that's where you live? To not trust your senses. So you go out, you go, okay, it's flat, feels stationary.
I mean, I guess.
Or it should be flat and stationary until I'm proven otherwise.
I mean, where I live is pretty. There's a lot of hills and stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's topography, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think like if the Earth was big enough, it'd be hard to tell.
But they've given
just with your eyes,
They've given you the size of it.
Yeah.
So therefore, we can.
Yeah. So the ball they gave you is much smaller than what we see with our eyes.
Yeah. You see that? It's a great one. That is absolutely correct.
Wait, how'd you know that? How'd you verify that?
Let me show you a picture. If you look at the Black Swan image again, you see how far away how far away the horizon is.
Give me 1 sec. Yeah, I'm watching it. Okay.
So if
10
we
miles?
just assume, so if we just assume that's 10 miles, the size of your globe would be 250,000 mile radius. The current size of the globe that you believe you live on is 3,959 mile radius. So that's a gigantic increase. The globe would be so large that the current model and the distance to the moon would basically all fit within your globe. And you could stack all of the supposed planets in the solar system within your globe, no problem.
Okay, so what you're saying is due to where the horizon is, you can calculate what the radius of the Earth would be from this video?
Yeah, just the same as we can calculate how far away the radius would be on the ball based on our observer height, based on the size of the ball.
Just curious.
Why would you do that? Because
how?
It's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, actually. And that's an approximation for the curve calculation. And so that way you can see
so how does the radius factor into that equation?
The radius is the line from the center of the sphere to the edge, and then you curve the curve based on the radius.
Okay, so I'm just curious, like, where would I find how to calculate that? Like how?
There's many different approximations. You can
flat
just
Earth
look
curvature
up
chart.
Sending it to you right now. It's in the live stream.
It's nothing related to flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I mean it literally says flat Earth curvature chart. I'm just reading something.
Yeah, that's just one website or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. I posted one for you. Can you see it? Gin CBR1. I posted it.
Yeah, I see
all
it.
these dimensions and mass and formulas are derived from the numbers were given from mainstream science, essentially.
Yeah, this is
Nothing
not
comes
flat
from
Earth
flat
math.
earthers.
Yeah, this is not flat Earth math. It's just hosted on a flat Earth owned website.
Okay.
This image
And
that
I've
Jim is
posted the
posting,
formula.
but there are multiple ways to try to calculate this, and you can look it up online. There's thousands or not thousands. There's a few different ways of approximating the curve, and it should give you a distance to the horizon. And so, using the same methods, you can basically figure out how big the globe would have to be for the horizon to be that far away. Problem is, we can see the horizon even further away at times, and even in that picture, if you look at the video it comes from, you can see an island that's 30 miles away. So if that were the size of the globe, now your globe is the size of the sun.
What was the height
What
of
are you
the
gonna-
observer height? 8 feet. Okay.
Well, the observer height is actually 1 foot on the Black Swan image.
1 foot? Oh.
Yes.
It says 8 feet.
That's a different Black Swan image.
Oh. Well, it's a lot of information. I gotta look into it. 1 foot in the video. 1 foot above the water. Okay, I gotta watch this video. I can't watch bits and pieces. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is some information to look at. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Just to clear the air with the confusion, the black swan that I posted was 8 feet because it was taken from outside a restaurant, so so the elevation was slightly higher. The same rules apply. Anyway, the geometric horizon will be 3.46 miles if you're at 8 feet. If you're at 1 feet, or 1 foot, should I say, it should be 1.22 miles. So, obviously when you raise your elevation, you will be able to see a little further, but we're seeing much further than we should be. Okay. And the video that I put with it explains it very well. My one is accompanying, it's a set. It's the actual image taken at around 6 o'clock in the morning, and the video explains all that. So you get a good understanding. But the original Black Swan image was apparently 1 foot. But you can take that image from 2 foot, 3 foot. This one was 8 feet, should I say. Okay? Easy to understand. Very easy to understand.
So
someone's posted.
From this, you extrapolate that the Earth should be much bigger than it is.
No,
much bigger than what science claims.
If you believe the horizon is a geometric sphere edge, you can believe that the horizon is shrinking and growing and becoming unimaginably large or very small. The problem here is that the Glober assumption rests on a false premise. The horizon isn't a globe edge.
So the horizon is what then? If it isn't that,
the horizon is the apparent location.
It's an optical illusion.
Yeah,
it's an optical illusion.
It's the apparent location where the sky meets the ground, where the light from above, meets the light from below, and as those light meets, it becomes indiscernible. Yeah, from the ground. There's light coming from the sky. There's light coming from the ground.
There's light reflecting off the ground. Is that what you mean? Is it like where the ground and the sky meet?
Well, okay, let's not complicate this matter. Basically, it's the land or the ocean versus the sky. Where they meet, that's known as the horizon, which is actually an optical illusion because you and I know that the sky never hits the ground. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, well...
right, so it's
I don't mean literally they touch. I mean visually.
Yeah, but that's why I say it's an optical illusion because it looks as if they're touching, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Look in the live stream. I posted a video here of
I see it in the
hallway.
GIF. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, if you take
Vanishing
the walls, if you take the walls away, all of a sudden that vanishing point turns into a vanishing line, and this is happening because there's an optical limit to the optics being used, and so you can't discern something that's too small. And then when you have a line like this, the light from the ceiling and the light from the ground are both meeting at a certain point, and so it becomes unresolvable in the middle. So even if you get bigger optics and you can zoom a little bit more and see a little bit more, it doesn't change the fact that there's still a limitation there.
So you're saying that it's an apparent horizon because we can't resolve that far, wherever that is. So in theory, we should be able to see infinitely across if we could resolve that far.
No, I just addressed that. This is the Rayleigh
Can you see the picture that I posted in the server? Look, I posted another one. Look, can you see?
Isn't that what you just said? That we don't have enough resolving power to see what's beyond the vanishing point?
That's only one aspect of it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
But you can use an optical.
Oh, is it me?
Tool Handycam.
Yeah, I posted for you here the Rayleigh criterion, and you can see here that the 1.22 is again right here. This is actually because the Greeks didn't have any understanding of optics. They believed they saw via invisible laser beams coming out of their eyes, and so they didn't understand any of this. And so they thought the Earth was a ball, the horizon was a geometric sphere edge, and they didn't even know that refraction or anything like that existed. And when you look at the horizon with your eyes, you can see boats appear to disappear for a 6-foot observer at around 3 miles away, which is what you would expect on the globe if it were a geometric horizon. But that fits with the Rayleigh criterion and I gotta look at my notes. Where is it?
So Rayleigh criterion. Diffraction to resolution states. Two images are just resolvable in the center of the diffraction pattern.
Yeah, the angular resolution limit.
Okay.
So that's one aspect of it. But when you combine that with the Rayleigh criterion, or you have two light rays intersecting at a certain point, it becomes unresolvable. And so that's where you end up with an unresolvable line that you just can't get beyond. And you're also thinking about what you're viewing is through the air. And so there's all those factors that can also limit how far you can see. So even if you had an infinitely large optic, so you could basically see something that's really, really small, even though it's really far away, it would still diffuse, the image would diffuse in the air, and so it would become less and less visible. And so it's better to use infrared, and infrared can actually see further. It cuts through the haze better. And so the longest world record long-distance photographs are taken in infrared.
This obvious B. I can't read that GIF that fast, man. I'm sorry. There's too much information getting thrown at me. But yeah.
Yeah, somebody has it in a video.
Did you understand?
Yeah, so atmospheric conditions, angular resolution issues doesn't allow us to resolve something infinitely far away. Yeah, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear my voice? Because I think the explanation you're receiving is a little bit complicated for you to understand. I'm trying to break it down even simpler. And that's correct. What you've said is absolutely correct. The eye is limited in its performance. That's all it is. Okay? Right. So if you want to see further, then you would pick up a pair of binoculars or a telescope, for example. That would aid the eye to see further. But even then, if an object is moving away from your locale, your telescope will be limited as well in the end, won't it? The object will move further than the focal power of the telescope. Right. So that's how our eyes work similarly. Okay?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So, all right. So you
understand.
Oh, so this was all describing like your physical eye is what you used all of this to describe, right?
Of course, yeah. That's what we have first and foremost. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you see my meme, you see the horizon. Look, you see the horizon. What you see, and underneath it's got there what people who believe the Earth is a globe think they see, but it's not that, or what they believe. You know, right? If you scroll back, you'll see my meme. It's there.
I see it. Yeah.
The thing is, you know, the top one, that where the horizon is dead level, the horizon, that's an optical illusion because we know that the sky isn't touching the water. Is that not correct?
Which one? The first one?
The top one, where it says what you see.
Yeah.
Right. Now, that's what we normally see, yeah? But we know that that's an optical illusion. You would agree to that. It's an optical illusion, isn't it? Isn't it?
Wait. So the top one, it looks kind of Photoshop. Not gonna lie, this cloud's up there.
Look. I'm saying that's what we see in general, yeah? That the sky appears to touch the water. Yes or no?
Yeah, we see that.
Right, and that is an actual optical illusion. Yes or no? Hell,
I
don't
know. I mean, if it's
you don't know,
purely,
so basically,
if it's based purely off of my visual observation,
you don't know. You've said you don't know. Look, listen. When you see that image, the question is to you now: is the sky actually touching the ocean?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, then because if it was, then we'd be able to travel to that point where the sky touches the ocean, right?
Thank you. So it's an optical illusion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So when you look out at the horizon, it's an optical illusion anyway. That's fact and foremost, right? And then you're limited as to how far you can see. So when a ship moves away from your locale, it will always disappear bottom upwards. Always. It will not deliver top down. It's always bottom to the top because it's moving away from you, and your eye's ability to focus at the bottom, you can't, because the actual distance at which the ship is moving away from you, the ocean itself is getting in the way. Now, that's not curvature. It's just a law of perspective and angular resolution. For if you could click your fingers, snap, and put yourself at the location of the ship, you'd see the bottom of the ship. You see what I mean? So the bottom is always there.
From
the angle at which we are looking at it from, as it moves away from us, it disappears bottom upwards. That's all that's going on.
But how would the ocean obscure the boat?
Well, because basically the ship is sitting on the ocean. The ship is moving away from us as it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then the actual resolution, we cannot see the bottom of the ship. It appears to be disappearing because our eye's ability to see the bottom of the ship as the ship moves away from us is being hampered. We cannot do that. We cannot resolve that kind of detail.
Wouldn't it? But wait, if we can't resolve it, right? Wouldn't it disappear top down?
No, it wouldn't disappear top down because
I think you cut out.
Yeah, because the sky meets the ground at our optical limits, right? So they're both equal, right? You follow me?
Yeah, it just all disappears.
Well, it becomes unresolvable.
Yeah, we can't. That's a given. Like, I don't think anyone disputes that.
It's gonna disappear from both sides, man. At some point, I guarantee it. You know, top down, bottom up, whatever.
Oh, you've been huffing helium, Professor.
Yeah, there's some sort of like sample rate thing going on with you, Flat Earth dude, where your voice is like pitched up higher.
He's
I was noticing that
he
too.
broke into NASA's stockpiles, man.
He's high off life.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. Listen to yourself on the YouTube live stream and just hear it. You'll see.
All right.
Oh, you went on deafen.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say to him, he would have noticed when vehicles move away from his locale, the vehicle disappears bottom upwards. The wheels disappear first, and then the back of the car, and then it all disappears and it's gone. I mean, what's his problem? It's not complicated. Follow what you see. So that's why I said he's going to need his integrity, his honesty, his honor. You need all that, because if you're going to be dishonest and that, then you're not going to learn the truth.
I'm just asking questions, brother.
No, that's cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to say to you, just keep that in mind. When a car goes past you or a bus past your locale, as it approached you, it was tiny. Now, we know that bus is a full-size bus because there's people on the bus. But from the distance we're looking at it, it doesn't look like any human being can get in there, the size of an ant. Okay, right now. But as the bus approaches us, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Then it gets to my locale. It's full size. It goes past. I feel the wind draft, right? And then it moves away from me. And now it starts to appear smaller and smaller and smaller. And if you keep looking, the bottom of the bus disappears first. Okay? That's the law of perspective. That's natural law. And the bus is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Even though we know that bus
does anyone
is not
dispute
a small
that?
bus.
I think that's
I'm just trying to get you to understand that there are times we have optical illusions happening around us all the time, and we take them for granted. That's all I'm
There
saying.
are more things that play into it, and I posted a video for you from Life is Short, Angular Resolution, and Our World. It's a good.
Is there FBI warning in the beginning? What the fuck? Hey, yo, am I gonna get arrested for watching this?
Yeah, you're arrested,
No.
man. They took handcuffs. Drace, handcuff him. Hey, how's my
fuck,
audio
dude.
now? Better?
Yeah, you sound like you got more testosterone in you.
Thanks.
Yeah, you sound normal now.
Okay, thanks.
Chippy, I wanted to direct you to this demonstration with an RC boat, basically. This is going to pretty much, well, visualize exactly what Jen has been trying to describe to you. And it's performed at a scale where there is no potential for any curvature to be causing the obscuring of the boat, basically. It's all optical effects or the movement of the water itself. So you can give that a watch. It's pretty short, 5 minutes.
I'm watching it now. A lot of like atmospheric like distortion. Will that affect it?
All these factors will play into observation.
Yeah. I that's what I told you about earlier. There's the medium, which are distortions in the air between you and the target. There's the light itself. If the rays from the bottom of the RC boat or the real boat don't hit your eye because they hit the ground, you're not going to see those rays. And there's a bunch of small little things that play into this. The RC boats disappearing over small ponds, it's very easy to see when you use very small aperture cameras, because now we're back into the Rayleigh criterion and angular resolution limits and the diffraction limit. So you see the horizon being much too close for the ball with the small aperture camera, something the Greeks could never test.
I'll also say, to be honest, the resolution of that camera sucks ass, and it's like
that's by
really
design.
zoomed in, like max zoomed in, so like the optical quality is terrible.
Yeah, that's by design. It's kind of like if we use the small aperture cameras and the horizon appears way too close. We use the big aperture cameras and all of a sudden the horizon appears 10 times further than it should be. If we use those side by side, all of a sudden we have 3 different horizon distances. Is the globe changing sizes based on the optics I'm looking through, or is it not a globe?
Yeah. I'm just watching it. Sorry. What is that GIF that Jenna posted in here? What is that supposed to be demonstrating?
It's a time lapse from Skunk Bay, and it's showing you how the medium can cause compression and towering of things in the distance, which can cause loss of them. Because when there's always, if you look into atmospherics, you'll see that they talk about how there's the most amount of compression near the horizon, and so the more compression there is, eventually it gets compressed beyond your ability to perceive it. And so the bottom of the boat might be getting compressed more than the top of the boat, and all of a sudden you don't see the bottom.
All right, let me watch this video. It says the camera is 2 inches above the water. The horizon should be 2,600 feet away. The boats disappear 700 feet. Wait, so I thought the horizon wasn't an actual physical location. It's just apparent.
Yeah, we're testing the Glober's claims. The Glober's claims are that the horizon is a physical location of the sphere edge.
Yeah, but that doesn't it shift depending on your perspective?
It does.
Yeah.
In reality.
Yeah, but still people get taught that it is a globe edge. That is the basis where the globe came from, and that's why we all believe it's a globe.
I think it's the perspective shift. It doesn't mean like that the globe is moving, or like the thing that we call a horizon is a physical thing, and then we move it.
No, that's the kind of ridiculous nature of the Globies' claims, basically. What we have in reality is an apparent horizon that shifts depending on the conditions of the given moment and the optical tools being used, yada yada. That's what we have in reality. But in the globe, the horizon is supposed to be a physical location, a physical object.
So as you go higher, doesn't the horizon like dip? Doesn't it doesn't it fall down at like in your perspective? Isn't it low?
Yeah, a tiny bit.
Any
That's
significant value, basically.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit, but you also got to think: are you not rising away from the surface? Would you not then have a dip as you rise above a flat surface?
Would you have a dip? What do you mean?
Yeah, an apparent dip, because you all of a sudden you're going up into the air away from the surface, and you're looking at the surface through a gradient at an angle.
Wait, but if we can't resolve a certain like distance, right? As we go up, like we observe, we're able to see more as we go up. But
yeah, that's because your angle to the ground opens up. Like when you're really pressed against the ground, like you can test this. Go up to your wall or any long surface, flat surface.
But isn't like resolving something like isn't there like a max distance? It doesn't matter about your height. It's just like your distance, like away from you.
No.
Yeah, like if you're looking down a hallway, right?
No. If you press your hand or head up against a hallway or a long floor or any flat long surface, you'll notice that you can't see the floor itself X far. Like at a certain point, the angle to the floor is too steep for your eye to discern. And that's where basically the horizon appears to be a lot of the time. But then you've got to factor in all the other factors like the medium and the light itself and and where it enters the eye. So those things all affect it. We can't look at it in a vacuum.
Okay. So where would all of this like refraction stuff happen? Like all these other factors? Do they happen like all over? Do they have like? Does it happen at a certain height?
It's completely dependent on the medium itself. a refraction, for instance, requires a boundary and a specific angle to be able to refract, and it needs the boundary to be between two mediums of different optical density. If you don't have those conditions, you don't have refraction.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I'm just asking questions based on what I observe. That's all. Hey, who's this? Is this
That's a great place to be, man.
Is this meme about me, Kiwi?
Things we can observe. Man,
It's about a lot of people. Don't worry about it, Chief.
Things we can observe. I mean, that's what Jen was going on. What do you observe in reality? That's all we're asking. If you can, cop to that, you're good. Thanks.
In reality, I've seen level water all across a lake, specular reflections, like a mirror reflection, perfect mirror reflection of like the scenery on water, and there's no convexity in those reflections, right? We can all observe that. There's no convexity in these reflections on the surface of water.
What? Convexity? Isn't water level?
Yeah, water's level. All the way across, completely level water. But globers will argue that somehow level curves. They love to say the level curves. Sounds crazy. Huh?
Didn't you like? So how would you observe? Like, how could you tell that there's no like convexity to the surface of, I don't know, like this image that was posted here? How would you be able to tell?
Because a convex mirror would distort the image.
Yeah, but like how? Like, in what way? How would like if I know a mirror would do that.
Fun mirror?
But
have you ever seen the fun mirror at a carnival? Like the fun mirrors,
Yeah, at a small scale like that, of course. Like I agree. Yeah, that mirror will distort whatever is reflecting.
Okay, make it even bigger though. The whole thing is.
But if our eyes can't resolve that far or that big, then how could we tell with our eyes?
What do you mean?
It would just look flat to us if it was big enough.
It's not that big. It's only 3,959 mile radius. It's not that big.
We don't know through our vision. We know through measurement.
So how far can the human eye resolve?
We're not just relying on the human eye. We're also using the electromagnetic spectrum. We're using high-powered optics. We're using the principles of water leveling. We're using sextants and the elevation angles, which require a horizontal baseline flat.
Okay. All right. So all right. I'm just curious because, again, I'm just going based off of what I've observed and the stuff you sent to me about the
Have you ever seen an angle with a curved baseline?
Wait, what was the thing you sent earlier? The Rayleigh criterion. There we go. And how our eyes can't resolve a certain distance. But what'd you say? How do you observe a curved object with a flat base?
Can you make an angle with a curved baseline?
Can you make an angle with a curved baseline? It depends. I mean, not with the base itself. But if we're talking about a shape, I guess the other sides, it depends on what the other sides are.
I guess what he's asking you is, like, for example, can you get a 90-degree angle off of two lines if one of those lines is curved?
You can't, because then it wouldn't be 90 degrees.
No, it'd be greater.
Yeah, it's got to be two straight lines, right? For angles.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you think we used to navigate this Earth?
With what? Enlighten me.
How do you think we navigate it today? It's measured flat, it's navigated flat, it's observed as flat.
A and B are parallel according to the Glober, so globe Earth right angle does not work. Where'd that image go? Let's see. Flat Earth effects.
That's why it's so ironic when the Globers always ask us for a flat map, because taking angles is literally how we mapped what we have mapped. It's hilariously ironic.
Yep.
See,
Hey, the
what's
great
this?
thing
Any
about-
evidence that curve
great thing about
baseline
living
while
on-
acquiring?
We live on Earth. We can check it out. I'll leave it at that.
Let's see. Any evidence that you can have a curved baseline while acquiring an elevation angle? So this is the baseline. Okay. Curved baseline. Wait. No. I'm just looking at this image of the, what is that, a sextant? So the sun is not above the Earth in a fixed position, right? So like your angle would always be moving with you.
Well, that's what we observe. We observe the sun changing angles to our position every day, right?
Yeah, we observe
Yeah, and it's also not just the sun, it's also stars. We use the stars mainly to navigate by, which were, by the way, mapped out by flat earthers.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry. He just posted it. He just. I'm laughing at Kiwi because he posted a fucking protractor. He's like, "All right, kid, here you go. Learn math."
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, we're learning angles.
Yeah, the funniest part about the flat earthers mapping out the sky is their observations of the cycles of the celestial bodies is so accurate and precise that NASA does not use any heliocentric models to predict anything in the sky. They just use the Saros cycles.
When it comes to anything practical, whether it be construction or navigation, anytime something has to be done right, whether that be a building or getting people from point A to point B safely, the Earth is level and non-rotating. Only in mathematics and on screens is it a spinning, wobbling ball.
In other words, in all practical engineering reality, things are made to fly and sail.
Yeah, flat. They assume a flat plane because at a small scale it works, right?
Yeah, on big scale, small scale.
If it were a globe, they would have to assume it's a globe and rotating, but they do not. Otherwise, you would crash your plane. You would never get to your destination. You would just be flying out to sea because you think your destination is moving away from you.
No, aren't we moving with the Earth? Isn't like the motion relative?
If that were the case, then how do they measure that it's rotating?
How would they measure that it's rotating?
Yeah, if everything moves in coordination with the Earth, then how do you measure that it's rotating? That's what they claim, right? They claim that they can measure Coriolis effect, right? Or observe it.
Coriolis.
Yeah, ring lasers. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, that's the Sagnac effect. That's a completely different thing.
That's the
There's
Sagnac effect.
there's no. It's actually was first discovered in the or used in the Michelson-Morley experiment, where they showed that the Earth is not moving as they claim it is. However, it was later used to replace the mechanical gyroscope, which also proves the Earth isn't moving or rotating because it's rigid in space. And so, if the Earth were rotating, you would see it based on the housing turning with the rotation, and the central bit being rigid in space would show the rotation. It would also show that the Earth is curved. As you would travel around the curved Earth, it would also drift. That doesn't happen in reality, so they needed something else, and so they used the Sagnac effect to try to claim that the Earth is rotating. There's no connection really to the Sagnac effect in all of these motions, and when Bob Nodell got a very expensive ring laser gyro and went and tested it, he did find there was a drift inside the gyro, but then when he brought it up to a mountain on the same latitude, was rotating much slower. And that's the opposite of what you would expect if the Earth was a rotating ball and this was caused by rotation. And so there's something else causing it, and we have no evidence to prove what is causing it. They just had a claim that, it's caused by Earth rotation. That's not science. That's pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Also, hold on, one more thing. They took the fiber. It was a fiber optic gyro. They also put it in a vacuum chamber, and when they lowered the pressure, the lower the pressure is, the slower the Earth rate drift became.
Yeah.
So what you look at the fiber optic gyro and you see a drift, right? Well, never mind the fact that that's put in programmatically when it's initially calibrated. We'll just ignore that. But when they put it in a vacuum chamber, when they lowered the pressure, they recorded a decrease in the drift velocity as the pressure lowered. And it's not just them that measured this. There's a peer-reviewed, published paper by a Russian research institute which reported the same thing.
I posted.
So I don't know why you're giggling, other than somebody's in your DMs feeding you nonsense.
Yeah, no, I was laughing at the image of the phone, elongated phone with a crazy text message on it.
Oh, why would they lie? That's more like
It's just, I just thought it was
break
ridiculous.
up with a girl, that's what your shit's gonna. When she breaks up with
I gotta agree, man. That is kind of funny, man. That was hilarious. Why would they lie?
Yeah.
It was a giant list.
I was just laughing at the size of the phone. It's just so ridiculous. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to research, I guess. Yeah. So.
Well, the fundamental claim of the globe is a geometric claim, right? Earth's a ball. That's a geometric claim. A lot of people come in here and say, oh, science proves the shape of the Earth. Science doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth. Measuring something is not science. Like if you measured a room or a table or something, you wouldn't call the carpenters that did that scientists, would you?
No. I caught them.
That's why it's not science. Determination of a figure or a shape is not science. Just a question of measuring it. And as Jin said earlier, like they gave us specific dimensions, and they have to be those dimensions. They can't be anything else. And why can't they be anything else? Because then everything else is incorrect. Distances of the Earth, like the distance between New York and London, would be incorrect. Distance to the moon would be incorrect. Size of the moon is incorrect. Distance to the sun is incorrect. Size of the sun's incorrect. Distance to the planets are incorrect. All the orbits are incorrect. Flying a spaceship around the Earth, that's incorrect. Distances to all the stars are incorrect. Expansion of the universe, everything is incorrect because they're all based upon the radius of the Earth. Because there's something called a cosmic distance ladder. And the first rung of the ladder is the radius of the Earth. And if the radius of the Earth is not correct, all the other ones are not correct.
It has to be the radius that they say, or it's all wrong. And the easiest way to test the radius, right, and see if it's correct, is just to test the horizon distance, or to check for curvature over distance at the rate they say it is. In all these tests, this service existed for 5 years. No one, and like we've had PhDs in all sorts of fields: physics, astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, electrical engineering, geography, geology, you name it. All levels, masters, bachelors, PhDs. Had people that claimed they fucking built satellites, people that claimed they flew airplanes. Not a single one of them has ever come in here and shown curvature drop over distance or a distance to the horizon that matches the globe prediction. Ever. In 5 years. Out of thousands of people. There's 6 million messages in this server and over 200,000 people have been through this server. Not a single person has provided any of these two things. Either of these two things would prove the globe. And I'd fucking delete the server. And that would be the end of it.
Yeah. All right.
We're not just here whistling Dixie, dude.
No, yeah, no, makes sense. No, I mean, this, like I said,
But I mean, you can believe the TV and go back to sleep. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, that's really, like, I'm serious. Because that's
Why
your
are you
option.
saying that? I literally just said that I there's a lot of stuff that I need to research.
Well, I mean, but think about it like this. We have what we experience in reality versus what they say on TV.
Yeah.
And you kind of like have to choose. It's like, am I going to believe what I can go out and test and verify and experience and what I see every day? Or am I going to say, nah, that's just an illusion, an optical illusion. The horizon, it's refracted and it's just too big to see. And I'll go back to the television set and the pictures of space balls. I mean, those are our options.
So what I'll do is, I'll just, like I said,
don't believe us.
I'm a healthy skeptic, right? So what I'll do is I'll take everything that you guys presented today, right? And I'll, with a healthy amount of skepticism, like look over them and make my own conclusion.
Actually, don't believe anything we say. The best thing you can do is to just go test it yourself. It's really simple. You can just type into Google curve calculator. You can punch in the numbers. You don't even need to know how to do math. They're not made by flat earthers. They're made by Globers. You just go think of a test you can do, punch in the numbers, get the prediction, go do the observation, and see if the observation matches the prediction. I guarantee you it's not gonna. Guarantee you.
Well, all right. How about this?
That's the easiest way. That way you can prove it to yourself. You don't have to listen to us. You don't have to listen to NASA. You don't have to listen to anybody.
Yeah,
believe your own. So there's a flat earther that says this: the only way you can prove something to somebody is a practical demonstration. That's it. Is to demonstrate it in front of their face. So you can just demonstrate it in front of your own face, and that's it. That would be your proof.
Yeah. All right.
That's Dell, right, Indio?
Yeah, Dell, yeah.
Yeah, he's just balling with it.
Who's what? Yeah?
Yeah, it's a Scottish guy. Scottish people are smart. They are. Like literally the entire
Braveheart.
Well, I mean, not those Scottish people. I mean, after that, like the 18th century Scottish people. Not the
so you're saying it's in my genetics then, if that's the case. Wonderful.
Don't disparage William Wallace like that.
I'd say all real men can be smart.
Yeah.
All real men can't be smart?
Can, yes. Can.
Oh, can. How about women?
Well, there's like a little period of the 18th century where like all these ideas that we have today came out of a very small group of Scottish people. Most people don't know that.
Really?
James Clerk Maxwell, Rowan Hamilton, Lord Rayleigh. These probably are names you've never heard of, but all these people, complex numbers, James Clerk Maxwell, theory of electricity and magnetism.
What was it? The Scottish explosion?
Lord Rayleigh. It came up with like thermodynamics, theory of the atom, like all sorts of shit. Ray like Criterion, like, and they all came out this small group of like Scottish people that lived like in the
It's
same
all that
place.
haggis, boy. All them
Yeah,
nutrients.
maybe that was it. The haggis. They doped the haggis.
Yeah, I'm like 30 miles from where radar was invented.
Wait, 30 miles from where?
Radar.
Where radar was invented.
Oh, really? So you must be getting a lot of radiation, huh?
I heard of a new fallacy to, well, I say new, it's not new.
Oh, then there was Oliver Helveside. I forgot. I left
The
him
no
out. Sorry.
true Scotsman. The no true Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah. What about it?
I don't know. It's a good one. We're talking about smart Scottish people, right? And then there's the no true Scotsman fallacy, where just because somebody says one thing about any particular thing, that doesn't mean
keep it on
everyone's wrong.
What Britain tries to take credit for everything.
Yeah, they have a thing with that.
It's called an ego. Damn. Ego, bitch.
No, but
Yeah, a lot of Britain does do that. They do. Anyway, go ahead.
They've been doing that since their inception. That's their hustle.
That is their hustle.
Yeah.
I won't go down the list, but the list is quite long. Believe me.
Oh, yeah.
Where things were quote unquote discovered at the exact same time someone in England discovered them, but they were discovered somewhere else in the world at the exact same time. But they took credit for the discovery. They do that a lot.
No true Scotsman. No Scotsman put sugar on his porridge.
So yeah, the best thing you can do is like, I don't know if you live near water or anything like that. So I'll just tell you an observation I did. I live near the ocean, right? So there's a website called marinetraffic.com, and it'll tell you where boats are out in the ocean. It'll give you their coordinates. So I went out to the beach, and I watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me to 30 miles away from me over a period of like 3.5 hours. And I watched it. Never disappeared, never went over the horizon, even took a photograph. I could see it within my naked eye the entire time. So if you punch those numbers into a curve calculator, that ship should have been 425 feet under the horizon. Yeah, that's like a 42-story building, right? That's not like a little bit. That's a lot.
What was your height? You were at the shore? You said?
I was at, yeah, it's 15 feet above sea level.
Okay.
So at 30 miles, 15 feet above sea level, the drop is 425 feet. So unless there's some 42-story boats out there, which would be a giant boat, I don't think there's any boats as tall as a 42-story building floating on the ocean.
Yeah.
I think the tallest boat is one of those cruise ships, and there's something like 15 stories.
Yeah, I gotta look into this stuff, but I think I'm gonna head out because I gotta go to bed.
All right, man. Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
nice talking to you
24/7,
guys.
like it says, we're always here and shit. So anytime you want to come back, whatever.
All right. Take care, guys.
And what? Yeah. Just one more point, just before you go. Remember to ask yourself the question: remember to ask yourself that question? Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth or felt the Earth spin? Those two questions it should be enough to prompt you to want to search more. That's all. You know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Honest answer.
Also,
Yeah,
more
to
important
yourself.
question. More important question. Who shot first? Greedo or Han? See ya.
Okay. Good luck.
I'm just trolling.
What does that mean?
Guido shot first, dude.
Greedo, you don't know?
He missed.
That meme? Star Wars meme? No Star Wars fans in here?
No, I don't.
Star Wars was the first movie I ever saw when I was 5 years old, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so you know the meme. I don't know, I just thought I'd throw it in there. as well.
Guido shot first. Guido missed.
Hey, Guido, he's Italian. Hey, he's an Italian alien.
Greedo, actually.
Yeah, Greedo.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say John Kennedy shot
I know
first.
the guy you're talking about.
No. He was shot at first, too.
Since I've seen that Star Wars.
And Epstein didn't kill himself.
You see what?
I said Epstein did not kill himself.
Oh, I thought you said I've seen a dude kill himself.
Epstein. All right, let that shit go.
Of course he didn't kill
Hey, what
himself.
up, Will?
That's way too coincidental. All right. See ya.
Have
Got
a
a
great
party
night.
going on in here or what?
Take care.
See you later, bro.
Yeah, nice.
Well, the party.
No,
just
they knew
started.
you were going to be here, Miggy, and they fled.
Miggy and Jen are here at the same time. Oh my goodness.
That guy was
Freaking
perfectly
hell.
fine, man.
How you doing, flat up dude, boy? How you doing, sir?
Hey, brother. Hey, brother, man. How you
Hey,
doing,
brother.
Hey, brother man,
Hey.
flat earth professor. I love
Hey,
it
¿qué
now.
pasó?
See,
¿Cómo
you've
está?
upgraded to professor standards. Good, well done.
Good, well done. Thank
Well
you.
done, sir.
Well done.
Well done, sir.
Well done.
Hey, we have AY in the server. Who's that guy? I'm gonna mute him.
Go for it.
No, he's asking some good questions.
Yeah,
he's asking some good
muted.
questions. Can you do that then? Why don't you get
Hey,
him VC verified?
Yeah, AY.
Yes.
The rules are in the welcome channel. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You need to obey the rules. Okay?
What's up, AY? I will.
Okay, cool. I'll give you VC verified.
Welcome.
That means you can join this at
AY,
any time
welcome.
and you won't be muted.
Alrighty.
Shit, already pulled the trigger, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I know. It's job.
All right, so AY, what
There's your meat, dude. Eat your meat.
Well, I got 15 minutes, so let's go.
I'm
All
listening.
right, I don't know if he's gonna have any bite though. So, AY, what brings you to the server, man?
I've been invited to the flat
Okay, but
from a colleague. So I invested time in it and I find it interesting.
all right. So, what do you think? What's your position on the topic? Do you think the Earth is a globe, or are you curious? Are you on the fence?
I'm
What's going on?
curious. I invested like a year into the flat earth now. And I must say, it made me unsure. It definitely made me unsure.
All right. So, what are the things that still hold you to the globe right now?
Nothing else to the globe, but things like objects getting obscured bottom up, and the equinox shadow pattern. These things still make me unsure, to be honest.
So, things disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah, and when you zoom into it, you can get it back from your vanishing point.
Oh, you're saying you're convinced because the globe says that they disappear, but you can zoom in and that brings them back, and that's why you know now it's not the globe?
They bring them back, but not completely. It's still bottom up, gone. That's my point.
But you still think that could be a reason for the Earth being a globe?
No, it's...
No?
No, I think that's what convinced him that it's not.
No, that's not what's convinced. It's not. It, like I said, I'm still unsure. It made me unsure if the Earth is probably not flat. I don't know.
Yeah, AY has given two good, honest answers. He's given two honest. He's coming from integrity. I'm listening to him. He's given two honest answers. There's just a little bit of a misunderstanding with Miggy and this guy. That's all. Slight misunderstanding. He's saying the fact that the ships disappear bottom upwards has made him unsure about the globe. So he's here to gather information and explain, and he's gather explanations. That's why he's
it
here.
made me unsure about the flat Earth, actually, because of in the flat.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant about the globe.
No, it's a pro argument for the globe, actually, that things disappear bottom up.
Correct. Which I thought you meant it made you unsure of the globe now.
It made me unsure of the flat Earth now, because I believed for a long period of time that it was flat.
Oh, you did? You did?
Yeah, for sure.
Jin, let Mayhem do his thing. He only has a limited amount of time here. Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayhem only has a limited time.
Yeah, I'll be out of your hair here in just a moment. So basically, you're saying that you were a flat earther, now you're not anymore, or you're unsure now.
No, I am unsure. I'm not saying that it's a globe.
All right, what evidence?
Like I said,
what evidence did you?
the example with with boats disappearing bottom up, if not a refraction of a high degree is apparent, it's a pretty good argument for the globe, actually.
Welcome to the flat
Alright, so
Yeah.
hang on, Davey.
I know
One second.
the Black Swan photo actually, and there's also a pretty good argument for them. They assume
For
that
them,
there was
as
a
in the
high-
globe?
Yep. They assume that there is definitely
No,
a high-
Yeah,
Yeah?
Mr. AY, 1 second, man, because you're getting all confused right now. And somebody's got some background noise, so please mute your mic when I'm talking. Whoever's got a background noise. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so basically you're getting it twisted. The Black Swan is not evidence of the globe. It's actually debunking the claim of the globe. Because it's saying that all swans are white, meaning that if there's all evidence that leads to the Earth being a globe, the Black Swan would be the evidence that it's not. And in fact, there's more evidence that it's not than there is evidence that you could find anything on the globe. So there is no evidence of the globe. There's only evidence of the Earth being flat and stationary. So the evidence that we have with the Black Swan is the reason why the globe is debunked, not the reason why it gives the globe Earth evidence. It's not evidence for globe. I think you're confused. You see, it doesn't give us the description that the Earth is a globe. It gives us a description that we see farther than we're supposed to on a globe. Do you not understand the Black Swan? I think that's a miscommunication here. I think you don't understand
the
it.
reason why we can't see farther in the Black Swan photo is because of refraction, according to the globies.
Yeah, according to the globies, but see, AY, they're understanding that you have to have terrestrial refraction. You know what that means, right? You have to use the radius of Earth in order for you to account for that.
Yes, I know that.
Do you understand? Okay, so that's a begging the question. They're inserting the radius of Earth. How did they get the radius of Earth if they don't know that they haven't got any measurements yet? You can't use something supposedly inserted in between the idea that you're already going to get an understanding or a sight distance to the horizon if you don't know, if you haven't established, that the Earth already has a radius or not. How do you already have a radius to figure out the refraction? That's presupposing the Earth is a globe already, man. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you haven't even figured out if it's a globe or not.
But if you pre-assume it's a globe for, like, say, 1,000 measurements, and in these 1,000 measurements we have a radius of 3,950 miles in 950 of these cases. I mean, it's
so that's a fake number. But like, here's another thing, right?
It's just
I know what you're trying to. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. But like, here's the thing: the established radius, supposedly right now, how was it derived? How did they derive that? Can you tell me?
No, I can't tell you. You have to tell me that.
Okay, so the important thing is that you're saying that the Black Swan. Somebody mute their mic, please. I'm getting background noise again. All right, so supposedly you're getting this information that the Black Swan is a debunk for the flat Earth. But in fact, it's a debunk for the globe. Because they're claiming that terrestrial refraction is the reason why they're accounting for, the ships disappearing from the bottom up. When I'm telling you right now, they're inserting the radius claim in the R value inserted in the formula for terrestrial refraction. How can you do that if you don't even know the radius of Earth or how they derived it? You don't know that. Like, so how can you then assume that that's correct? You're going based off an idea, not on something that's empirical evidence. Can you see the issue now? Like, I'm pointing it out to you right now. You're just going off. You can't say that the Black Swan is an argument for the globe because it's debunking the globe. And on top of that, you're saying that the radius is the reason why you're using terrestrial refraction, and you can't use that because there is no such animal that exists. Because I told you, how did they derive that? You said, I don't know. So guess what? We have a whole bunch of I don't knows, leading you to the fact that the Black Swan is giving you information of the globe. Now that's confusing. I understand why you're confused now. So let's clear the confusion, right? You don't know the radius of the Earth, therefore you can't use terrestrial refraction inserted in the formula for figuring out terrestrial refraction.
Mm-hmm.
So then whenever they say like this works, then you haven't even scrutinized that information and said, wait a minute, you just said it works, but how did you figure out the radius of Earth? You haven't asked whoever gave you that information, or Wiki or wherever. You need to ask them how they derived that radius. Is it a measurement or is it a calculation? Because if it's even something that's assumed, then your outcome won't be something that you have to depend on as empirical evidence. It'll be just a mathematical construct versus what we know to be true in reality.
I know what you mean, but the radius of the Earth didn't come from one measurement. They did it like 1,000,000 times, and if in this 1,000,000 times, 900.
All right. So tell me one of those 1,000,000 times how they derived it. Go ahead.
They assumed a physical horizon. And
Who did? Who did?
Bro, I mean, you can do it yourself, and you will.
Who did? Hey, why?
And I can do it.
No, I said who did. Where did the primary source
I don't know the origins. I can tell you that.
Okay, all right. That's my
You have
point.
to tell me with.
We're getting to the fundamental flaw in your thinking, and that's your assumption that you think just based on the information they're giving you that they're correct. So now we're understanding the psychology behind your thinking is that you're just believing popular consensus. You're not actually doing due diligence and figuring out if they actually. You don't scrutinize these people at all.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on from what I'm hearing is that the popular information that's out there is presupposing the Earth to be a globe, and then they're using this R value to be inserted in terrestrial refraction, giving them this calculation, which then presupposes that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, any refraction that's taken is used by a mathematical construct given to you and putting it in your head that the ball Earth is real, which it's not, because I'm asking you leading questions that are logical, that are giving you the understanding that you don't know the primary source of any of this information, and that's how they like it. The information that you're getting doesn't have any origin, like how it was done. And if it does have an origin, like you said, millions of people or millions of tests or whatever, then you don't know how they've done it. And that's the magic. The magic is they keep you in the loop of never knowing how it's done. So therefore, you're about as as dumb as all get out. So that you don't. That's the thing. You guys are easily fooled and tricked. And what I'm trying to show you, this is the magic.
Authorities.
I know, AY, but this is the magic, dude. Like they're taking advantage. They're taking advantage of this because they know that you're not going to investigate, and you'll just believe like fate with blind faith. And I'm trying to tell you right now, this isn't a matter of blind faith. We live on an Earth that you can actually investigate for yourself, whether or not it's the surface is curving or not. I mean, you can go out into the field and test this for yourself. That's all I'm telling you, bro. Like, it's really leaving it up to you. But here's the deal. You can just continue to believe because other, popular consensus will say so, and you'll be happy to be in this blind faith that believing the Earth is a globe. Or you can go out there and do it yourself and figure out that the black swan is actually everywhere. So wherever you live, you can actually have a black swan right there, like any body of water, like a lake or a nearby ocean. If you live near the bay or something, you can do these long distance measurement tests, just like the one that they show that the image that we have here. You probably have a black swan somewhere around where you live, and all I'm saying is these guys are going to continue to give you this information that there's no verification, my man. You're not gonna get a measurement anywhere. You're just gonna get calculations. That's it, and assumptions. And it doesn't matter how pretty it sounds. It's never gonna amount to you going out into the field and figuring this thing out for yourself, which what most of the people here have already done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course it does.
All right,
What about the
really?
second picture from the Black Swan photo? I mean, the one that was taken 4 days after. But the second oil platform was obscured from the bottom up.
Right.
Yeah, it's still too far.
Here's the thing we're dealing with, right? We got either a physical horizon or we got an optical horizon. So what do you think the horizon is? Is it physical? Like, is it the the leading edge of the curve of the Earth, or is it just something that we see because that's how the sight works in perspective, and it's other things that are leading to like how you see in your vision, like, or would you say it's something that's actually physical, like a mound of dirt, like that's static? I mean, it's either physical or it's optical, is what I mean. Like, is it an optical phenomena or is it a physical obstruction? What would you say it is?
If the Earth is not infinitely big, there has to be a physical horizon, but the horizon we see every day is optical, of course.
Well, that's the problem. But if it was physical, then it would be physical, and let's say the oil rigs would be obstructed by curvature, right? Let's just say they would be obstructed because it was physical. Well, 4 days later, that same obstruction would be there and obstructing the same amount of the oil rig that it was the next day, or the 4 days later, or whatever, even a week later. But what we have is we have a different view of the oil rigs being cut off. So we understand very clearly that it's optical. It has to be. There's no other way. You can't look at it physical, because then what are we saying? The Earth is growing and shrinking? That's not possible. That's not even logical to think that. So we understand that it's optical, most definitely, right? 100% optical. If you say it's physical, then you have a lot of issues. But then if it's optical, you can't say it's physical, you see. So it's one of those catch-22s. Damned if you do, and damned if you don't for the globe. So it's more like you can't have the globe in this instance because it's optical. So even right there, it debunks its own self right there, being optical. So the black swan still stands. It's still a black swan. And even more so now that you've seen that on the 4 days later, it looks like a different part of the oil rig was covered. Mm-hmm. Well, that only even explains better that it is optical and not physical. Does that make sense?
Of course it does. But why does it fit to their calculations with their formula? If you take the refraction of the day into account?
Listen, dude. One thing you don't understand is that anything can work in the mathematic formulas, right? Anything. You can make Superman. You can make Superman fly. You know this, right? In math, anything can work. And let's say, I'll give you another instance, right? If I have one unicorn and I have another unicorn, I put them together. How many unicorns do I have?
I have 2 unicorns.
2 unicorns, right? But there's an issue. In math, it seems to work. We have 2 unicorns. But in reality, we don't have any unicorns because unicorns don't exist. So in math, it's a mathematical construct, and you can do anything you want with math. It's a language. But when reality, when we go and demonstrate something, math doesn't have that power to demonstrate reality. It only explains what we're talking about in ways like a language does.
Can I ask a question real quick? What makes you say that? What makes you think that the calculation matches that image?
I've watched a video from Wolfie6020. I don't know if you know him.
Oh my god!
The lighthouse encounter.
So the what? The lighthouse.
Wolfie.
Yeah, I know who it is.
With the lighthouse.
You know he's done several of those lighthouse observations, and they're not all the same, right?
Really?
Yeah, he's got like 3 videos of lighthouse observations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're not all the same. They don't all match.
But did he take the refraction into account in his calculations all the time he went?
He doesn't understand. Okay, so Wolfie is the same like everybody else. He's presupposing that the Earth is a globe already.
Yeah.
But hold on, but I thought you were saying this black swan image matches. That's what I thought you were saying.
Oh, he's talking
the
about
second
Wolfie.
image. No, the initially.
Oh.
Because when he said the calculation matches, isn't that what you were talking about? The black swan, the oil rig that's cut off.
No. I was talking about another one. That's.
Yeah, I thought he was mentioned Wolfie.
That's my mistake. That's my mistake.
Oh, Wolfie.
Yeah.
Well, Wolfie is a deceptive slime ball. He also has a video. He's got a bunch of videos. I can just rip them apart, but he isn't even worthy of it, quite honestly.
Yeah, we could debunk Wolfie easily, but that's not the case.
There's actually a video on my channel showing his nonsense, his It's little
just like
nonsense.
India was saying though, AY. I was thinking that you were talking about the black swan, so I was kind of confused too. But anyways, like the 4 days later of the black swan oil rigs, that I already told you, if it's optical, then it's problems for the globe. Yet if it's physical, it would be problems for the globe, because 4 days later we see a different part of the oil rig being obstructed optically. So that obstruction, like, because we can't see half of that, was the second oil rig, was it? Was it Hill House, the furthest one away? And then of course...
Furthest away, yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Platform
but
habitat
I'm saying,
also.
Habitat. But I mean, if it was the case of the Earth being, a set size or the leading edge of the sphere, then we'd have to look at the first picture and contrast it to the second one and figure out, like, why was there a difference like that if the Earth is supposed to have a static, leading edge of the sphere, like where you could calculate where the curvature is. That would be problems for the globe, not us, because we're not claiming that there's curvature. But all we're saying is that, the horizon, or where you can see that cutoff point, that's just a limitation of your view. But so back to the globe, right? Like, we don't have anything for the globe. The black swan on both instances, on even the 4 days later image, shows you that can have a globe at a set distance away. And even that 4 days later one still has the horizon farther than it's supposed to be according to the globe. So it still doesn't put the horizon where it should be at the 1 foot observer site. So, I mean, it's still not. It still works out for the black swan to debunk the globe. So anyway, I got to get going, but maybe somebody else can take it from here. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right.
I got to get going.
Talk to you later.
Later.
But you guys have to admit that in the first black swan image, the farthest away platform looks kind of distorted. Like if we
Do you know what that refractive effect is called?
What is it called? Magnification.
I'm asking you. Do you not know?
No.
I can answer you for you.
No. I do not
It's
know.
called towering. And towering is not going to allow you to see around a globe to make it appear flat. What actually happens with refraction is that light can actually go up or down. It's not just going down around the ball consistently. That's what they need to make it appear flat. That's just not how light works. They don't have the conditions required to refract the light like this. It's just an ad hoc excuse.
Yeah. So I posted in the live stream, same observation. This is even farther. So this is 10.10 miles. Do you see any refraction in this image?
Nope, it doesn't look distorted. Yeah,
it doesn't look distorted. Here's another thing. Now, we know the horizon is only supposed to be a mile away, or 1.22 miles away. How come we can see the reflection of the lights of these oil rigs off the water when that water is supposed to be on the other side of the hump of water?
True.
So the black swan, the image that they often show, farther. This is actually farther.
You said farther, but the elevation?
Yeah, it's same. I think it's the same elevation. I'll post the video. So, it's not just so often you see this black swan image, but this isn't the only black swan video. Now, there's about 13 of them. 13 of them show the horizon too far. One shows the oil rigs cut off. There's also another guy, there's another YouTube channel called Pablo's Dog. And he's been going to the same location, these oil rigs, but he actually films, there's like 9 of them out there. He actually films like 9 of them. He films them from a 45-foot elevation. And he's been doing this 2 or 3 times a week, going on like 4 or 5 months, from the exact same location.
Mm-hmm.
Every single day he goes there. You can see the oil rigs completely, and they all should be cut off. So we're talking, we have something like 30 to 35 samples showing that we see too far, and this one image that he took It's one video that he took, like when he did this, I think it was 2017, maybe 2016. It was one of the first ones he ever took. This video, it's actually an unlisted video. So you said 950 samples will support the globe and 50 will support flat Earth. That's actually the other way around. And we can.
I mean in the calculation of the radius of the Earth. I mean, if you would have taken this amount of calculations, measurements, and 900 would support the allegation of a radius from 3,950 miles.
Yeah. Consider this: if we used a black swan horizon to calculate the radius of the Earth, what do you think? What do you think the radius of the Earth would be?
It would be the one from Jupiter.
It would be 315,000 miles.
Yeah.
So Dre's already posted this. This is a graphic showing. See the dot in the middle? See this dot in the middle of this ball? That's the 3,659 mile Earth, radius Earth. And the outer ball is the black swan Earth. This is the Earth that fits the black swan. The larger circle. The smaller inner circle is the Earth they say it is. The larger circle is the Earth the black swan says it is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like this isn't like a small difference, right? This isn't a small difference of an effect. Now, I could understand if people were like, yes, it's just a small difference. It's just off by like even if it was off by like a factor of 5, I could deal with that. This is off by orders of magnitude, right? 10 times, 100 times off. It's not close. It's not a measurement error. It's not I blinked and saw the wrong thing, or I just took a snapshot at just the right time. It's not like that.
That's true.
And so another thing, there's this idea that things can only be cut off on the bottom if the surface of the Earth is curved. That is demonstrably incorrect. Incorrect. Do you know how we know this? Because there's been tests done on bodies of water that are smaller than where the horizon should be. So if you're 2 inches above water, the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away from you, the camera. There's demonstrations of things disappearing at 700 feet. Right? So it can't possibly be curvature because the horizon is 5 times farther than where the thing disappears at. And it's 2.5 times farther than even the entire size of the entire lake. So it can't possibly be at the horizon because it would be off the lake and it would be on land another, 1,500 feet.
True.
So the visual effect of things being cut off can be demonstrated on something that we know is not curving. Right? But this so-called, the horizon is extended, things get picked up over the horizon, light curves down. None of that can actually be demonstrated. They can't demonstrate it by doing like a small-scale simulation. They can't demonstrate light bending down in air. None of this stuff, none of these claims that they say refraction, right? So if you're going to say refraction, okay, replicate that on a small scale, right? Or in some way where something is being picked up from behind something else in air, not in methane gas or CO2 or with dry ice or something that's like a negative 70 frickin' degrees. No, a regular, normal air conditions demonstrate this happening. And no one can demonstrate the fundamental assumption that there's lights bending down all the time. They can't take a laser and show it bending down. They can't do anything like that. So why can't you demonstrate the fundamental claim that you're saying exists all the time because we're seeing too far all the time, right? So this has to exist all the time, or nearly all the time. Right? How come you can't demonstrate that? But we can demonstrate the converse. We can demonstrate things are cut off on known flat surfaces.
Yeah, it's also Globers will try to fool you using lasers in salt or sugar solutions, and they will let it sit for a week or two and let it become homogeneous and isotropic. And at that point, when you shoot the laser through it, it's going to bend down as it is going through those isotropic and homogeneous layers. But when you actually stir the water or the liquid, all of a sudden it's not bending down. But we also don't live in a homogeneous isotropic system. We live in an inhomogeneous anisotropic system, or the complete opposite of what the Globers need.
True.
So in the live stream, I just posted an image. If you want to see the video, I can post the video. It's from a channel called Sky Free. It's a girl and a guy. They've done this. They've replicated this multiple times. Multiple times using lights, boats, different RC boats, lights across the shore. This lake that they do this on is 1,000 feet long. And they sail this RC boat. They take the water temperature, air temperature, and they just sail it away. And they've done this multiple times. The boat will eventually just disappear. Underneath the picture, I posted the math. For a 2-inch camera height, the horizon is 2,600 feet away from the camera. Now, if the lake is 1,000 feet long, how can the boat disappear behind a horizon it hasn't reached yet and cannot have reached yet?
No. True, actually.
So think about that. We have competing claims. Okay, there's 2 claims on the table. One is refraction picks things up, or conditions of the air and optical effects pick things up, and optical effects make things appear cut off from the bottom up. We can demonstrate ours on known flat surfaces. They can't demonstrate theirs in any scenario. Which one do you think is likely true? I mean, just think about it. They have no evidence for their claim. We have evidence for ours. It's pretty much a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned.
No.
It's just a fundamental premise. If something disappears bottom first, then it must be curvature that's doing that. It's just that assumption is just factually incorrect.
Yeah, what I love about it is we actually have tested their assumptions about all the light bending, because if you look into refraction, you learn that infrared refracts far less than visible light, and you look into the longest distance photographs that we have, they're all in infrared, because we see further in infrared. On the globe, they need the opposite to be happening, because they believe all the light is always bending and being refracted. So something that has less refraction should have the horizon always be closer and see less. But the opposite is true in reality.
True that. My second point was the shadow pattern of the shadows in an equinox. You know what an equinox day is?
Yeah, we know what the equinox is.
And you know the shadow pattern?
Shadow pattern? Well, I mean, what do you mean by it?
I mean
So the typical argument is this. This is the typical Culver argument. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That on the flat Earth, if the sun does that circle around the equator on the Gleason's map,
Mm-hmm.
that the angle of the shadows would change.
Yep.
That's wrong. They wouldn't change. Because that curve, because you wouldn't, listen, because from when the sun, you can see the sun, to when the sun is, like, when the sun, quote unquote, rises, to when the sun, quote unquote, sets, that's a distance. So that's a segment of that circle. That segment of that circle is too large to change the angle of the shadows. It's effectively a straight line. So say I can see 150 miles in each direction. Sun comes up, it's 150 miles away on the east. Sun comes up, it's 150 miles on the west, right? So I got a 300-mile section of circle. Well, that circle around the equator is supposed to be 25,000 miles. So that 300-mile portion is effectively a straight line, because it's too small of a segment of that circle. Never mind the fact that actual evidence, because Antonio Subaret's actually tested this. He has a video of people showing it. The shadows don't actually line up the way people say they do. They don't actually just go straight from east to west. They are off by a little bit. And I could probably find, I might be able to find the video. He always did live streams and he titled them fucked up, but so I don't know if I can find it. He's dead, so I can't ask him.
Yeah, it's also, he lost the channel with a lot of content on it.
I think the Equator one was on the newest channel. I think. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. He always named his video stupid shit.
Yeah.
I say search term to find the shit. I might be getting closer. I don't know. Yeah. Dude, I loved his opening music, man. I'm depressed now, just hearing it again. That Earth just be dropping dead.
Well, in yesterday's news about dinosaurs,
God.
T-Rex, yeah. T-Rex, this particular one was sold in Zurich, Switzerland for 4.6 million euros, $5 million. But it was put together from 3 different sites, bones accumulated and put together. Yeah? They really are cheating big time now. They're not even getting a complete one from one site. They're mixing them all up, mix and match.
So if I get stones from like a lot of different pyramids, right, and I put them together and make a pyramid, can I say that that was like an original pyramid? Or if I just get like random stones?
Well, that's it. You see, that's exactly what's gone on there, right? I posted the article yesterday. Actually, I posted that particular article. Then a scandal that happened in 2020, whereby a T-Rex by the name of Stan, and a new one that was put together in Hong Kong called CERN, right, was going to be sold, and a paleontologist complained that they'd copied the jawline from Stan to make a copy to to construct the one that was being sold in Hong Kong. And Christie's, which is an English auctioneers, pulled the auction, cancelled it. That was back in 2020.
Pirating dinosaur jawbones?
Well, they were putting a complete T-Rex, and because they didn't have the complete head, they copied the one from.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They pirated their intellectual property, right? So it's so silly, man.
It's so silly, yeah. There's no integrity in this shit, and no integrity in this shit.
You stole my dinosaur shape. God damn you!
Yeah, that's exactly what it was like, literally.
So, do you have something to say, A? I see your mic lighting up.
Dino nuggets.
Excuse me?
Oh, I saw your mic lighting up, A. Do you want to say something?
No, I'm just waiting for the video from India.
So check this out. Yeah, so that Colorado Rocky Mountains is from a commercial flight. It's 27,000 feet. Those mountains are 450 to 500 miles away. It should be 11 miles under the horizon. Not feet, miles. The only reason he even picked them up is because it's an infrared.
No, they always used to excuse of refraction.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about infrared is infrared does not refract like visible light.
Yep.
Why they use it to like find people running from the cops, right? They use FLIR, right? That's long infrared. People are trying to run around and hide from the cops in the woods and stuff. They just see right through the trees and they see the people there. And then they find like pyramids under the Amazon rainforest. And then they use it for targeting when they want to shoot something out of the sky. They use it for on tanks and battleships and, you know, Bradley fighting vehicles and.
Yeah, just imagine if the military, who's targeting things at 100 miles away and hitting it dead on, didn't or couldn't account for refraction, and they were just looking at holographic, loomed objects and shooting at phantoms. No one would hit anything.
True.
Oh, by the way,
But
I
they
have my
worry
balloon
about-
with me here.
Oh God! I figured out a way to get around the legal aspect of it. See, we just call it an impersonation.
Yeah, it's
Right?
just a parody.
Yep, it's just an impersonation, man. Like you can impersonate, like Barack Obama. Someone does an impersonation. Jim Carrey does impersonations of all sorts of people. Right? It's just an impersonation.
I've been practicing.
You've been practicing real hard.
Hey, have you guys like seen the whole thing about how if you type in Illuminati backwards.com, it takes you to the NSA.gov website?
Yeah, I have seen that.
So what's the explanation behind that again? Is it legit? Is it like some kind of breadcrumb they're leaving, or is it because like some dude from Reddit or 4chan kind of like did something called where like you own the domain that like links it to that website? Like which one is it?
Yeah. Did you do a whois lookup to see who owns the domain name?
Oh no! Wait, what'd you say? What is that?
Call it whois.
Who is?
You
How
can-
do I do that?
Type in whois as one word.
Okay.
Whois lookup, and you'll get a bunch of like search websites that'll let you search for who registered the domain name. Oftentimes they're obfuscated though, meaning that they have another company, like GoDaddy does it, right? So if you get by a domain name from GoDaddy, it won't list you as the registrar. They'll list themselves.
Okay.
Even though you own it, it's just to hide your identity. But I can buy any domain name. I can buy, I'm a cuck.com and like redirect it to, any website I want. It's not against the law.
How does someone actually do that? Like, how do you buy a domain and redirect it to whatever link you want?
Right? Like when you buy a domain name, whoever your domain registrar, they'll usually provide you with a domain name server. And basically you change what's called the A record, change the A record, simple to do. So like a little menu, basically. So there's called an A name, which is the top level domain name, right? So say it's domain.com, right? Change the A record domain.com to point to IP address, 125.26.27.28, right? That's it. Then when type in your browser, domain.com, it'll look through the DNS record, searches through like all the DNS servers, they're all connected together, and then it'll spit back the IP address. Your browser will go to that IP address.
Okay, so I just kind of did like the whole Whois thing. So I'm on like GoDaddy.com/Whois. It's saying Whois domain lookup. Is this like where I can look?
Yeah, you should be able to do it.
So do I have to type in like IlluminatiBackwards.com?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
I also posted a lookup in the live stream. So see, GoDaddy's trying to sell domain names, so they might tell you something like, "Oh, it's already bought" or something. So I posted a website. ICANN is like the International Register of Domain Names. So if you can just look through there or type your search thing, and it'll give you a Whois record.
Okay.
Also, you can do DNS lookup, but that would be partial record. So
I see. Okay, I'll try it here too. So I'm asking. Thanks for that information, by the way. I'm asking now because one dude that I follow.
Dude, you gotta send me like 5 Bitcoin now, man. No.
Yeah, I wish you might have better luck with Flat Earth Dave with that one, David Weiss. But no, I was only asking.
I had better luck with myself, but anyway.
Right? Yeah. I just kind of got reminded of this because I saw this a while ago. I guess like you guys did. Some dude I follow on Instagram. His name is Thoughts Camera Action. He used to have a YouTube channel too, but they took it down.
I think I've seen that YouTube channel. I think I saw that channel when it was up.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. He makes really good content. Yeah, but his Instagram, he posted something like, he was like, "What's Flat Earth backwards?" And he kind of typed it out, and he was like, "Oh, do this.com," and like apparently it takes you to NASA.gov. Oh yeah, did I try? Yeah, I did try it, and it does the same thing. Yeah, it takes you to NASA.
Flat Earth backwards takes you to NASA.
Yeah,
someone's trolling, man. Trolls, man.
Okay, hold on. Illumin.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up myself. I'm curious.
It actually does. There's no way.
Yeah, it's hidden.
How is this possible?
It's registered to the public register as domains by proxy, which means, someone bought it. The government doesn't own this. The government doesn't own this domain name. They wouldn't hide it like that.
Yeah, someone's just trolling.
I see.
Registrar information, GoDaddy LLC. See, because I just registered a domain name, so it's actually fresh in my head. When you register a domain name with GoDaddy, and you have free, what's called privacy protection. So it does this obfuscation where they put in their information as a register, so that your information isn't public. And if you don't do that, your name will be on there.
Oh, I see. Proxy protection. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, proxy means not you.
Okay, and then for the Illuminati one, it says like registration private domains by proxy. Is that the same kind of thing?
I think this is stupid. They never should have allowed this. In my opinion, it didn't. The internet did not used to be this way. You used to have to put your name to register. Well, not have to put your name. People, you couldn't hide your domain name. You couldn't hide that you owned the domain name. Because you can do all sorts of nefarious shit and without accountability.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But then again, on the flip side of that, then you're exposed to doxing and every other thing. So
right.
It's just a bad situation.
What? I probably should be able to think one.
There's a cryptocurrency that was supposed to circumvent the domain name system. It's called Namecoin. I don't know if that's still going around. Yeah, it still exists. It was creating a cryptocurrency-based domain name system so that you didn't have to... domain names are centralized. So it's a centralized technology. Basically, if they wanted to shut down the internet, they could just, among other things, they could, if someone, this actually happened, it was called DNS poisoning. So if you poison the DNS system, most people find websites by their URL, right? Namecoin.org or, Microsoft.com. They don't memorize the IP address. So if you really want to throw a wrench in the gears, you just, take down the domain name system. It won't stop everything, but it'll throw a lot of wrench in the gears, especially a lot of the websites. They can't run if you use the IP address. They don't work right. Just because of the way they're configured. They can use an IP address, but they don't. Like a WordPress site. If you have a WordPress site and you set it up and you do the setup using a domain name, using an IP address to connect to it won't work. They have to go back in and change everything. Same with Drupal or any of these content management websites.
Gotcha.
Tell you what I always wanted to do. So there's the NTP protocol, which is the time protocol. It's how you get your time on your phone and on your computer. That's unsecured. I don't know if they secured it. But it polls, there's a bunch of places that it polls, right? Colorado, Florence, Los Alamos or something. So that spits out time for everybody. I always wanted to hack that shit and change the time, set it back a day. So people go to sleep on Wednesday and they wake up and it's Wednesday again. Just fuck with everybody. Wake up, they go get their phone. Hold on, wasn't yesterday Wednesday? And they go look on their computer. No, today's Wednesday. They'll be like, holy shit, man, it's Wednesday again. Man,
it's Groundhog Day.
Yeah, exactly, man. But do it to everybody. And see if everybody goes and does what they do on Wednesdays instead of what they do on Thursday. The only people that do the normal thing have analog clocks. I don't know if it's secure now, but it used to not be secure. So you could spoof the time server over the NTP time protocol, which is unsecure, and fucking change everybody's goddamn clock. Change the date. Set the date back to 1642 or something. Oh my God, it's 1642. I'm late. Yeah, I got too much time on my hands to be thinking of stuff.
I was listening to a Flat Earth Dave interview recently. Actually, it was just earlier today at work.
Dave Weiss? Is that who you're talking about? Dave Weiss?
Oh yeah, Dave Weiss, yeah.
No, is that who you're talking about? Is that what
yeah,
you say?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. He was he was on a show with this one lady who's actually now like she's one of my favorite content creators. She doesn't have a YouTube channel. She has she's mostly on BitChute, and she uploads some of her stuff on Odyssey too. I found out about her because this one Christian ministry I listen to, his name is Sean. His channel is called Kingdom in Context. He had like an over 3-hour interview with her, and like it was just a fascinating discussion because they were talking about the Bible and like all sorts of topics, but you know all the range and variety of topics they were going over, which was like really interesting to hear. So I checked out her channel. It's called Free Float, like all one word, just Free Float. And on her Odyssey, she was talking to Dave Weiss, and at one point they mentioned how you can't, and I didn't know this at the time, but they said, and I looked it up to kind of confirm, and they were being corroborated. So apparently, you can't see the stars are not visible to you, even in the nighttime sky when you're flying in a plane. I thought that was kind of interesting. Do you guys?
That's not true.
That's not true?
They're visible in a plane. There's video of it. I don't know about with the naked eye, but I've seen video of a plane, from a plane. There's actually a pretty
Yeah, even Sophia is a giant telescope that's identical to the Hubble on a big plane that's used to photograph the sky. The problem is light pollution. So if you're high up and you have the sun shining in, like you're not gonna see it, or if the cabin's all lit up and stuff like that, that can all prevent you from being able to see it with naked eye.
Oh, you're saying the light pollution from inside the plane? Well, no, like say it's a nighttime sky, like the sun has set and is on the other side of the world, and maybe even I don't remember the plane always being like too lit up. I think it is relatively dark once you like start, once you kind of go up in the air. Yeah, but you're saying if there is light inside the cabin, then that would prevent you from seeing the stars outside of the plane?
It can lower how much you can see it. It's basically exposure. That's why, like, when you're using telescopes and stuff, you let them sit and capture as much light as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, there's an awesome video. I can't remember, man. I don't know if you guys have seen it, right? So there's an awesome video of. So there's basically like a GoPro in the cockpit, and the flight is a nighttime flight. Can't remember exactly where they started. It's either Germany, maybe it's the Netherlands or something. They fly all the way to South America, and all you can see is the sky, and you can ski. It's time lapse. Let's just put it this way. And they have like a show in the ground track. How they say the sky is supposed to be on the globe don't match up to what you see in the video. Just don't match. Because the sky is like moving, right? But then they're flying at the same time. At some point, like the stars, even though they should be going like from left to right based upon their direction, they're like going north and south. But they're not flying east and west, they're flying north and south. So how can the stars be moving north and south when you're going north and south? If the Earth is rotating east to west. Doesn't make any sense, man. I'll try and find it, man. It's
That's super interesting with the video you showed me.
Here it is. Yeah, that video, man. That shit blows my mind, man.
Is that the computer graphics video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it too. It was crazy.
Yeah, the random dots, man. And how he spun the dots. And how he got them to, like, make circles on both sides of the piece of paper.
Yeah.
Just by moving the paper.
All of the rotational point and everything.
Yeah, Euclidean parallax and an optical illusion that's formed as a result.
This is why NASA claims not to have seen stars. NASA astronauts seen stars, not seen stars, because you know it would be very hard for them to replicate everything, and even the most amateur of astronomers would expose any discrepancy. Yeah. And another point that sometimes we don't hit on, purely because it's more occupational related than anything else, is that the idea that you can see curvature from an aeroplane. Now, the material that is being used to make that window is very similar to a motorcycle helmet, okay? And I've been a motorcyclist for 45 years or more. Now, when I put my helmet on, that visor, the curved on that visor is tighter than the one on an aeroplane fuselage, okay? Yet, when I look through that visor, nothing is distorted. For if it were, it would not meet the health and safety standards of Britain. It could cause accidents, but yet when you look through that visor, you read the street names like you're not like the visor's not there. Okay, you can read the street names, you see the traffic lights, door numbers, road markings, road signs, everything perfectly as if it's perfect vision without the visor. No curved at all, no distortion, and that would apply to the fuselage window as well. In that it allows you to the airline owners of the plane want you to experience the view as if the window's not there. That's why I've never seen any curvature on any fuselage window in my life, and I've been flying since 1970. So no, you don't see curvature from a fuselage window. They're not designed to facilitate curvature. Usually it's level, clean, clear. What do you say, ladies and gents? Did I break up there? Did I?
No, I heard you. Sorry, man. I apologize. I actually was like reading something about this guy.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. Yeah, no
Like
worries.
this dude's asking to get. I'm like doing administrative shit. The guy's asking for terms, but I'm reviewing his chat history before I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indy, I got the time lapse you posted. So yeah, they're flying west, and the stars seem to be rotating northernly. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think if I remember it right, they're flying north and south. They're flying like north and south, and like the stars seem to come up at like to the southeast, and then go to the not even totally northwest. They like take this weird arc. I haven't watched it in a while. When we find the spot.
While you're finding the spot, I wanted to bring the spotlight back to A, because he said he believed in the flat Earth, and then he brought us two things that supposedly convinced him it's a ball again. I would like to hear from him if he still thinks it's a ball, or where he's at.
I thought it's a ball. I said I'm unsure.
Yeah, you're not sure if it's flat, and therefore you're leaning towards a ball.
No, actually not. But I wanted an explanation for it.
So what are you leaning towards then?
I'm leaning towards a flat Earth, actually.
So what would be the things that stop you from fully accepting the evidence, or going out and looking at it for yourself and confirming it for yourself?
I would say I'm still a student on the flat Earth.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah, if I'm getting uncomfortable questions from globies, that it would be a shame if I could not answer them.
Oh, I get that. And there's nothing
That's a great answer. Yeah, that's it. My question would be, what have you learnt so far that has made you move your position slightly? What have you learnt so far that's now made you question the globe even more? What have you learnt today? Please explain.
I think the first videos of Rob Skiba inspired me the most. Like where he talked about atmospheric cleansing and all that shit. It was so interesting. And he fully brought me in.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Yeah, that's very compelling stuff that Rob Skibber did. Did you also see his Chicago skyline proof that it wasn't behind any COVID? Okay, yeah, well done. Okay, fantastic. See, this is what I like, just being honest and genuine. Question everything, of course, be skeptical, but keep the integrity in place. Because for when you haven't seen Covetous, ladies and gentlemen, especially those of you in the live stream who are listening to this particular episode, Jin CPO1 speaking here, when you yourself have lived to a certain age and you're now questioning the Covetous thing and you've never seen it, could it be that it wasn't there in the first place? Okay? This is the honesty you've got to bring into the situation, the integrity. The fact that you've never seen that curvature could actually mean that it doesn't actually exist and you've been carrying a belief all these years. That's all I've got to say.
True that.
I said, B, that might not be the right video. I could have swore it was longer. Doesn't look like the right one. That one looks like it was clipped. Because the other one I remember that goes showing like all the way to South America. That one stops at like the Atlantic Ocean. And plus the video I remember seeing had the had like a inlay of like where they were on their flight, like their position on a map. So it showed you the direction they were facing.
Yeah, I've seen ones like that.
That's the problem when you look at so much stuff.
Yeah,
man.
So
much to look.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell because we don't have a proper reference for their location,
Plus, it was pretty famous. I wouldn't say famous. Famous is probably the wrong word. It was well known back then about it, and a lot of flat earthers were posting it around. And they might have edited it, cut it out. Who knows? Might be it.
We've seen plenty of that.
Yeah. What's the one that comes right to my head? Oh, Falcon Heavy launch.
Yeah, they changed the live stream, didn't they?
I still don't know how they managed to do that.
It's also, do you remember the image with the Photoshop tool in it? That was like on all their official websites, and then they just changed the image and removed it.
Wasn't that from the Russian space agency? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, the Earth, yeah.
They left the hand.
To go to grabby hand?
Yeah. I don't make too much of that one, to be honest, because they can always just say, yeah, we fucking pulled it up and took a screenshot of it again or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought of.
Yep.
That we downloaded it from the Russians and then we took a screenshot of our grabby hand. because the claim to fame was the highest resolution image of the Earth yet. So you're going to have a giant file size, right? So they're not going to upload this giant file to their website, a freaking 40 gigabyte TIFF file. They're going to just, show the image on their own screen, take a screenshot, and upload it at 4,000, 4,000 by 3,000 or something.
Yeah, there it is there. fucking. It's amazing how the colors are political. You know, got this like clean blue for America. You know, allies. You know, Russia's got these dingy reds. You know, fucking Soviet oppression. Fucking China just has this kind of blandness to it, you know, communism and like, you know, what's the word, regimented, you know. Europe is, I don't know, just kind of in between. Funny that. You guys see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they always have that little subliminal suggestion going on and everything. So, sorry. You might have found it. No, this is 7 months ago.
Hello, I am MC Loon. I am known for struggling with flat Earth. And oh boy, have I struggled. At first I thought the horizon was geometric, the leading edge of a sphere, a water hill if you will, that the distance to the horizon would always match the globe. Then the flat earthers showed me this picture. They call it the Black Swan. Do you see where the horizon is, way behind the furthest oil rig? That is impossible in my worldview. The horizon is at least 10 times further than it should be. That is by orders of magnitude, not something standard refraction can help with. The sphere would become so large as a consequence that all the known world would just be a tiny flat spot on it. So I knew I had hard work ahead trying to find some way to maintain my belief with sophistry. But then they showed me this.
This is hilarious. That's
Take a look at
hilarious.
this picture taken from France. A world record long-distance photograph in infrared with a picture taken in visible light only 4 minutes earlier. Infrared refracts less than visible light, so if the globe were true, we would always see the horizon closer in that part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and therefore see less in infrared on a globe, where refraction is allowing us to see so much further than the geometric horizon. This picture shows us a mountain that is 255 miles away. The horizon should only be at 117 miles away. The top of this mountain should be hidden by 6,985 feet, or more than a mile under the horizon. Yet we see the most of the top of the mountain. This completely debunks my globe ideas. I was a massive fool for my blind faith in this religion. I see now that my fallacious appeals won't make the earth turn into a sphere.
That's awesome.
It's hilarious, but we need to be careful with stuff like that, to be honest.
Very much MC Loon. Thank you, MC Loon. Yes, he realizes
yeah. It's going to open up a can of worms, man. They'll be doing the same thing to us next.
That's the video we're always waiting for these idiots to put out, of course. It's like,
yeah,
here you are,
that's
Toon.
right. But
This
they
is how
lack,
you
they
should
lack
stand.
integrity anyway.
Yes.
But they lack integrity, so that you're never going to hear that from them.
No. Never.
Very respectful to what's his name, Bob Nodell, in his recent passing. Yeah, they did a little video of condolence. Did you see that?
I watched Jeranism's stream we pretty much had every
Yeah.
personality on there. So yeah, good send off.
Yeah. Yeah. They also did one separately with all the McToons and the FE, Fuck the Flat Earth, and all the rest of them. They were all there just giving condolences to his wife, and that separate video from Generism as well.
Oh really? With the anti-flats?
Yep, that would be, and also Nathan Oakley. They all came in and did a special condolences. You know, sad loss, etc., etc. You know the spiel.
Well, it's good of them. Honourable.
Yeah, they did that. I thought that was a good touch. All the Globers were doing that. Yeah, good touch.
It's the least they could do, to be honest. For all their other bullshit.
Yeah.
They're not all honorable, believe me. I don't want to repeat some of the stuff they posted on Twitter.
I mean, I hate to be the kind of burst the bubble, but most likely did it just to kind of, you know, put themselves in a light with their own people.
Virtue signal, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they did say that. We didn't agree with what he said, etc., etc. But you know, he is a human.
It's all about public relations with these types.
Yeah. Does anybody know how he actually passed away? I've heard things, but I don't know. Anybody know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know either.
Doesn't fucking matter.
No.
The only thing I've heard is like some sort of long-term heart condition or something like that.
Well, that's what I heard. Yeah, large heart. Well, I think it's important. I think it does matter actually. You know, it seems he was part of the
community. It does matter. Well, I'll say this.
Go on.
He was overweight, and holding that amount of weight is not healthy for you. So if you're that large, please lose some weight.
Yeah. When I first set eyes on Bob Nadell 80 years ago, he wasn't a picture of health. That was my first and foremost conclusion. This man's overweight. Boy, he wants to lose weight. And then as the years went on, he started to lose it, but he still didn't look a picture of health. Not one time. And that kind of stubble across his face, never shaved, just made him look worse, I felt. I never saw him actually clean shaven.
He did lose a lot of weight compared to the first time I saw him, but he was still obese. He was still morbidly obese.
Yeah, he was still overweight. Yeah, I have to admit that. He wasn't a picture of health.
You don't understand what carrying that amount of weight does to the human body. It is seriously bad for you. I can't understate it. Yeah. And the reason I'm you're in Japan, you don't have to worry about this shit. But in America, 34% of the population is obese.
Yeah.
Okay. So
what was Bob? He was about 6'7", wasn't he?
Who?
Bob. He was like 6'7" or something.
He was 6'7" and holding that much weight. Oh my God, we're talking about 10 times more dangerous. Because tall people already have a shortened lifespan.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he was too big, definitely, and he was only 62 as well. You know, so you know.
Because the more you weigh, the larger your heart physically gets.
Right.
So, I've seen autopsies of people that are excessively large, and their heart gets enlarged. It gets gigantic.
Yeah.
Because you have all that tissue that you have to pump blood through. So your heart grows in order to accommodate that.
Yeah, compensate and accommodate, exactly, yeah.
But there's limits to everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I was always pushing, and I always push the health side, because if you're spending a lot of time on your keyboard, Discord can rob you of your health. You know, so you need to make sure that you do your exercises. You know, it's Ramadan now, okay? So today's going to be the last day. I'm fasting now. So I haven't eaten or drank now for at least 15 hours. So yesterday I did a 4-hour workout. 4 hours. I covered 17 miles on foot. That was with the bicycle, running, and an hour walk. And then my table of exercises that I do in the park, you know, the parallel bars, the chin-up bars, the Olympic rings. Burpees.
Body weight exercises.
Yeah. That's what I did, right? 4 hours. 3 hours, 45 minutes. And that's 18 hours, no food, no drink, and I'm doing that.
MashaAllah, nice one.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I'm always trying to promote that we can do it, and don't let yourself fall apart when you know you can retain good health. And I'm going to keep on trying.
Well, most people just need a change in their diet, like that. Like if you have a choice between like two things, yes, exercise is great, but diet is from the average American diet is more important to change than to exercise, because they'll lose weight faster changing their diet than they will just exercising and keeping the same diet.
Yeah, well, that's right. As I'm a fitness instructor, your diet is important, and especially for those who are overweight.
Well, you're in a country that doesn't have the same food we have here. I mean, like, our food is so processed. It's like micronized, right? So it's ground up so fine, your body just like absorbs it.
Yeah.
Right. So if you get like white bread, that flour when they make it is so powderized. When you eat it, right? So the amount of absorption is, proportional to the surface area of the particles that you're eating, right? So if there's super fine freaking flour particles, you're just absorbing every possible thing. Whereas if you ate like whole grain bread, you're going to absorb some of it, but you're going to pass, a significant portion of it. It's not as bioavailable. So, like, your diet is super important, like cutting out foods that are, like, processed to that extent. Like, you can literally, like, eat the exact same amount and just change the brand and lose weight.
Yeah, that's right. That's what the experts have said. You see, the experts have said that the reason why people are gaining weight is exactly what you said. It's all processed, and the body is looking for the nutrients it's not getting. So if it was getting the nutrients, then the "I'm full up, we've got enough nutrients" triggers the brain, and you stop feeling hungry. But because you're not finding those nutrients, you're eating more of this stodge, and that's how you end up getting weight. That's one reason the dietitians have said.
There's no one reason people get obese, but if I had a choice, if I had a choice, should I keep the same diet and exercise, or should I not exercise and change my diet? You should probably change your diet.
Yeah, it's a good point. Change your diet, and then once you've reached it, because it's dangerous actually to do exercise when you're overweight.
Oh yeah, because then you'll get hurt.
Yeah, what we instructors say is you need to get fit to be fit. That means first diet. Lose the weight first. And if you're going to do any exercise, then we call it remedial exercise, which is just gentle, going for a walk, a short cycle. That's enough. You're not going to get any medals for like doing a marathon and things like that. So just take it easy.
Even just standing. If you're in that bad a shape, even just standing for whatever you're doing, like if you're watching TV, anything that you normally do that you sit for, just stand, and it makes a massive difference. People would be shocked how much of a difference that can make.
Yeah, and then another exercise is like sitting down on the floor and getting up, sitting down and getting up, sitting down just on the floor and standing up. Sit down and stand up, and then when you find yourself using more of your left side, switch it to the right side and throw the weight to the right side to get up. That in itself is an exercise. Believe you me, tones your body up. Just sitting down on the floor and then getting up from the ground, standing up. You do that 100 times a day, you get yourself super fit.
You ever hear about that Indian straw man? I think he's like from the 20s or the early 1900s. He's like an Indian. He's from India, man. And the only thing he would do was like burpees and like Indian push-ups.
There you
go. And he could pick up like something like, I think they said he picked up like an 1,800-pound rock or something.
Yeah, there you go. See? Yeah, man.
That's pre-steroids, man. That's pre-roid monster.
I wouldn't be surprised. The old-time strongmen back from the 19th century and early 20th century, they were some bad dudes, man. I've read a lot.
They also had like 10 times the testosterone as
Yeah.
Yeah. Real.
Have you seen like the testosterone levels? Like testosterone levels have been going down since like the 1920s. It's not just now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like, so someone in 1920 that was 90 years old had the same testosterone level as someone that was 19 in 1940.
I know, that's that's depressing.
A 90-year-old. It leapfrogs like that all the way to the current day. That the 90-year-old, if you go forward another 20 years, his testosterone level is the same as a 19-year-old. It just leapfrogs all the way to now. But now it's like actually increasing a little bit, like since like 2010. It's starting to like accelerate slightly. But that's probably because,
What do you think that is?
soy and everything. It's got
Testosterone's starting to
phytoestrogens and
increase
shit.
again, are you saying? Or,
No, it's decreasing.
decreasing.
It's
But
decreasing faster than that
it's getting
regular.
exponentially.
Yeah. Starting to hit that curve. It's gone from linear to exponential.
Well, and as far as the diet end of things here in the States, yeah, I mean, you're right. And they make it real easy to be, to just buy the processed shit. It's cheaper. I mean, and that's by design. It's.
I hate pointing it out. It always sounds sexist, but just these globers that come in, these young lads, just the way they get emotional and spiral, and they're speaking to them is like arguing with an irrational woman. And it's just, we talk about low T levels and all that, and fucking men turning into women, basically. Too much estrogen. It's like, yeah, you can see it.
Dude, I watched part of that modern day debate that was on earlier, and that fucking Mark Reed, that Australian dude. Holy shit, man! That dude is insufferable.
I haven't seen it. Don't know him.
Was that the Flatizoid Nathan Thompson versus somebody?
Not Nathan Thompson. It's a different Nathan kid. He's like some younger kid. But yeah, it was Flatzoid and him and Mark from that Aussie dude, that bald Aussie dude, and Leo.
It sounds familiar, dude. Sounds familiar.
Did Total Globe sell it or what?
Crazy Glover?
Oh, dude, he is horrible.
Did he know anything, or was he just like going nuts?
Oh yeah, he just goes and spirals and argues the straw man. You guys don't have a model. Your model can't explain this. Your model can't explain that. Lights, things in the sky doing this, and yeah, it's
the usual then. Eh?
I had to turn it off after 15 minutes.
He's ever been here. He's more than welcome to come here and tell us all about how his model works.
Oh, he's not going to do that.
That would be fun, though.
I'm not a fan of them debate formats.
Well, no, neither am I. That's why I don't do that shit. I don't like that. Because truly just like...
It just gets tribal. It just gets tribal. It's just tribal.
No, I also think it's like gladiator shit, right? So like you're just there for the brutality. Yeah. You're not there for any information. People are just watching to watch the Christians get eaten by the lions. That's all it is.
I'm sure it catches a few minds here and there, but overall, I'm just not a big fan.
I mean, I think you really turn or give people the curiosity required to like research it. You have to go in there and like pretty much absolutely annihilate a Glover. But the thing is the moderator going to let you?
No, it won't.
That's the problem. Is the moderator going to let you, or is he going to come in and save the guy every time?
You can't put a time limit on this conversation.
And then there's the other part, right? So when they start pulling their dirty little tricks that they pull here, like that other clown that was here earlier, right? And they start pulling that, what's going to happen? Are we going to spiral into the cesspool? Is the moderator going to do something, or are we going to just continue the sophistry back and forth where nothing happens and no information's exchanged. It's just, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've convinced me to even more not to ever go on that. Even more. No, I'm even more.
There with the moderators is that if they knew how to identify sophistry and stop it, and they knew how to identify fallacious questioning and answering, they'd be flat earthers themselves, and then Globers would say, "Oh, this is a biased platform. The moderator's a flat earther." But
it will also mean that
that's the mind you need to moderate an actual conversation and keep it logically sound, which is what a real debate's supposed to be.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. To be a moderator, you need to be able to moderate. If you don't know the rules of argumentation and logic, you're just going to be irrational with the rest of them and not moderate at all.
Well, there's other types of debates where they just moderate the time, right? So, I mean,
yeah, and this
go that way.
In this one, the moderator was pretty hands off. Like, you barely heard him. Every once in a while, he would step in and say, "Hey, okay, we're gonna let so and so have a chance because he's been trying to say something," but he just kind of let him go.
Yeah, with modern day debate, they literally only moderate when they're talking over each other. They don't cut in. They won't really tell you, like, you could swear at the other person essentially, and they wouldn't really, as long as you're not talking over them, they'll let it happen.
So they don't have allocated time or anything like that?
Yeah, they do. Sorry, it usually goes like this. The debate itself will normally go for about an hour and a half. They've got an intro and they take it in turns. Like, the intro could be anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, and then it goes into open discussion after that. And the moderator literally just doesn't really do much except make sure they don't cut each other off too much. And if someone's a little bit more timid and isn't talking much, they might try to get them involved, but they don't. Yeah, and then after about an hour and a half, they go into questions from super chats, and that can go for an hour to up to 2 hours or so, depending on how much time the people have. But I think the predominant, like, obviously the way they make money is off the super chats, so they really focus on that a lot. And with the super chats, if the question's directed towards, like, say for example, it's FE versus Globe. If the question's directed towards FE, then whoever it's directed towards gets the last say. That's basically how it works. Yeah, so it's not too bad. Like, it's okay, but you're not going to change anyone's mind.
That's what I mean, because it's just not. It doesn't have the correct structure to, like, change. It just sounds. What it sounds like to me, just sounds like an argument. An unstructured argument of people yelling at each other, and that's that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And I think the overwhelming majority of the audience is already dug in what their belief system is, and they're just there to reaffirm their biases. They're not there. There might be a very small percentage of people actually legitimately, like, trying to figure out what's what.
Yeah. The biggest issue I see with modern day debates is because of its basic structure of just they take turns, is a lot of the times the points don't get answered, you don't get to a conclusion, and because the Globers like to jump around between topics when they can't answer something, so they just jump to the next topic.
Oh, plus they just like the scattergun technique, period, right? Because they have an quote-unquote explanation for everything, right? So you're just sitting there running around playing whack-a-mole. Like, you have to answer, like, what about the core? What about P waves? What about S waves? What about what about Coriolis? What about this? What about that? What about that? But they mention all these things, and they haven't presented a single shred of evidence for any of them. But the people on the other end, that's the shit they were brainwashed in school. So they're like, yeah, what about that?
Yeah, the super chats for the globe side are like, is the Earth a globe? And they respond, yes. Does everything work? Yes. And that's it.
Will you have my babies?
And then the FE side is like,
Most
go
globers.
through every little technical detail. It's the first detail is beyond the head of the average globe viewer anyway, so there's just no chance.
Would any of you guys be interested in joining the modern day debate Discord server and
no, that
debating it?
Shithole.
I've heard it's cesspool.
Oh, you think so?
I think they kicked Panto out.
Let us know. Are you on there? Let
I
us
am,
know what
yeah.
you think. What do you think?
I mean, I guess I was going back and forth with them like when I first joined a couple months ago. I did it for a while. It was kind of fun, especially being able to use all my memes, which they just like so predictably just like run into. You know, like I have like a perfect meme for like all their responses, and like they just get triggered by it. So that was a lot of fun.
Because they're NPCs, man, and their program, their code is like 100 lines long.
Right.
100. That's generous.
Well, I mean, some of it's a loop function, right? It's just like loop right back to the beginning.
Yeah, it's a short flow chart with these guys, man.
Yeah, and it always somehow ties back to gravity. That's the one magic word.
The god of the gaps. Call it the god of the gaps and watch them spiral, man.
Right. It's the single word coping mechanism they can use to explain anything that's actually not explainable.
Well, it describes every possible thing. It's why things go up. It's why things go down. And crypto came up with this. And it's why things go sideways. Right? So orbits, sideways. A balloon, it goes up because of gravity, right? It says the air gets pulled down and then the balloon goes up. And then the air just gets pulled down because of gravity. So up, down, and sideways. It covers everything.
And then they go as far as
gravity is supposed to hold the air to the rotation as it's rotating, so it's moving to the side.
And then, of course, there's no up or down in space, whatever that means.
Yeah, there's only in and out, man. Listen, the best thing to do is just accurately describe their model, and it's just so ridiculous that they'll go nuts, dude. Like, literally, because they can't take it. Like, they have all these, like, weasel words and stuff. Like, no, just accurately describe their model. When they say something goes up or something go, no, can't say that. In your model, there is no up and down. There's in and out. There's into the earth or out of the earth. That's it. There's in or out. That's it. There's no up or down.
Right. Good way of saying it.
Well, that's what it is, right? You fall in toward the center, right, or out from the center. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Well, they'll just tell you that up and down are sort of they're like subjective directional terms. They're not universal.
Oh, everything's relative to some other thing. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes, you're right.
Yeah. And they say, and some globers, the honest ones at least, will admit that people and buildings and entire societies are, like living upside down from us here in America. But then, because it's on the bottom of the globe, it's called the land down under. But they fail to realize that, like, people in America relative to them would also be standing upside down, right? It goes both ways. It can't just be Australia only. If it's all relative, then
everybody's upside down, and everybody's on the top and the bottom of the ball at the same time.
Right.
So that's what I mean by accurately describing their model, right? So, like, a couple days ago, I decided, like, Whenever I post like an image of the globe, like to show them like a diagram, I'm gonna post it upside down. Like just to fucking troll them. I'm just posting it upside down. Like if it shows like the people on top of it, I'm flipping it upside down and showing everything on the bottom. All the words, everything. It doesn't matter to them. There is no upside down. There is no up. There is no down. They want to live like that. That's fine with me. I'll accommodate them. I'll just post I'll just post images of the globe in random orientations. I'm an asshole.
No, not really. That's all you can do at a certain point. Like, you know, I'm sure you guys share this experience. Like when you guys first came across the Flat Earth revelation, it's like it's all you could think about. It completely consumed all your thoughts. I know I couldn't sleep for like a couple days or whatever it was, you know, and I just wanted to, you know, quote flat smack like all my friends and family and any stranger I met on the street about it, because it was just the absolute like most fascinating, like, you know, worldview breaking thing ever. But then over time you kind of realize like there are these like militant, whether they be atheists or super like these materialist kind of people, like they're just anti-flat earthers. Yeah, NPCs, yeah, whatever you want to call it. Like there's no amount of evidence, no matter how scientifically empirical it is or how compelling it may be, that will, you know, it will get them to even remotely start to change their mind. They're just completely dead set. Yeah, a lot of it's because they are NPCs. I don't know if they're like just innocent or gullible people, or like just want to think everyone in the world is just like honest and has integrity and isn't capable of lying, and that psychopaths only exist in like a small movies. Yeah, exactly, right. Like I think that's the root of it for a lot of people, because I've noticed a big pattern of like why flat earthers can go from being a globe believer, just like everyone was growing up in school. Why they can go from globe to flat earth is because they, you know, just like me, and I'm sure like you guys, we were already sort of into the truth community, like looking into conspiracies and the propaganda of mainstream media, especially after learning about the truth of 9/11. You know, we were already sort of in that field. So something like flat earth that seemed reasonable about, just like as another thing that they could be lying about. So, but these rest of these, you know, bots and NPCs, they haven't looked into anything. And so when you hit them with flat earth, it's like they can't take it, because it's like literally the mother of all conspiracies.
Oh yeah. It's, you know, it's like doing a master's, being on the final year, you know, and then trying to drag like someone that's not even done their first year into it.
Yeah.
So here you go, study this material, understand it. They don't have the first clue, man. They haven't looked at anything in their lives. They haven't thought about anything. They haven't thought about why they believe anything, different perspectives on anything. You know, they haven't realized, again, any of the other deceptions, the smaller ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hit them with this. It's like it's immediate overload. You know, that's why you get the spiral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I try to like just to keep it simple. And when I say keep it simple, I mean keep it to like a base commonality between all human beings without being intellectual, right? Just like start with experience. Start with like, how do I know this? Start with like, told you it's a globe. Why do you believe it? What was the evidence they gave you? To just have it analyzed it just at the very basic level, without any of the complicated shit like why are they lying or what's the Coriolis or anything. It's a basic level. Oh, you think the Earth's a globe? Well, why is that? Why do you think the Earth's a globe? What evidence did they give you? Well, if you go out in the world, you don't see a globe. You see flat. So they must have gave you some evidence where you don't think that that's true. And like, just even that little bit is hard for some people. Just even that little bit. That's not even complicated. Right?
Well, I think it might be.
Because if I asked a normal person, I said, what do you think the best place to live in the world is? And they were like, well, Bermuda. Why do you think Bermuda's the best place? Well, I heard it's got this, that, and the other thing. Well, what is your evidence for that? Well, my family went there, and then they said water was clean, da-da-da. And they'd have all these explanations, right? They'd have all these reasons why they thought whatever place is the best place to live in the world. You ask them about the Earth's a globe, and you just hit a bunch of fucking crickets. And when they start thinking about it, dude, like it's hard for them to think about it, to even question it in the first place. So you have to almost trick them into questioning it by keeping it very basic. Something very common, how do I put this? Like a common conversation, right? Like if we were having a conversation about something else, the structure of the conversation is the same as the structure of a conversation about any other normal thing, except for this is flat Earth. It's not about those other things, right? Like the example I used. What's your favorite place to live? That's just a normal conversation of two people shooting the shit. You bring up flat Earth and you structure it basically the same way as any other normal conversation, so they don't get that freaking emotional response, feeling of dread, stages of grief, like all the emotions that they go through. It's very emotional for them. And that's kind of like what people don't realize is, I mean, a lot, not the people here, but I would say like newbie flat earthers, like they don't realize that the emotional attachment for people is significant and it's real. It's not a figment of our imagination.
Oh yeah, I don't underestimate it for a bit.
No, I think it's definitely like for some people, like it's a safety mechanism. Like, because I think like psychologically, some people just can't psychologically handle that there's a lie on that scale.
It's like finding out you're adopted or something, dude. It's on that level of existential dread. It's like, yeah, these aren't your parents. You're adopted. Like,
it's
oh my
beyond
God.
that. It's well beyond that. It's you know.
Yeah, it might be worse than that. You're right.
No, it is, because you're taking people that like they think the governments of the world have got their back, and all the experts, they're out there, they're fighting for a better world. We're going to cure cancer, we're going to go to space, and all this nonsense, and then you just pull the rug out from underneath them. And what have you left them with? It's like you've left them naked in the forest with no skills,
Yeah. There's nothing to. That's probably why they're always asking for like a replacement, right?
Yeah, they want it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's, for me, like one of the most fascinating things to think about is like what, I don't even know if I want to call it a quality or what attribute do we have here in this room that like made us, able to just accept this and accept, what the evidence that we were given and say, well, yeah, I guess, everything that I was growing up being taught was a falsehood. Like what separates, what do we have that like other people, like what we're talking about, just can't accept it? I don't know. I have theories. Like for me, I've had some dark shit happen to me in my childhood, and that might have something to do with it for me, but I don't know.
I mean, if I would guess, lack of fear, lack of generalized anxiety, I would guess. Because, like, some people, they have to have that social validation in order to, like, function. They don't feel right or something. And obviously, being a flat earther, you're going to lose a lot of that social proof, social validation. So you have to, on some level, not care about it. And it is a roadblock for a lot of like people that come into the topic. They start hearing about flat Earth. They can hear all the information they want. You can fucking prove to them 100% that the Earth's a globe. They're not going to believe it just because they don't want the social repercussions of believing it.
Yeah, I was wanting to just say that like we think that we're just fighting this idea of a globe, and trying to get people, okay, just transition over to seeing reality for what it is. We think it's that, but it's a whole psychological war. We're asking most people to get rid of their desire for immaturity and truly grow up. And they're not ready.
That's fucking a big ouchie right there, man.
What's that?
That's a big ouch, man. That's hard for people to do, especially when they're adult children, man.
Most of the world is adult children, you know. I haven't grown up.
Most of the Western world, I would say.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, of course, people in the countries that have a lot more hardship, you know, they're struggling for life every day. They
weren't even children when they were children.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the Western world is just infantilized completely.
Yeah, it's a disturbing amount of people that have absolutely no familiarity with logical process or the Socratic method, the trivium, can't identify a logical fallacy to save their life. And when you start bringing up to them that they're like employing fallacious reasoning, like they almost start getting annoyed. Like they don't get it. Like that's how we identify a flawed argument.
Well, in their paradigm, lying is truth, you know? Sophistry is logically sound, all this. That's their paradigm, you know? Because that's what the experts employ. Sorry.
Yeah, they were never educated in logic at all. They just watched TV shows where Sherlock Holmes used sophistry and fallacious reasoning to deduct things and figure out the truth. And so, if you want to be smart, and like Sherlock Holmes and other detectives, you use fallacies to get to a wrong conclusion. That's what the TV taught them.
Oh, you know,
definitely psychological battle. Definitely psychological.
No, for sure. And it's at the deepest, most fundamental level. You can even say it's like spiritual warfare, in a way. But the one that gets
it is spiritual warfare. But like most of the people that we're at war with have no spirit. Unfortunately, they're resisting. They're resisting it, right? They're resisting conscience, soul, all those things, right? Because then there's accountability. That's the kryptonite here. It's all about accountability. Oh, I'm going to appeal to experts because I don't want to be accountable for my own thoughts. I don't want to be accountable for my own actions. I don't want to be accountable for anything. I just want to find some leader that's going to tell me what to do, and I'm going to go through life like a fucking robot and pretend I'm independent and I'm a free thinker, but I'm not really. I'm a free thinker because I pick Nikes instead of Adidas. So I'm free. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, because I could pick left or right on which way to vote. So, I'm a big boy now.
Yeah, exactly. I chose my car. I like Ford instead of Chevy. So I'm free. We're Americans. We're free.
Yeah. Got to have permission to build a house, hunt, fish, collect rainwater. But, yep, leave the country. Got to have permission for all that. But, man, we're so free.
Yo, you can't even cross the street when you want to cross the street. I mean, come on. You can't do anything without permission.
I wonder if spirit is just self-awareness.
Yeah, I mean, the conscience, really.
By developing your, being more and more self-aware of your actions and the consequences and correcting them to be better. And that's spiritual growth. I wonder if that's it.
Well, I mean, you can't deny that, at least in the West, a lot of people are hollowed out, man. They're like, in the 80s, we called them empty suits, right? That's all. They're just an empty suit. They're just walking around. There's nothing inside. They go through the motions. There's nothing there. You think about American Psycho, right? There's an idea of, whatever the dude's name was, I forget at the top of my head. He says, but you can press my flesh, but I'm just not there. That he's just all He's all form and no substance. And there's so many people like this. They're all form and no substance. They go through the societal norms for the appearance of being normal or whatever that means. But there's nothing there. They're empty. And I hate talking about other human beings like that, but that's just my experience, man. The majority of people I meet fucking shallow as hell.
Sad fact is most people are shallow, very shallow puddles, and then you're dealing with a lot of people who are giving into their ego and constructing masks, and as they pretend to be that mask, they become very hollow.
Then they put 3 masks on their mask, and
yeah, most people just seem like they're not there, you know.
I mean, listen, who in their right mind could go out into the world and buy any Kardashian product or watch anything they put out on TV, whatever they do? Who could take those people seriously enough to actually spend money on anything associated with them? You have to be like legit retarded or something. Like there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, you got.
When was the last time an advertisement worked on you, Indio?
An advertisement? I don't know, man. I don't watch TV.
You got people buying Logan Paul pay-per-views. Same.
I can't watch TV, man. That shit comes on, I'm just sitting there just like criticizing it. Everything that comes on. Like this is bullshit, that's bullshit, like everything. This commercial's bullshit. Like with fucking, like I can't believe they're showing this, so like I can see the chicks, like what she ate for dinner through that freaking, for those, whatever she's wearing. She isn't wearing anything. I'm like, chicken and thong's really going to get me to open a bank account. Yeah, okay.
I haven't watched TV since I was 12, 32 now. But I mean, you know, advertisements still pop up from YouTube and all that stuff. And yeah, it's just like, how does this shit work on anybody, you know?
But some of it's just like more blatant than the others, right? The Kardashians are talentless. They're famous for being famous. They're like, everything they're doing is just to make themselves richer. And like you think like, oh, I'm a Kardashian, I make good products. That's not what I think. Kardashians, they're known for making good products. They come from a long line of industrialists. So like, whatever they make, you know what I mean? Like, why would I buy anything from a Kardashian? So the only reason to buy something would be, oh, the name brand, or I respect them, or I want to be like, it's like a virtue signal. I'm like what? I don't understand the motivation. Why you would buy anything marketed by a Kardashian for any reason. Like, whatever they're into, I'm running the other way.
It's kind of the same things with sports, you know? It's like people need that little, you know, they give people their sports teams and they cycle the winners to give each group their little kind of feeling of winning from time to time, so that they don't fucking riot and pull the whole system down. Same thing with the Kardashians, you know, just towards primarily the female population. They just give them that little feeling of being that bit closer to the kind of upper echelon of society. Give them that little win to feel about themselves. So that they don't go into some fucking kind of depression and start looking at real information and realizing it's all fucking bullshit.
Something to feed their energy to.
Yeah, and there's probably like some sunk cost fallacy into that, right? So like the longer you stay in that immature, instant gratification, narcissistic mindset, coming out has to be worse as time goes on, because now you've wasted time, right? I've spent fucking 20 years being a shallow, materialistic individual. Now I'm looking at some real information, and I have to look at myself and go, what have you just done for the last 20 years? How could you possibly be so stupid, right? Oh, no, forget that. I don't want to look at that. I'll just keep buying nonsense and continue down this road, because I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to feel guilt. I don't want to be accountable.
Yeah, I mean, what life skills are you left with after 20 years of putting into that stuff? Nothing. Your entire social circle is probably equally as shallow and NPC.
Exactly, man.
It's like if you wake up now, who are you going to turn to? You know?
And there comes the social ostracization. You're going to run around and tell them you're a flat earther. People that are running around with Coach handbags. Oh, I'm a flat earther now. You know, and like you made me think of something, right? Like, so if you go to Africa, right, like one of the Hamza tribe or whatever, you're running around. You know what? You can think whatever the fuck you want, but if you're the best hunter in the village, they're kissing your ass. You're going to be up there in the social hierarchy, no matter what you think. You could think that like spirits and aliens are guiding your hand when you like throw a spear at a monkey and kill it for the fucking tribe. They don't care. Just kill the monkey, right? Now in America, you could be the best person at something, but if you have wrong think, you're canceled. That's how stupid we are here. We're freaking idiots. Where merit has nothing to do with it. You have to think the right things in order to climb the social hierarchy.
Yeah,
it's kind of disgusting.
You can fall from heaven so fast in the West for just having wrong thing. You can be the talk of the world, man, and you just say the wrong thing. Go against the whole alphabet soup nonsense. You're fucking done.
Yeah, toast.
Get him out
And
of
the
here.
thing is, that wrong thing is always it's a moving target. You'd actually never know really what it is. I mean, you know what it was, right? You know what it like. Oh shit, that person got canceled for that shit. Better not say that. But the future one, the future outrageous cancellation is going to be something nobody thought of yet. It's going to be a new outrage.
Fuck. I mean, they are running out of outrages. What could it possibly be? Like
Dude, the bottom line has to be like
fucking lampposts or some shit.
It has to be outrage at you not being outraged at their outrage. Like
that's it. Yeah, outrageception.
Oh my God, you're not offended? We're canceling you. You are mandated to be offended by what that person said. Because it's hive mind. We all know the hive mind is the ultimate goal for this neo-Marxist insanity that's running through the Western world. Like everybody sees where it's going. Like that's what I don't understand about it. Everybody sees where it's going. Everybody. And nobody's doing anything about it. I mean, we're all complaining, I guess.
I think we might all be getting totally conned, to be honest. Every outrage in the world that seems like it's major is probably absolutely tiny. And just the Goliath that is the media infrastructure of this world can paint the picture that it's just rolling over our whole society. And it's on the forefront of everybody's minds. And everybody cares about it. But it's probably the complete opposite. I think the world is highly dysfunctional. But you know, you go out and meet regular people and you speak to them about this stuff and you can have a reasonable discussion, and generally they disagree reasonably against the thing.
Have any of you guys gone out into the public and just tried to have a conversation with just like the regular worker Joes?
I've talked to people. Most people that I know, well, pretty much everybody I've ever interacted, they just don't care. They just have other problems that are bigger. Maybe they think about it, maybe they believe it, but like they just have other issues in their lives that are more of a concern.
Yeah. Yep. I've thought about going out and seeing and just like talking to normal people and getting them to just, you know, maybe spark that process. But I mean, yeah, I don't.
It's hard to worry about flat Earth when you, like, you know, you're worried about making your rent or filling your car with gas, or, you know what I mean? When you have, like, real world, or your girlfriend's fucking, you think she's fucking your neighbor, or, you know, your dog died, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tire.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Don't worry about that girlfriend thing. That shouldn't bother anyone. I heard they have a model for that to explain it away.
Yeah, yeah. They can get them at Amazon.
That shouldn't be a worry for anybody.
Yeah. Not even, that didn't even happen.
1-800 call Pagus.
Well, you know who it wasn't fucking his girlfriend? It wasn't Pagus, that's for sure.
He was in here.
I want him to come back. Has he been here recently? Dude.
So I think I want to say the last time I saw him in here was a year ago. He was in good spirits, had a laugh with it all.
The German guys are some of the wackiest fucking people that ever come in here. There was a German guy in the old server, man. All he did was just like, look at this Blender animation! That's impossible on a flat Earth! He'd be screaming at us, man. With some Blender animation, saying how things are impossible on a flat Earth. He used to be like, it's kind of funny.
The Germans have to live up to this kind of idea of themselves of understanding this stuff perfectly. Yeah.
I can't.
Like, no, there's no way models are wrong. There's no way, you know.
Definitely not Blender. Blender's a precision simulation of reality, man. Didn't you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Shit, dude, you can design a sex robot on it.
The people that are like, oh, this was impossible on a flat Earth and this and that, and 90% of the time it's like sky observations. And it just gets me every time because it's like, dude, we don't even believe the claim about the ground under our feet. Why the fuck do you think we would believe those things in the sky are what you say they are?
Well, that's the thing. They just claim they're impossible on a flat Earth, but they never prove it, do they?
Yeah, but I mean, it all revolves around those things being what they say they are and how far away they say they are. You know what I mean?
It depends on a lot more than that, because they're saying that when they say that, what they actually mean is this is geometrically impossible. But that's actually not true. It's true in their choice of geometric axiom, let's put it that way. But all geometries are not created equally. Right? There's Euclidean geometry, but there's also various versions of non-Euclidean geometry. So saying it's not possible, that requires... So it's like a math, right? When you say, oh, this particular thing is impossible in math, what do they require? They require a mathematical proof. If they're saying, this thing is impossible in geometry, that requires a geometric proof. You can't just say it, you have to prove it. Okay? Saying, oh, this doesn't work in my spherical geometry. Yeah, we know, because Earth's not a sphere, it's flat. Of course it doesn't work in spherical geometry. In spherical geometry, rulers don't exist. So if I have a straight edge, a ruler, and I use spherical coordinates, that ruler does not exist. That ruler, you can't make a straight line in spherical geometry because an axiom of spherical geometry is there's no straight lines. So you can't have a straight line, even if a straight line exists. Sure, it's flat. It can't exist in a spherical geometry because flat things don't exist in spherical geometry. Right? So, yeah, thanks, dude. But all you're saying really is this is impossible in spherical geometry. That's all you're saying. Yeah, thanks, dude. I know. You're not really saying anything.
Yeah, they want to straw man some sort of quote unquote model and make it adhere to their claims, basically.
So think about this. A sphere, all the coordinates in the sphere, right? They have to be equidistant from the center. That means one distance, the radius, right? Every point on the sphere is 3,959 miles from the radius. And like you can go at some other distance, right? I can go at like 3959.00001, right? Well, if I take a straight line, right? So if I take a ruler on the surface of the Earth and it's 3,959 miles, and I want to assign a coordinate to each point on the edge of the ruler, there are parts of the ruler which can't exist because they won't add up to a whole number, right? There'll be some infinite number, or there'll be some transcendental number, or there'll be some irrational number, right? It won't be a coordinate. It won't be like, X, 3,959 mile .0001, and then have a Y coordinate and a Z coordinate. One of those coordinates won't have an actual number attached to it. So it can't be expressed in the geometry at all, because the ruler, no matter where I put it, can't be equidistant from the center. And only numbers that are only distances that are equidistant from the center have an expressible number for them. You understand what I'm saying? That there's not an actual number that can actually express that in the coordinate system because of the coordinate. Because the coordinate has to have three axes, right? So there's three axes, X, Y, Z. But in polar coordinates, it'll be rho, B, and theta or something. So even in those coordinates, you're not going to have an exact location. So just saying the thing's impossible, it doesn't mean anything. Because the geometry prohibits its existence. Right? It's like a Mobius strip. Do you know what a Mobius strip is? Like if you take a piece of paper, right, and you flip it over and then tape it to itself, it kind of makes a figure 8. But if you're you're on one side of it and you trace over it, it'll flip over and go on the other side. Now, one of these can't exist in reality, can't exist in Euclidean geometry, but they do exist in reality because you can make one out of a piece of paper.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
I see what you're...
Yeah, so in these abstract geometries, they can't exist, but in reality, they can exist. They're just choosing a geometry that it can't exist in and saying, this is impossible. Yeah, you're right. It's impossible. In spherical geometry, yes, it's impossible. It's also impossible in hyperbolic geometry. It's also impossible in freaking, 10-dimensional fucking, pseudo-Riemannian geometry. Pick one, right? There's a whole bunch that it's impossible in. But your abstract mathematics is not reality. We could say all sorts of shit which can't exist. Your sphere can't exist in Euclidean geometry, right? Your curvature, your lack of curvature can't exist in Euclidean geometry because, as we say, right, all spheres have curve. So how do you have a sphere with no curve in Euclidean geometry? But also in all the other geometries, spheres have curve. So can't have it in those geometries either. So we can prove, period, that if you have a sphere, the surface has to curve. Unless the sphere has an infinite radius, which doesn't mean anything, which is just a meaningless statement. But like I said, dude, when the Glober says, yes, this is impossible on a flat Earth, yeah, prove it. That's all you have to say. Yeah, okay, show me how it's impossible. And often what they'll do is, look at this diagram, right? And they'll show you something from... they'll show you what do they call it? An orthographic view from outside the Earth. Look at where I drew these lines and these other lines. And if I draw a little stick figure here, and this stick figure's facing this way, this stick figure's facing that way, and this stick figure's facing that way. Dude,
that's what they do.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not how we see the Earth, right? We see the Earth from within it. Right? We're within the space. Right? I'm looking out and I see everything in perspective. Nobody's outside the fucking Earth looking at people, little stick figures facing in all sorts of directions. Just like nobody's looking at a ball with some people right side up and some people upside down and some people stand sideways. Like nobody's looking at the Earth that way.
Yeah, they love their orthographic views.
Yeah, they're astral projection. Okay. Let's all get into the lotus position. Project ourselves. Where's my crystal? Hold on. Let me find my crystal.
Yeah. And then the other big one they like to use is, we could make predictions. It's like, yeah, so what?
Yeah, exactly. So what? Most of them are post-dictions. They're post-dictions that they'll call predictions.
Yeah, they just repurposed it to like fit their globe, basically.
Yeah, retroactively.
Retroactively. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, that's a trick they play. That's the refraction thing, right? Oh, look! It's exactly where we'd expect it to see. Oh yeah, what was the prediction? Well, whatever it is, that was the prediction.
It's a globe. It's a globe
Whatever
because
that is the prediction. Yeah, fucking ridiculous.
Wait, guys, what about the ones where they'll show you like a building, however far away it is from the observer, like over a body of water? I had a guy just do this in the MDD server, and like I'll post the images in the chat actually, so you can see what I'm talking about. They'll show you like a building over across a body of water, and then like in succession, they're trying to demonstrate like how the water must be curving because less and less of the building is being shown.
Talk about the turning tower. The turning tower, is that the one that has like 5 images of the turning tower?
I don't know. I'm
you know what I'm talking about, right? Obvious.
Yeah, it's up.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the turning tower.
I think that's what it is, because I think that's one of the main brought up in the modern day debate earlier tonight. So
yeah,
it probably is, but I'm not there, so I don't know. But
this is so old, dude. Oh my god, I can't believe they're still using this shit. Oh my god.
So what's happening? Like on the top row is ridiculous because like it just shows you a perfectly flat and level horizon, right? But then the bottom one is showing like this phallic looking building, like and like less and less of it as you go from left to right. It's like what is that?
I mean, what is that? Well, if you actually look at the images closely, you can see like the images that on the far left versus the far right, and see that the floors are compressed. You can actually see the compression.
Right.
I've actually done like an analysis on all this shit. Their little stupid shit here that they got. Let me see. I gotta zoom in on this shit.
So it's just like camera trickery or like some kind of like stupid.
No, the effect. Listen, we can demonstrate this on a flat surface, dude. This isn't trickery or anything. Their supposition. Their supposition that this effect would only happen on a curved surface is incorrect.
Yeah, Sky Free Media YouTube channel, like those. It's like a married couple, and they do some of the best demonstrations that I've seen. Like they have this one that I watched where they're on a hardwood floor, and they just got like 3, I think they're buttons, like shirt buttons, and they have them at, one closer to the camera and then another one further away, and then the third one is furthest away, and they have the camera set, and you could see how each one looks smaller and smaller and smaller, and then what they did is they opened their patio door, and when the outside air comes in, you could literally watch in real time the floor appears to raise up, and it obstructs the third button, the furthest one, completely. And from the bottom up, you could literally watch it obstruct that furthest one from the bottom up. And this is a hardwood flat floor. So Earth curve does not cause things to appear to disappear from the bottom up.
So, name Rebel. Look in live stream voice text. So
I saw that.
This is from the same channel. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I described this earlier. So this, they have like 1,000-foot lake near where they live. It's 1,000 feet long. And they do these observations with their camera. The camera's like 2 inches above the water. So you can type into the curve calculator, camera height 2 inches, 1,000 feet. What's the distance to the horizon? The distance to the horizon is 2,600 feet. So this lake is 1,000 feet long. That means that no matter how far they drive a little RC boat on this lake, it should never disappear behind anything, because the horizon is 2.5 times farther than the lake is long.
Mm-hmm.
So lake is 1,000 feet long. The horizon distance is 2,600 feet. How can you disappear behind a horizon you haven't reached yet?
Right.
So this boat, you can watch the video. I'll post the video. You can watch it, and it isn't the only video. They got a bunch of them with using different RC boats. Some with lights on them, some not with lights on them, all different stuff. They can sail the boat away from the camera, and it will completely disappear. Completely. And we know it's not Earth curve, for the reason I said. It's not Earth curve that this boat's hiding behind. Because the Earth would have to be a lot smaller. That means the horizon would have to be like, I think I did the calculation. I think it's like, the radius of the Earth would have to be 400 miles or something. Yeah. For the horizon to be within 700 feet of the camera.
I mean, when you fully understand what their claim is, that their claim is that things appear to disappear from the bottom up because of Earth curve. Earth curve is causing that.
And that they are saying that is the only reason that could possibly happen.
Yeah, so that's why it's such great work that Sky Free Media is doing. Their channel really needs a lot more love than what it gets, because, man, they're doing great work. But, I mean, you understand how what they're doing just completely disproves that claim, right?
Yeah, I haven't heard of this channel, so I'll definitely check it out.
They have a lot of them, and just really good stuff. And in a roundabout way, it is almost like actually using science to disprove their claim, because we're like removing what they claim their independent variable is.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah, so you have two claims on the table, right? So we have the horizon cuts off things bottom up, but when it doesn't, it's refraction picking them up over the horizon, right?
Yeah.
So we've tested. So we have these two competing claims. Which is the truth? So okay, we go out, we test, we go, okay, can we get this same effect on a surface that we know is flat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go out, we did it multiple times, replicated. Water surface, hard surface, different, all sorts of tests with different weather conditions. Now, what do they have to prove to demonstrate that it's their effect? Light curves down, things get picked up beyond frickin' something else. Is there any small-scale replications of this? No. Are there any replications at all? Is there any videos of lasers bending down around anything? In regular air. Now, it has to be in the conditions that we live in, not in extreme conditions, right? The fact that there are demonstrations that show these effects, right? But they're all in extreme conditions, which they have not figured out. that the fact they have to use an extreme condition. So I'll give you an example of extreme condition. Using dry ice. CO2 has a higher refractive index than air. And dry ice is fucking like negative 80 degrees. Using butane gas. Butane gas has the refractive index of water. Okay? Not air. Air is refractive index varies in like the 5th decimal place. Okay, what's the other one? Using sugar water to show that light bends. They need to show it does it in regular air. You understand? That's where they say it's happening. They're not saying it happens in butane. They're not saying it happens in sugar water. They're not saying it happens in CO2. They're saying the regular air causes light to bend around the curve and things appear to be picked up. This is their claim. There's no demonstrations of this claim. None. None, not one. So, what do you have? You have their claim with no evidence to support it, and we have our claim with evidence to support it.
Right. Yep. It's a mirage, as they say, which is just ridiculous.
Because if you say, because it could, listen, they try to have it all a bunch of ways, right? So, oh, here's the black swan. Horizon's 10 times too far. Well, refraction picks it up. So then, if refraction makes the horizon be an optical phenomenon, what's blocking boats? Well, that's the horizon. So that's an optical phenomenon. No, that's not an optical phenomenon. That's a geometric curve blocking the boat. Well, I thought you said horizons are optical. They are. Okay, then what's blocking the boat? The geometric curve. I thought horizons are optical. They are. Like, and you end up in this loop where they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to have a geometric horizon and an optical horizon at the same time.
Yeah, out of one side of their mouth, it's hilarious how it's actually, when you look at these discussions long enough, it's pretty bad how one-sided it is, because like the same thing with like the Coriolis, out of one side of their mouth they'll say, well, we wouldn't expect to detect any drift, but then out of the other side of their mouth, thanks, Bob. It's like, do you guys even hear yourselves?
Yeah, it's so imbalanced. It's like a chess match against a mentally disabled person.
So, Rebel, so this is how I would have handled this little image. I mean, I could have technically tore it apart, because I think if I search through here, this is called the Turing Tower. All this shit's old, man. If someone brought this up, I'd probably laugh at them. Like, dude, this was debunked in 2017. I can't believe you're still bringing this shit up. But anyway, what I would say, okay, so I would, listen, the thing about Globers is that you have to box them in so they can't get out, because they're little frickin' snakes, I'd say. So what are you saying? That because I can't see the bottom of this, the horizon is blocking the bottom, and that's because of Earth curve, and that's the only reason it can happen? They're going to say yes. Once they say yes, they're fucking done. It's over. Because now the horizon's geometric, right? It's a physical location. It's the edge of a ball. It's blocking the bottom of shit. Now they're stuck in that. They can't get out. They're stuck in there. And their claim is it can only happen because of Earth curve. They're stuck in that. And I'm going to demonstrate both of those two are false. Like I just did. Just talking to you. Just demonstrated. Both of those claims are false. And then what's that? This isn't evidence of anything. This is evidence of an optical effect. Yeah, thank you very much. Who cares?
I'm just wondering why, because I never seen this Turing building at the time. I'm just wondering why have they varied all the observation heights for each observation?
These are each farther away distances.
Yeah, I know. You've got the first one, the closest one at 15.5, 12.1 feet, and then the furthest one is double that distance, but half the observation height. Which is obviously going to mean that you're going to see less.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's like cherry picked. in a sense.
Yeah, I've done an analysis of this, and it doesn't work out. Like, they put all these numbers on the side, and these numbers are just meaningless gibberish.
Yeah. But even that said, if they were trying to have a legitimate go at it, why have you got varying observation heights? You have a fixed observation height from different distances.
I didn't look at that. Good point.
It's a pretty big deal in my mind.
Why is their Earth a paper towel roll?
Why indeed, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually what I brought up to him. I was like, if the Earth is truly a globe, it should be curving in all directions at a constant rate in 360 degrees. So, I was asking like, why do you think the curvature of the Earth just always just happens to be conveniently directly in front of you, directly in front of the observer? Like, why can't you ever show us the curvature on the horizon on either side of you, like it going left to right? And he couldn't answer. He was just like, oh, the Earth's too big. You can't, it's much easier just in front of you. Like, oh, why are you denying the longitudinal curve or whatever? So I'm pretty sure I got him with that.
Yeah, it's too big, except for when they think something is, getting obstructed by curve in front of you. Then they want to say, "Oh, yeah, now it's Earth curve." It just shows how desperate their argument is. They just want to clutch at any straw they think is convenient to them.
Very convenient.
But as India was explaining, the RC boat observations demonstrate that other factors can obscure objects from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to hold them to that. You'd be like, where are you accounting for these other factors in these observations? Even if you temporarily give them, say, okay, fine, yeah, that's Earth curvature is blocking the building. But where are the other factors coming into account? Because if you're actually trying to get to a conclusion properly, you need to address all factors involved.
Yeah, they're making a claim of cause and effect. You can't make a claim of cause and effect when you're not even properly accounting for or controlling all the other possible causes. Because how do you know that your cause is the one causing it?
Mm-hmm.
But that's their problem. They got a single cause fallacy that they always play. No matter what it is, what the numbers are, what the calculations are, if something's blocked, it's Earth curvature and nothing else. That right there should tell them that their whole thinking is wrong. But obviously they don't realize it.
Yeah, and even this whole thing about it, like just being so obsessed about the whole object disappearing from bottom up thing. I don't get why they try to appeal to that so much. It's like, it has to disappear one way or another, right? Like, would you rather have it disappear from top down instead, or like from left to right, right to left? Like, which way you're gonna have it disappear? Right? It's got to be one way. And of course, they'll say, "Oh no, if the Earth is flat, that it should just all be like getting uniformly smaller and smaller, all at the same rate," and which it does. Like that's what, like the size of the boat going away from you, like definitely does reduce. Like that's what angular resolution is. Like the entire boat gets smaller, like as it drives away from you compared to like where it started. So that is true. But when it comes to the bottom up thing, it's like, well, guess what? The bottom of the ship is just that's what happens to be nearest to the horizon, which is apparent. It's an optical thing. So because the bottom of the ship happens to be nearest to the horizon, where the law of perspective of your eyes converge to a vanishing point, well, that's the part of the object that's going to disappear first. That's all it is.
Yeah, here in India, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the angle between your eye and the ground is far tighter than your angle between your eye and the top of the sky, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose the ability to resolve the lower portion of your sight sooner than the upper portion.
Exactly.
Yeah, Oakley made a good point about that not too long ago in a debate that I listened to him in. He mentioned like, okay, if I took a single brick, like 300 feet away from you and set it down on the ground like 300 feet away from you, or even more than that, 500 feet, you wouldn't be able to see that brick on the ground. But then if I stacked 100 bricks on top of that at 500 feet away, you'd be able to see a stack of bricks, but you wouldn't be able to see that single one on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a demonstration in some big box store, and completely level ground, and they just drag a brick away from the camera. Eventually, it's unresolvable, And as you said, once they get to the point where it's unresolvable and they start stacking bricks on top of it, then you can see the upper bricks.
No,
I don't remember who did it. Need to find it.
All of their claims revolve around optical effects and then making the claim that that's because of a globe. And the rest of their claims lie in mathematics and fairy tale cartoons. But for all practical intents and purposes, the Earth is treated as a level, non-rotating plane.
It has to be a globe for them before they've even started the conversation with you. It is a globe, and it has to be a globe. So, whatever they see, they'll attribute it to the Earth being a globe one way or another. There's not much you can do with them types.
And like I mentioned earlier before, the root of that presupposition, just 9 times out of 10, if not always goes back to the random stupid YouTube educated flirts cannot be right over the thousands or millions of astrophysicists and astronomers and college professors and all these people who apparently have their career and education based around the idea that the Earth must be a globe, and within a heliocentric model. They just can't fathom that some just random people on the internet got the science and nature of our cosmology correct, as opposed to all these people who are allegedly present themselves as like experts in the field. They can't wrap their mind around that.
Just appeal to credentials. Nothing more.
Yeah. Right.
There's dumb as shit scientists out there. Somebody had to come last in the class. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Appeal to authority, appeal to incredulity, both kind of rolled into one.
Mm-hmm. What can you do? But the one that gets me actually is like Christians, especially. Well, I think I might have the idea why, but Christians, especially the honest ones, that sort of hold like a fundamental theological doctrine, at least when it comes to creation, like they'll take a literal view to Genesis, and they'll believe that the Earth is young,
they're young Earth creationists. They should be young flat Earth creationists, but they'll believe in a 6-day, 24-hour creation, just like Genesis says, and the Book of Jubilees too. Which, if you guys haven't read that, that's a pretty good one. So realizing that, they'll outright deny the Darwinian evolution theory as being like scientific facts, because it goes completely against the creation account in Genesis. So despite the fact that evolution may be the scientific consensus amongst the mainstream narrative and community, they have no problem outright being skeptical of it, to the point of just like completely denying that it could ever be true, like in any world or any chance whatsoever, right? But then when it comes to somehow, so that they're capable of doing that, like rejecting mainstream science in the face of even though someone can get up to like a PhD in evolutionary biology, so they're capable of doing that. But when it comes to the heliocentric, they won't even begin to question it. Even though, as some of you guys in here may know, the Bible, without a doubt, is a flat Earth book from Genesis to Revelation. It describes, just like someone in here said earlier, like a level stationary plane, fixed to a foundation and enclosed in a dome that the King James Version refers to as a firmament, right? So I just don't see how Christians can deny one thing despite it being scientific consensus, but when it comes to other things, it's like they can't even begin to question it. That's what baffles me. And it's like, and so the theory I've sort of come up with is like, they can do that to evolution because this Charles Darwin guy, he's long dead, and anyone using theory of evolution to as part of their career or whatever, they might just be like teachers in the classroom or college professors, kind of just minding their own business, like teaching their students, and they're kind of out of the public light. You don't really hear about them or see them, right? But when it comes to the globe, see, you got NASA, you got all these space agencies, you got all these astronauts who are making like multiple media, presence, like sporadically all throughout the year, talking about going to the ISS, and right now we got them planning to fake a trip to the moon again. So we got all these stories coming out about space travel. So I think that's what the difference is. It's like they can't like, it would be hard for them to claim the Earth is flat and space is fake, because at that point they would have to admit that like all these astronauts are liars, right? So I think that's their problem. It's like they have no problem like saying like, oh, Charles Darwin, yeah, like he had no idea what he's talking about, because he's long dead. And anybody who has even up to a PhD in evolutionary biology, they have no problem saying he's wrong because they've never met him, or like he's just like minding his own business at a liberal college somewhere. But when it comes to the globe, they can't say the Earth is flat, because that means they've, without even saying it, they have to admit that NASA and all these space agencies and all the astronauts would have to be lying. And I think that's just like a line they're not willing to cross over. So yeah.
Well, yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier about this whole idea that you're taking everything away from these people. They're highly gullible, highly naive. They think governments are out for their best interests, and nobody in academia or mainstream science tells lies, you know. Scientists can't be bought off, you know. They can't twist data and whatnot to show a conclusion that whoever's paying them their money wants for whatever agenda. They have no notion of these things taking place, and they certainly have no notion of how, like, prevalent it is in the world, you know. It's almost all of mainstream science. Most of the fields are just coming out with endless nonsense that's just pseudoscience at the end of the day when you actually dive into their papers and look at their methodology. And you got people like Michio Kaku, as you were saying, you've got these science communicators going on TV every so often. And what is it he says? Nobody in his field uses a scientific method. They just fly by the seat of their pants. I was like, okay, that's fantastic. Well done. Well done. So you're a pseudoscientist through and through.
Yes, I've seen that. What did he say? Something about their idea or the conception of the universe is like off by like I forget the number, but he was
some
like
ridiculous factor of 1 to 22nd or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah, 10 to the 120th. There you go.
Even him claiming that number is retarded. Like, how do you even measure that? How wrong you are? That's so stupid.
Yeah, the cosmological crisis.
Right.
It's like we're always making shit up, and this is the factor as to which I've calculated as to how much bullshit we're talking. It's 10 to the power of blah blah blah. It's like, okay, so he's making more shit up while he's telling you they're making shit up. Like, fuck off. What
That's
a
their
dickhead.
game. That's their only game.
At least there was part truth in there that he said they were lying.
Yeah.
Essentially.
You can put the laws of physics as we know them on a simple sheet of paper. Well, what is science? Science is based on things that are testable, reproducible, and falsifiable. You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Like the Big Bang. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. It's like a detective story. You can only look at the clues left over from the Big Bang. So to calculate the instant of creation is in some sense outside science because it's not reproducible. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. But you can then trace the history of what happened afterwards like a murder mystery, and that's where a lot of science is done. And when religious people begin to pontificate about natural law, that's where we get into trouble. Now, we want a theory of everything, a theory of all forces. We want to create a superforce. And what did this superforce create? The universe itself. It is the driving force of creation. It's the energy of the Big Bang itself, the superforce. It never works. You cannot reproduce the Big Bang. You cannot test the Big Bang. All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything. That's why religion is based on faith. Science is about natural law. It's about the laws of nature. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Wrong. The way he says wrong.
Wow.
He's kind of got a personality that you could like, oh, this guy's kind of funny in a way. That's hilarious. What the fuck?
Hey, he sounds like an escaped mental patient. He's talking about fucking murder, detective stories. It's like, yeah, you got to sift through the bullshit that was came up by the night shift that made up more stories, you know? You come in the morning.
Oh, it's pretty funny. I never heard the
let me look at a notepad and see what they fucking came up with last night. Oh, okay, this is where we're going today.
Hilarious.
And just his terminology there, talking about a theory of everything and super forces, you know, this inversion to the idea of, you know, a creator, an entity.
Oh, it's not.
Because what would be before the Big Bang? Nothingness. That's their creation story. Nothing.
They'll
exploded
avoid
and
the word
created
God.
everything. Yeah. So I typed in there the super force of nothingness, you know.
Clown show.
That was two different clips, wasn't it? Put together.
What's up, you bun? So you want to speak up instead of writing in the lobby? You want to talk about parallel sun rays?
Yeah, that clip. Hello? Testing?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that clip from Michio Kaku, that was just played, that's two separate clips put together, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it was a mashup T-Dub. I played it for you guys.
Right. Cheers, man.
Yeah, what's up, Maggie?
Yeah, I didn't think that was from the
No,
same.
no,
Those two statements were from the same interview.
Yeah, but you could actually put them back to back because he did say all of that. So, I mean,
yeah, that's total contradiction that he's.
Yeah, it's to highlight the contradiction for sure.
I didn't know that he'd said all that about natural phenomena and testable, observable, testable, repeatable. I didn't know that he'd said any of that before.
Yeah, he said that, but he contradicted himself when he goes wrong.
Yeah,
He did kind of use the word wrong in the wrong way. Like I think he meant it in terms of what you're thinking as to how they work. Wrong. It's so stupid.
Well, he also goes to say nobody in my field he changed what he was going to say. He was going to say nobody in my field understands the scientific method. That's what was going to naturally come out of his mouth, and he stopped himself.
Think so?
If you listen back to it, he goes to say and then he changes it to users.
Oh, okay, yeah, I never picked up on that. It's interesting because he's a high-level wizard, right? And he's recognized this as he's he's recognized that and put it out there for people to hear. And so being a high-level wizard and to say that in front of people and still get away with it, like if you hear that clip and you still listen to this guy and put him in high regard as to what he's saying as a source of truth, then that's some high-level Jedi mind trick bullshit going on. Like, that's crazy.
Wait, so these guys that the world knows as sort of like the experts in kind of priest of scientism, right? Yeah. So you meet your Kakus, you'll Neil. Well, what made by Jim Bob saying like Neil Dismustache, whatever, like the Lawrence Krauss and Brian Cox, Brian Greene, even Dawkins. I mean, do you guys think like they all know the truth? Like they all know the Earth is flat and they're just deliberately lying to the whole world?
No.
No?
No. Nah.
No?
That's possible, but
Nah.
No way. What do you mean?
I think they believe
Seriously?
what they. I think they're invested into it. They're invested in it. They can't turn around and say that their lifelong study is a sham. They wouldn't.
Yeah, whether
I
they're
think
in
they-
denial or not, maybe, but
they wouldn't.
you think they know is his question, you know. I think some of them could know.
Yeah, maybe.
why not?
I don't think they entered the field of study like with and got pulled aside and said, "Hey, you're going to be studying bullshit," and so just pretend, like they obviously started out believing, but if they came across, I don't know, no, I can't see it.
I'm fairly sure Neil knows.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been so close to the whole thing since the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
Neil
deGrasse Tyson field is just like ridiculous theoretical physics,
Mm-hmm.
But Neil was like the primary communicator against the flat Earth.
I would say they don't know the truth, but they know that a lot of the stuff that they're saying is not necessarily scientific, but for the greater good, in their opinion, it's okay to not necessarily lie, but to stretch the truth, in a sense, like from their perspective.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I'm assuming this. Obviously, I don't know any of this fact, but
You're right, though, T-Dub. I re-listened to it there, and he is about to say, don't understand. Nobody in my field understands the scientific method.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't know. To me personally, I feel like a lot of these guys that are put themselves out there, or maybe it might be like they were handpicked by the Illuminati or whoever's in charge of that. To like sort of be these gatekeepers for the scientific community, and have people in this trance about this whole globe and space sci-fi propaganda. Because like from what I've seen, like when I first got into this, and I found out that the truth of the flat Earth, immediately, like almost by default, automatically, I just went back to see like, okay, so now that I know the Earth is flat, like let me kind of like look into what these scientists and these people working for NASA, the astronauts, like what are they saying? Like I just went like on a deep dive mode to try to like psychoanalyze them, or like see any kind of behaviors that they may be exhibiting that would let me know that they know that they're lying about it. And when
you go listen to Michelle Thaler.
Who's that?
To psychoanalyze. She's a spokesperson for NASA. I think I forget her position.
The rock lady.
Yeah, rock lady.
Rock lady.
I think they're just situational, useful idiots. I don't think they're in on anything. But there's a lady, the lady, she says that we're all just complicated rocks or something like that. Like, I like to think of myself as a complicated rock.
Hmm.
I think it was our ancestors' complicated rocks.
Yeah.
A male rock and a female rock got together one day, and that's how my great grandparents were like born. The rocks rubbing their privates together. It's
What
like,
a fucking idiot!
okay.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing in a really terrible way, but that's basically what she's saying.
Well, how can you say something like that in a smart way?
Yeah. I think I described it better than how she described it. Actually, it's more entertaining. I'm the product of rock fucking.
That's almost as bad as what Neil deGrasse said. Like, I saw it on it was a compilation on that YouTube channel called Celebrate Truth, and he was like, first it was he was on the what is it, Brian O'Conan? Yeah, that ginger Irish dude, and he
Conan
was
O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien. Sorry, and he asked him like, he was like, Neil, like, so give us the cosmological perspective, and he was like, and some of you guys probably heard this, but he was like, so you are simply a dark anaerobic vessel of fecal matter, right? Like, and that wasn't the only time he said it, because it was a compilation, and he was like on other news segments of news stations, and he said the exact same thing. So to me, you see, it's like when I see a pattern of them sort of like emphasizing and perpetrating this idea that the Earth is just like this small speck of dust and is like insignificant, it's not unique, there's nothing special about it, because to make it seem as this sort of like cosmic, this lucky Goldilocks zone cosmic accident, that we just like life just happens to be here because of its relative position to the sun and everything like this, and that there could, and potentially because of the vastness of this infinite, never-ending, ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, the probability and likelihood that there are other Earth-like planets that could harbor life just like us, that would be likely. I think when they sort of like propagate this idea, I think it's done deliberately on purpose, to make us feel like we're not special, that we're not the center of the universe, that we weren't created by God. And I think it's like a deliberate satanic agenda that these people are aware of what they're doing, right? Because I don't hear only from Neil deGrasse, like Tyson. I hear it from other people too, like Lawrence Krauss. Like he said at one point, like oh, we're all made of stardust. Like one day the stars exploded, and so that's why you and me are here today. So don't think Jesus, think the stars, right? So it's like when he says stuff like this, and I hear from other people, that's what makes me believe, like, man, I think these people know the truth, but they're just like, they've been handpicked by these secret occult societies to be, sort of the gatekeepers, to have this be the mainstream narrative that society as a whole kind of goes by.
Yeah. Why does the statistical probability of all that happening
be seen again? But the leftovers clump together to form comets, asteroids, planets, and eventually life.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock,
and chlamydia,
those are your cousins too.
I don't understand why. So if it's the statistical probability based on their model of life being created and you being here, why does that make you unimportant? Like, why? Well, I don't get the equivalence of that, because if the statistical probability is so minute, and amazing, then doesn't that make you special?
Not unless there's other. Not unless there's other planets just like the Earth that are harboring the same amount of biodiverse life and nature and humans on it. Then we wouldn't be so special if that was the case.
Yeah, I just don't see what the equivalence of why that's a thing. But I get it. Like, my sister was an accident, and she's kind of special to me, even though she's massive left-hard. So I don't know. It's weird.
It's a bit of a false equivalence there. Like,
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I was actually talking about this yesterday, and how the old fuddy-duddies, like the the predecessors of the Neil deGrasse Tysons and the Michio Kakus, they scoffed at the idea that there was life in our solar system somewhere else, or life in another galaxy. That the odds are that impossible. That this is they were of the stance that this was a unique, even though insignificantly positioned, in a galaxy amongst trillions, whatever, that it's very unique in the sense of life. But now it's accepted. And now we have astrobiologists.
Astrobiology.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are they going to study?
A legitimate field of study. You can get a degree in it.
What do they do?
Speculate.
This is how rocks made love to each other and produced baby rocks.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how quickly it has developed, like, the whole that modern cosmology. It's changed quite dramatically in the last 50 years, or 100 years. There was a lot of things that are accepted today that weren't accepted 100 or 50 years ago as being a possibility or, probable as far as the universe goes.
Little sci-fi. People love a sci-fi story.
The other thing, like I mentioned earlier, like the other thing that sort of solidifies my theory to me, like all these pseudoscience communicators being in on the lie or the deception and the conspiracy, is like they're all anti-God. I mean, I probably sort of implied that in what I was saying, but I mean, just outright, like they're self-admittedly atheists, and then at the same time, giving these explanations for the origin of the universe and like sort of all the mechanisms of how things came to be. Like, that's they always sort of emphasize, like, because of all these things that, quote, science has discovered, there's no need for God. We don't need any sort of supernatural explanation to the origin or existence of the universe, right? Like, yeah. So that's the other thing. It's like I think it's such an obvious agenda against God. That's why I think they must be in on it, because I think ultimately that's what this whole thing is about, is to hide the one true God, who I personally believe is the God of Israel as revealed in the Bible, right? So yeah.
I think they're just useful idiots. The one thing you can say for sure is that they're assholes. I don't know if you could speculate as to whether or not they're in on it and stuff like that, but just based on what they say, you can make judgments as to the type of people they are. But whether or not they're in on it, it's hard to. It's more speculation, right?
Well, they do contradict each other as well. Like, how Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you won't see the curvature of the Earth if you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball, blah, 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 blah. Right? Okay. So he's saying you won't see curvature of Earth. And Michio Kaku's on record in an interview on video saying, oh, you want to know that the Earth is not flat? Just look out an aeroplane window. So I'd like to see Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson have it out about that. Who's right? They're both wrong, of course, but I mean, there is no curvature. But, yeah. So if they're controlled, controlled op, or you're a psyop inserted, a plan, then they're doing well to contradict each other and contradict as well as contradict themselves. I mean, it's crazy. Like, why feed us ammo?
Wait, like, for example, I mean, at the least, wouldn't you guys agree that all these astronauts would have to be in on it? Because, like, don't don't they know? Like they're
No.
no.
No, they could quite easily still believe that Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum and still be hired to perform stunts and things in a studio and just be told, this is what you're doing, don't ask questions, here's your money, shut the fuck up. And they could still believe that they're on a spinning ball. Like a CEO goes into the boardroom and says, I want you to tell the people that this product does this, X. And then some employee says, does it do X? And he goes, I don't give a shit. Just make me some freaking money, man. Make up some shit. He doesn't care if it's true or not. He just wants people to believe it is.
I mean, I can see that example about for a business or some company trying to do some kind of sales pitch or something like that. But I don't know. I mean, wouldn't these?
There's a documentary, that they sent this guy up. It was they told him he was going to space, and everyone else knew that they weren't going to space except for him. So they got a simulator, trained him, everything like that, and then they jumped in this simulator, and there was time to go up to space, and he was so excited, and he thought that he was in space, going up in a shuttle, and he never knew the difference between a simulation and the real thing.
You know what that's called? That one? I've heard of the one in the UK. Thank you. I've heard of the one from the UK where there was a bunch of people.
Yeah, that's it. It's called
same one?
Most expensive documentary ever made. The most expensive like prank or something like that ever made. I can't remember what it's called.
It was a bunch of people. It was like a game show basically. At the first, they had to be selected, and there was one actor, and then the rest of them were all normal
one actor.
people.
Jin CBR sent it to me.
Yeah, the one I saw was that. I hadn't watched the whole thing. I only watched like an hour thing, which was like a summary. And they thought they were in space for a bit, and then they started doing all this ridiculous stuff, and they cottoned on, and then they're like, are we not in space? And blah, blah, blah. Like, they even had an excuse for there being no gravity. They just said, they put an anti-gravity, like they put a gravity machine on the spaceship and all this sort of stuff. Like, it was really ridiculous.
It's not hard to play with people's minds, is it?
Yeah, but they did choose the dumbest people out of the group who signed up. So, like, they purposefully found idiots, basically. Yeah, anyone who questioned anything during the whole process, they were just like, "Oh no, sorry, you didn't make it through."
Yeah,
it was interesting. I got to find it and post it for you guys while I'm driving. So.
Yeah, I am too. That's what we can't.
But it's from the UK, and and then they actually sent them in a plane to. They thought they were in Russia.
Yeah,
doing their training.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And they got into a plane and they flew around in circles for a bit. Then they landed like only a couple kilometers away from where they actually were. And then they were in this facility. They got a Russian-speaking guy to say hello to them, and it was enough for them.
Not hard to do stuff like that, So these astronauts could actually believe that they're going to space and they're on a globe. It's not unfathomable, is it?
It's crazy. I mean, but what are the physical limitations of like taking your average human, in a rocket to go to space? Because they claim the escape velocity, as they say it, and in fact, I just heard in one of these
17,000 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It's actually like even up to 25,000 miles per hour. Yeah, and I know that's true because that lady.
Well, it's true, or that's what they say it is.
No, like I meant as in like it's true. It's true, like what they claim it is to be, right?
What do you mean by that? So you're
just
saying
saying-
it's true that they're actually going that speed, or it's
No,
true
no.
that is this escape velocity?
Yeah, it's true that that's what they claim to be the escape velocity. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they
Okay. You just worded it funny. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. What they claim it is. Yeah, that's what they claim it is. But you could claim it's 50,000. You know, like that's also true what they claim. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So, it's just a made up number.
Yeah.
Think about what it would take, though. And, you know, there's these people in these rockets, allegedly, and they never mention about how they cover. Like, I would imagine going that fast and all that, you would have stomach issues where you would want to vomit. Like, I don't know if, you know, they don't say that they've got a mask that can just dump out vomit or like a system. And like, just so many physical things that could happen. Like,
Have you seen the guy
I'm
that-
imagining you would choke yourself basically on your own vomit because you wouldn't be
Have
able
you seen
to
the
breathe
guy
or
that
something.
does the decibel readings? And he was saying if you're sitting on a rocket, the decibels that you would be would be going through your body and sitting on top of a rocket would kill you instantly. Doesn't matter how insulated the rocket is or how insulated your suit is. Those decibels.
Yeah, but NASA's really good at that stuff. They can figure it out. They got scientists.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's really good engineering.
Don Pelt is the head engineer, so how long have they got him?
Engineering.
But yeah, I mean, haven't you guys seen those videos of like in the military sort of putting doing these different mock speed tests for their jet pilots? Like, I just saw one recently.
They all faint and collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not even going like, they're not even going like half the speed of what's being alleged for a rocket to go to outer space. So, like, you know, like how, it's just ridiculous on its face. Like, how could they ever claim that they could be doing such thing?
They go through rigorous testing. They go through like they get put in the centrifuge thing, like they have to they have to test out their suits. They basically have like space suits, and they have to sit in a vacuum chamber, and then they empty the chamber of air and make sure that everything's working right with their suit, and test them under that environment for a long period of time, and to see if if there's any physical problems occur with their
what happened
with
then,
their own
don't we?
individual physiology. Hey,
And then we know what happened, don't we? Ah, my spit is boiling. Ah.
Right.
yeah. I don't know what happened there, but like no, but they do actually. The Air Force actually do put their servicemen, the people that are going to be flying aircraft at very extreme high altitude and at high speeds, they put them through rigorous testing. And
Do they put them in a vacuum, do they?
Yeah, I've seen it tested. Yeah, I've seen videos of it. Like I'm assuming that they would test their pilots in a simulated environment before putting them in the actual environment.
Yeah. Do you know what pressure they go to, or how low the pressure is?
No, I couldn't tell you.
No,
I don't know. But they want to know that the person behind the joysticks of their multi-million billion-dollar freaking equipment is going to be able to maintain composure and and consciousness. Not
Yes
crash
and
it.
no. I think those things can fly themselves anyway, but yeah, I know what you mean.
A lot of them today can. Yeah, a lot of it. Well, look at drones. Drones are overtaking that aspect of the military.
Well, what's that? What's that plane that flies really, really high? It's like a reconnaissance plane, and you've seen the pilots how they're suited up in those, and they're all strapped in with oxygen masks and everything, and they're just going up to, I think it's 100 and something thousand feet, and then you look at the guys flying around on the ISS, and they're fucking in shorts and singlets and gorilla suits and stuff.
Gorilla suits.
Fucking crazy. These other guys, these military guys, are, so well trained that they wouldn't have a hair out of place on their head, and just absolutely trained for this job. And then you got Don Pettit in fucking space. Come on, man.
Yeah, I guess they pressurize the cabins as well. I don't know. They'd have to pressurize.
They'd have to, yeah.
Yeah, but in case there was a mishap, they'd want the pilot to be able to operate it, efficiently enough time to evacuate, save his life, and possibly even save the aircraft. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, you'd think if you're up in the ISS, they'd want you in your suit at all times as well, wouldn't they? Just for safety reasons.
You'd want to be in a suit anyway because of all that hair and fecal matter and piss and whatever else is floating around in zero G. So you'd want to be in a suit. And all that space herpes going around that we somehow caught.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah.
They definitely want to know a procedure off the top of their head that they can rattle off.
Yeah, where you get a leak.
Yeah.
You just get a leak.
There's no way he would not know that off the top of his head. It would be drummed into you. You would have to. It would be a prerequisite to even get inside the thing on the ground to know that off the top of your head.
Well, isn't he the lead astronaut as well? Isn't he the safety specialist?
I don't know.
I'd never go in it. I wouldn't get in a car with that guy, mate. Yeah, well, we'll go left. No, mate, you go right.
Yeah. Don't you guys remember that one story about that Russian astronaut on the ISS that supposedly fixed a leak in the ISS with his thumb? He covered it with his thumb.
I'm not sure about that, man. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen any kind of evidence or anyone saying it. Has anyone heard anyone talking about it, or has it just been a talking point?
No, there was some talking point about there being a leak, and then they found that a Russian allegedly had drilled a hole somehow, and then
see, there's two different stories already.
It's Chinese whispers up in here.
I mean, if you Google it, you can find a bunch of official articles from different news sources on it. So I mean, it was definitely a thing.
Yeah, you can also Google that men can get pregnant too. So
yeah, but it's not exactly a good analogy. It's not the same kind of thing. But
fair enough.
Well, something got drilled to get pregnant. Similar analogy.
What's everyone up to tonight? Oh, tonight here anyway.
I'm driving home, talking shit on here.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to make people laugh.
I'm at Dan Murphy's. I'm gonna have a few drinks.
Picking up a VB, mate.
Carlton Dry, some red wine.
Wait, so my question is though, we all know the ISS is fake, but like if it was real the way they say it is, and there did happen to be a hole, I think they said it happened because of like maybe some sort of space debris or something that kind of like hit the side of the space station. But if it did cause a hole and a leak, and considering the pressure difference between inside this station and the vacuum outside of it, like what should have happened in that case? Because obviously he didn't like put his thumb there and like in a millisecond. There would have been some time he took to discover it. Like so.
Well, it would have ripped out. Have you ever seen an aeroplane when the when a window breaks or something goes through part of like a. Have you seen what happens? Like people get sucked out the window. Yeah.
I've only seen like a movie depiction of it. I've never seen an actual. Yeah, I hope I never do as well.
Yeah. But I don't know whether that's to do with pressure differential or the speed that they're travelling and the wind that gets sucked though. So I don't know.
NASA didn't make the aeroplane though, so it's not special.
But you'd think if there was such a pressure differential, because they got to pressurise the cabin at what, same as you'd have it at sea level, yeah, like 14 psi.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between 14 psi and what is it? 10 to the negative, 17 to the negative.
Yeah, you were right. It's 10 to the negative 17 torr. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but they're arguing now that the Atmos goes past the moon as well. So you don't. Are they in space or are they not in space?
So it just gradually gets lower as you get to the moon. So.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds like it wouldn't take much for a lot of air and pressure to just get out there and potentially make the hole bigger. But yeah, it's like, who knows?
All the oxygen it gets sucked out anyway to start with.
Right. And worst case scenario, like, wouldn't the space station like just completely get crushed and collapse in on itself because it's losing all that pressure to the vast space around it, the vacuum?
I don't know. It would be an outward pressure, wouldn't it? It's got to equalize from high to low.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it was strong enough to hold the pressure, and then if it was releasing pressure from one single point, like
there'd be a lot of pressure on that point, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I think you would assume at that point that either of two things are going to happen. Either all the air is going to release out as quickly as possible, and if it can't get out quickly, then it's going to start to crumple. I'm guessing. I mean, not a physics.
Yeah, we're in fantasy land now, but
we're in fantasy land. Speculation as to whether or not, what's going to happen.
Science fiction. I didn't get to hear your story, Rebellion. Are you new here?
I've been here for a while. I just, I don't join these VCs as often as probably some of you guys do.
Oh, it's Rebel Babylon. What is it?
Yeah. No, my username is
I can't even say it.
No, it's fine. Yeah. Although I'm surprised some people do get it right off the bat, but it's Rebel Abalon, which is sort of
Rebel Abalon. Oh, okay. When you say it like that, yeah.
Yeah, which you kind of get the idea. It just means to like to be a rebel against Babylon, pretty much.
Mm. So you're obviously, are you a flat earther, or are you kind of on the fence a bit, or?
No, for sure.
Okay.
I like to say I'm a biblical creationist or a biblical cosmologist. That kind of
Biblical
thing.
cosmologist.
Yeah,
Cool.
you know, you want to be formal about it, I guess, because a lot of flat earthers. I only say that because a lot of flat earthers have different models, like a lot of like Dave Weiss and those kind of people, or even Caleb from TikTok. They'll kind of subscribe to this idea of like an infinite plane, or like multiple ponds beyond the ice wall, that kind of thing. But
I like that
I
stuff.
think, yeah, I think the world is finite, and that the Antarctica is the edge, and ultimately at some point the firmament above us comes down and touches ground at the farthest extremity of Antarctica, and there's just like nothing beyond that.
So there's a few things there, yeah. So like you say, okay, the Antarctica is the edge. So you like what have you seen that proves that that's true?
I mean,
I'm just having a chat. I'm not picking on you or anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Gleason's map, the regular, which is the what is it called, the equidistant azimuthal projection map, same thing. The UN logo shows the same thing. And then of course we all know about the Antarctic Treaty, which strictly prohibits all independent travel to the edge without
Sorry,
permission.
I got a phone call. Sorry, mate. I missed that.
Oh.
Yeah, someone rang me and it switched off. So, sorry. I was saying what everyone probably heard it, but I didn't hear it. What was the answer for the
Antarctica being the edge?
question about how do you prove the edge? Because you said you believe that Antarctica is the edge, and I said, what evidence do you have that could be the case?
Well, for one, I mean, we all know that water, a body of water, in order to exist and us observe it as a body of water, needs to be contained. So, that would take something like a bottom floor, like the bed of a lake or the bed of a river. But for the ocean, it would be the sea floor, the depths of the ocean
underneath.
floor.
Yeah.
Underneath, exactly. But then for the ocean to exist as we see it, it also needs a lateral pressure on all sides, 360 degrees.
Containment on the sides. Yep.
Yeah. So for all the evidence that I've seen of where this possible location could be on our flat Earth, that would be what they tell us. What they allege to be this continent, South Pole, is being Antarctica, but in fact, it's just a 360 ice ring that goes around the entire Earth. And then when you consider things like the Antarctica Treaty that prohibits all travel to that place without permission from the government, you can kind of put two and two together and say, okay, well, that probably, it's not. They give us the reason, it's like for environmental reasons, which is bullshit, because there's plenty of places on Earth that are completely polluted and they don't give two shits about. So then, the reason must be is because they're hiding the edge of the world, and then even further than that, they're hiding where this firmament dome hits the ground at some point at the outer extremities of Antarctica.
Right. You go. So it's a big leap to go from. All right, water needs to be contained. I 100% agree with you there. To Antarctica is a ring around our known Earth. That's a big jump, yeah? Like, 'cause okay, we know for sure water needs to be contained and it's level. Yeah, 100%. Fine. To then go, Antarctica is a 360-degree ice wall around the outside. Now, we can confirm with water because we can test it, but we can't confirm that Antarctica is an ice wall that goes around 360 degrees. Yeah.
I mean, what other place would be the outer edge serving as a container for all the ocean water? Then, if it's not Antarctica,
What do you mean? What other place?
yeah, like what else would it be? 'Cause to me, it
Well,
makes
yeah,
sense. It would be
you
like
know,
this ice
it is
wall.
okay to say that you don't know.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a difference between saying I think it could be this and I know it's this.
I mean, don't you think that the entire purpose of the Antarctic Treaty is to hide and suppress the
information? Yeah.
The alien bases? Yes, the alien bases.
No,
I'm joking. No, but
yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can't. What I'm trying to get at is you can't know that Antarctica is a ring around our known Earth.
Maybe for speaking technically, because I haven't like literally physically traveled there and like circumnavigated the Earth, and so in that sense,
Correct.
I guess,
Yeah.
but taking everything else into consideration, I think it's a fairly reasonable, logical conclusion to come to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out that you can't know that. So there are things that we know, and then there are things that we can speculate and say, oh, okay, it could be this, but I don't know. I think it's better to talk like that instead of saying, because what happens is, right, so you put out there a model, yeah? And if your model's wrong, then every glober is going to jump on you and go, see, this guy said that Antarctica, there's a ring around the outside and it's called Antarctica. What if, and then they prove you wrong? Your whole model's shot to pieces.
In one
You
little
just don't.
aspect.
Go ahead.
In one little aspect, it could be wrong.
Yeah. So instead of just saying, you can actually say, well, I think it could be this, and then they can't, even then. But it's better than saying Antarctica is an ice wall around the Earth. You say, well, I speculate that it could be, but it's probably best if you don't even say that. You say water is level and needs containment. Yeah, you don't even need to mention Antarctica because we can all test that water stays level. Because if you claim that Antarctica is a ring around the Earth, then someone's going to shoot you down and go, oh, look at this idiot, and then they go, oh, look, we did this, we did that. Your whole model's stupid, fucking idiot,
I mean,
I'm not calling you a fucking idiot, by the way.
No, I get it. But frankly, though, I mean, really, like, who gives two shits what a glober thinks? I mean, they're already they're the real idiot. I mean, I
understand that. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the flat Earth model, as bad as it can get, even
model?
some of those, or a diagram, like whatever you want to call it.
Do you have one? I don't have one.
I just mean sort of like a depiction of like what it could look like.
Then you're being a glober.
I am.
Yeah, because you're creating something that we don't know.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
we
that's
can't
fine. I mean, I'm not sure why I have to know something to like just kind of give a representation to help
That's
somebody
how we-
visualize like what I'm looking at, right? Or what I'm thinking in my
What
head.
if you're wrong?
All it is. So who gives a shit? So what?
Mm.
It's
Isn't that
a lot.
how we got into this problem in the first place?
Even if it's quote wrong, it's still the wrongest or the most inaccurate flat Earth model is still going to be exponentially far more times accurate than any sort of heliocentric globe model that you could put out
Is
there.
it?
Absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah.
There's a least wrong. there's a least inaccurate. Is there? Is it measurable according? Is accuracy measurable?
I think so. You can if you're taking an exam, you can get 10 questions wrong, or you can get only one question wrong.
How with so many unknown variables, though, how would you know that you haven't hit bullseye or that you have hit bullseye? If you can't even see the target.
I'm not sure what you mean. It depends on the context.
Like you're blindfolded and told there's a target in front of you and you've got a bow and arrow. How are you going to tell that you've even hit the target?
You remain blindfolded.
Right, yeah. To know how accurate you were. Unless you could hear that you hit. But, I mean, like, let's say you're far enough away, you can't even hear it hit the target. I mean, there's unknown variables, there's unknown factors in place. We can't observe it, we can't experience it to know, to have a point of reference to know how accurate or inaccurate we are.
I mean, well, at that point, I mean, from what you're saying, you could say the Earth could be a globe, like just as much as it could be flat. I mean, is that what you're saying? There's just no way to tell one way or another which one is more accurate.
No, because we know the physics of water.
Yeah.
I mean, how long have you been? How long have you been wise to the heliocentric deception?
It'll be like 3 years this summer.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, what Timbo's getting at is like, it's kind of like what separates us from them, like what you were talking about with like Antarctica, like we know that water has to be contained. We know that. But as far as what's containing it, like we have no idea. We don't know what it is that's containing it. We don't know how far away it is. We don't know what it's made of. All we know is that it definitely is contained. But like we're not making any claims about like, an ice ring or anything like that.
Wow, really?
No,
I'm honestly surprised
you
to hear
can't
that.
prove it.
Yeah, Globers, you'd be surprised, dude. Globers, they use that stuff. They picket that stuff and they they use that to like set up a straw man and it just never, in every instance that I've seen, it just never turns out well. I mean, and it doesn't disprove that the Earth is a level plane in any way. But like we try to stick, or at least I do. I'm speaking for myself, but I stick to what I could firsthand verify. Other than that, like I'm not making any claims at all. It's all speculation.
Yeah, in no way was I having a go at you either, mate. I'm just making you think a little bit.
Well, yeah, I hear what you guys are saying, and I am a bit surprised. From everything, from all the flat earther content I've sort of consumed over these past years, I thought it was fairly common to sort of say that Antarctica is the 360 edge of our world, containing the water.
It's a common thing to speculate that, but to say it is totally different.
Well, in my experience with Globers or whoever, I've never had it backfire in my face. If anything, it's a really solid piece of evidence for me that triggers Globers, actually, because
But that's what I'm saying is it's actually not evidence. The evidence is that water lays flat. There is no the evidence is not that Antarctica surrounds our known world. That's not evidence. That's
no,
what
but
I'm saying.
a body of water, according to Pascal's principle, a body of water only lays flat and achieves hydrostatic equilibrium because it's being contained, right?
100%. I agree with you 100%.
Right. So, Globers will try to like trap you with a gotcha. I mean, it's really, for me, it's really just shallow, surface level stuff. They'll say, "Oh yeah, if the Earth is flat, well, why don't we fall off the edge?" Or why don't you show us a picture of the edge? And for me, it's like, oh, okay, no problem. Here you go, Antarctica, boom, right? Like I can show them a picture, and they'll say like, "Oh, it's just the Ross ice shelf."
A picture of all of Antarctica.
No, of course you can't get a picture of the entire 360 ice wall, right? But on RV's channel, Russian Vids, you guys might have seen it. He has a video called the Arctic ice wall, and it's like 4 minutes long. It's like this continuous uncut footage of some dude in a plane. His name's like Ralph something.
For 4 minutes. Yeah, it's how far does he travel in 4 minutes? I'm not having a go at you, mate. Don't. Yeah, I'm just saying. Let's think about it. How far are you going to travel in a plane in 4 minutes?
I have no idea, but I mean, you can see like how vast inland it goes.
I get it. Right. I understand, man. It's a big place. There's a big place down there. But you would travel, I'd say 4 minutes in a plane if the plane's going. Let's call it 5. This looks like a smaller plane. I've seen it. Mate, let's call it 500 k's an hour. So, let's round it up to 100 k's. It's nowhere near that, but he sees 100 k's of an ice wall. Do you know how big the Arctic ice sheet is actually claimed to be? It's almost the size of Australia.
And then here's the thing: after you show them that video, they're gonna say, "Okay, I looked at your video. Now look at my video of the Himawari satellite live stream of the globe Earth."
Yeah.
What you know what I mean? Like, why is your video acceptable but their video isn't? It's because videos aren't proof. Videos and pictures aren't proof, and that works for both. That works for both sides.
Yeah.
If there's a video
yeah, sorry, mate. There you go.
No, I was just going to say, if there's a video of something that you could also go out and verify personally, like a mirror flash observation or, something like that you could also go out and recreate, then that's one thing. But videos of places that you can't get to, those are not admissible in logical process as far as I'm concerned.
I understand, man. I was there as well. Like I was on board with it.
Oh yeah, me too.
When it was, well, you can't confirm these things because you can't go there. I was like, yeah, fuck, I can't. Shit, I've got to stop making that claim.
I mean,
the other one, like even if we can move to the other one, let's say we know gas pressure without a container. No one can prove it. Now you've gone from gas pressure without gas pressure needs containment to there is a dome. You know what I mean? So this is another one. So we can't prove a dome either. We know that gas has to be contained, 100%, but we can't prove a dome. I know you're going to be hating me right now.
Who, me? No, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm pretty.
It comes from the Eric DeBay chant that from any point you travel south, you reach Antarctica.
I'm going to dip out for a bit. I'll be back soon.
No worries, Timbo. But that's the claim, isn't it? That from any point you start from and go south, you reach Antarctica. That's the claim. But I can't verify that that's true. Like,
so what? It makes sense though.
Yeah, it might make sense because of, like we've seen images and things, and depictions and visual conceptualizations. But, I don't know that, maybe I would have thought about that being a possibility. Just, being, it's a globe claim anyway. It's a globe claim that that 95% of the coastline of Antarctica is ice shelf. We're made up of ice shelf, icebergs, ice walls, and some rocky parts, like some, particularly in the summer, isn't, that melts and you can actually land there, port there kind of thing, But yeah, it's like 5% isn't huge ice shelf. That's the claim. But they'll say that it's the coastline of a continent at the bottom of a ball.
Is it all connected?
I don't know. Yeah. All right. It's like, if someone's, it could make sense to you. And it does, it makes sense. But that doesn't mean, like other globers can say, well, it makes sense. Gravity makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, another good example of it is like, when you get the why the lie question, I have pretty good ideas, just thinking logically of why. I'm pretty sure that there's somewhere that someone doesn't want us to know about. You can't tell humans that there's a fence around them, because humans are gonna find out what's on the other side of that fence if you tell them that they're fenced in. So I'm pretty sure that there's probably other lands out there, but if someone actually asked me why are they lying, I'm not going to affirmatively tell them that that's why. I'm not just going to claim that because I actually have no idea. I'll tell them that I believe this is why the lie, but at the end of the day, I really don't know.
Yeah, exactly. There's globers with theories about why, the Antarctic Treaty exists. They have their own,
what do you mean? They don't need a theory. All they have to do is read the Antarctic Treaty to tell you what the purpose is. They don't have to come up with anything. They just regurgitate what they read. There's no room for critical, independent thoughts on their end. They just give you. If you want to know what a glober thinks, you just Google it. Like there's nothing new with them.
Yeah, but there's still people wondering, hey, why are you just trying to protect a bunch of ice and penguins and a place that's supposed to be inhospitable anyway? Why this big thing? So there's globers with tinfoil hats on going, they're hiding something down there. They're hiding something. And they come up with things like alien bases and pyramids and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard the whole like geopolitical sort of reason. It's like it's not claimed by anyone because it's not claimed by any one sort of nation or something. It's like the only one that all the different nations can agree on to sort of work together to keep sort of as an independent continent where they can do research or whatever they got going on there. But it's clever. This conspiracy is clever. That they got to come up with some kind of story like that to keep it going. And so, the more details in the storyline, the more convincing it is, right? Like I remember one of the first things I sort of just going back in hindsight after waking up to the flat Earth. I remember thinking like, oh, you know what? When they told us back in, at least I'm 30, right? So back in elementary school, they told us like, oh, big news, Pluto is no longer considered a planet, right? And so and of course Pluto is like on the flat Earth model, Pluto is nothing but if it even exists, it's just nothing but a wandering star. It's just like any other star out there. But them adding these little like tidbits, like, oh, like Pluto's no longer considered a planet within our solar system. They come up with these sporadic sort of storylines to keep up with the sci-fi space propaganda, because adding these little details like this over time, over and over, is what adds to the to the propaganda to make it convincing. Like if it was just a one-time deal and like we were just supposed to like just take it for granted and like just accept it as they tell us, then with an idle mind, people can sort of get these ideas like, oh, what's going on? Like, why aren't they going to space anymore? Or Goldberg will cope about why we haven't gone back to the moon, but that's a different story. But as you add these little things, it's like that's what keeps it up. So same thing with Antarctica. They can come up with all these different reasons as to why the treaty was signed in the first place. But when you look into the history behind it, it's like they had Operation Fishbowl, also known as Operation Dominic, where they sent up like these nukes or bombs or whatever up to the firmament, and then they had Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd, where they went to Antarctica, and I don't know how credible his testimony is, but he says something about being in contact with the cosmos at whatever he saw in Antarctica. And then you see the timeline as to when the treaty was signed right after that, and then how NASA was established right after successively right after that. It's like these things sort of add up to tell me, okay, well,
suggestive, right? It's just suggestive.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys obviously can handle it the way you see fit appropriate, but me personally, I have no reason to lie, really, right? I'm telling you honestly from my experience all these years, I've had zero problem like confidently with conviction saying, oh, you want to know where the edge is? Well, guess what? It's what they tell us is Antarctica, is a 360 ice wall. And what was the other thing? And that we're in a dome. Yeah, I have zero problem telling people this, and they can't.
Right? Did you mention? Sorry to cut into you there. Did you mention the fact that it's also being patrolled by the aircraft carriers and submariners and the Australian Navy as well? So if you wanted to go to Antarctica on your own, for example. Let's say you're a rich, wealthy man, billionaire, and you've got your own boats. So you say you take 3 or 4 ships, and you went out on your own towards where you think Antarctica is. You wouldn't get to the 60th parallel before you would be accosted by the authorities, asking what are you doing around here, where are you going? You're trespassing, basically.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
And how degrees is missing till 90?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Sorry.
How you said nothing behind 60 degrees, and how now degrees missing how much degrees missing till 90.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Well, well.
How much of the sea we don't know before the Antarctica?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
So,
I've heard people say it's like 1,000 miles away from that 60 south parallel.
Yeah, still a ways away.
How do we know that?
Well, I mean, I personally do not know that, no, but we have the Captain Cook's diaries,
Yeah.
you know, and also the fact that there are videos out there that show us.
I have a
purporting to
picture
show
of
us this.
Wait, if I find it's a drawing. It's a stupid drawing, but make a two circles. I have no drawing now. One it's that 60 degrees, another it's 90 degrees. Do you know that space between 60 and 90 degrees it's maybe bigger than the inside circle?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because of the circumference of it. That's not surprising, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, that means that we have more space outside than inside.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm telling you to the shore of the Antarctica. Not there is a big space, because if you cannot go behind the 60 degrees, it could be on the 70 degrees all fucking continent.
Could be, yeah. I mean, that's a good bit of speculation, of course, you know, but you're right. I mean, they're protecting it for some reason, and what would be the reasons why they wouldn't want us to go there? Why stop humanity from going there? You know?
And now,
then let me just get this point out. Sorry, okay. Let me just very short. And then it then throws into question which South Pole are these adventurers supposed to be going to, and claiming records and that. There you go. Carry on, please.
Yeah, and take in consideration that people, when they are going to Antarctica, they are going from Chile or Argentina, and I never heard everything else from Africa or Australia. But let's go from Panama, let's say, left, and you will reach the Antarctica from that map what we have. But that only you supposing that you will reach the shore. How do you know that there is a more water? How to say, like there is not a circle like a shore. We can trust the Captain Cook story if we want, but is that real story?
Again, it's a story that we can't validate, as it was in his writings, and we're not there yet. So it could be. It has to be put into the realms of a story if we're using integrity. So the only way we're going to know is if we go ourselves, and it's being patrolled, you see. So there's a reason for that, isn't there?
Because I'm saying, if is that the map, Captain Cook said it is like 60,000 miles. And we have some videos about Antarctica. You can see the shore about maybe 50 miles, 100 miles, and that's it.
Yeah, I've seen that video. Yeah, I've seen videos like that. Yeah.
His voyage. He clocked up 60,000, and if you look at his route, he went around a little bit, went back in, then came back down, and went around a little bit more, back in. Like he didn't just spend 3 years. He didn't just spend 3 years going around in a perfect circle.
No, that's correct. Yeah, but that's if we can trust his travel logs. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we doesn't know if he traveled, near to shore all the time, and he was saying like, okay, the shore is everywhere. There is no.
That was the claim. That was the claim, wasn't it? That he was facing the shore all the time. The shore was to his either left or right, but it was always there as he sailed round. But then there is that point where he sailed this way and that way. So this is a story, isn't it? We can't validate it.
There would have been inaccessible ice sheets before. He was viewing it from a distance to probably a great distance through a telescope.
Right.
And why we cannot do that today?
Well, me and you, if we were billionaires and we wanted to go and do that, we would be breaking their laws.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah, that's the problem.
you would be accosted by a military vessel, and there would be people on that vessel there to quickly remind you that you are a human being currently living in a state of captivity.
Correct.
And you need to stay inside your fence.
Yeah,
That
that's
you can
exactly
try
what's
with
going on.
50.
You see.
You can try with 59 degrees
Yeah, and
see how
even
much.
then, you'd still be questioned as to where you're going. They'd be on you anyway. Long before then, you'd be monitored. You'd be registering that you're not, you're a vessel that seems to be heading in a linear direction. This is odd. You're not listed and charted on their list as for you being there. So they'd be having radio contacts with you and all that.
Yeah, because you're not navigating in the proper way.
Yeah, you're heading in a particular linear direction, and that's odd for any shipping vessel that's fishing or whatever. So you'd be, you'd have to answer questions. That's the only problem at the moment. That is, I mean, I still think that we should break those laws, though. If I was a billionaire, I would.
I agree with you there. I think that should be our highest priority.
Yeah, that's right. And we carry the necessary weapons that we'd have licenses for to defend ourselves in case we come under fire. Do you know what I mean? Because, we probably will. But yeah, so, these are the things that are still open to us. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. This is going to go on. This is not over yet. And we are panicking them. They're panicking. They're the ones that are panicking, not us. We just want to get the truth out there any way we can.
Yeah.
So just be careful that you don't get targeted, secretly, and then you get poisoned and you're finding yourself sick for some reason because you're a flat earther. They could be targeting us. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Take out the most prominent ones and the ones that really have got the sharp tongue and they've got it dialed down and they're very persuasive and influential. They take them out. It's possible. Not that's going to stop me or anyone. It shouldn't stop us, but just be mindful. Beware of the kind gifts. I've got you this present for you. Food presents.
I used to be a bit paranoid about that. Especially since I had my tinfoil hat on for a bunch of other things besides the flat Earth. Especially started with 9/11, and then with there was the whole mass school shooting era. Those were all either false flags or just complete hoaxes, like Sandy Hook and Parkland probably being the most well-known ones. And then more recently with this whole COVID debacle, with the whole germ theory being complete hoax, which would then tell you that vaccines are completely useless and in fact are toxic and poisonous and don't do anything but cause harm. I was working overtime, warn people about taking the shot, and not putting themselves in harm's way and risking their life. So at one point I was paranoid about getting taken out, especially since because I live in Virginia, Northern Virginia, and DC is right here, and the what do you call it? The headquarters for the CIA is it's just like a 30-minute drive away from me. In fact, I went through one crazy experience
like I've never felt like before, to the point where like I thought. I mean, it's sort of a long story. I mean, it happened within the span of 10 minutes, but all the details sort of a long story, so I won't get into it. But just long story short, I went through something so powerful, like it couldn't be ignored. That basically, it was so powerful that I felt like I was dying, and the only thing I could think of at the time was that I got poisoned by like a CIA agent because I went to go get food. I went to go get a burger from like the local restaurant. And I thought maybe because he saw this agent saw my order online, he went over there real quick to like bribe the cook to like slipping some poison into my meal. And I had to call 911 for the first time ever in my life because I literally felt like I was dying. And that was actually after I made like this logical sort of rationalization in my head, thinking like, like I call the ambulance because maybe their ultimate plan to kill me was like once I hop in the ambulance, right? But anyway,
yeah.
So after being on the phone with the emergency line for 911 for about 10 minutes, and I'm still alive to tell you the story today. Obviously, that means that I didn't get poisoned, and so in hindsight, the only conclusion I can come up with is actually like I believe that was God Himself, like blessing me with the Holy Spirit, because after that my vision got clear. Like I no longer wear glasses or contacts. My hair started going faster, and even some like injuries that I had from like jiu-jitsu and stuff, those almost miraculously healed like overnight. So so I think that was like God's way of like Him saying like, okay, like your new worldview about the flat earth and the Bible being true, like that's all like legitimate, like like you found the truth. But then also in a weird way, the timing of it, I think it was His way of saying like, don't be so paranoid about something like this, because like if
He's got your back.
Exactly, that's right, Jin. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Because I mean, it's interesting your story. I mean, I was going to say perhaps it was a mild E. coli attack. Could have been poisonous food. Could have been. No, it does happen, doesn't it?
But the way
the meat could have been off.
That I would consider that, especially the fact that I right before this happened, I threw up like a little bit into my trash can, but the main feeling was like it wasn't like I've gotten food poisoning before, but that's usually what usually happens then is your vomit is really violent, and it happens over and over until your stomach is like completely empty, right?
Yeah.
That's really what happens. But in this case, I just threw up just a tiny bit, and what over the physical manifestation of what I believe to be the baptism of the fire of the Holy Spirit was like, if you can imagine it, starting at your legs or your ankles, just like really tightly squeeze your ankles, and like just slowly pull up your arms all the way up, like your calves, your legs, your torso, your chest, and then like so basically like this incredibly energetic and powerful rush of like energy or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Just completely like came up my body, and it stopped at my forehead to the point where like it felt like my head was gonna explode. Like that's how bad it was. But then it kind of gradually went away over time, and I've never felt anything like that before.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Nice one, Jason.
How's it going, guys? You okay?
Nice one. Thanks for the recent links you sent me, mate. Cheers.
Oh, no worries. I need a little bit of I need somebody to tell me, right, that everything's going to be all right in life today.
Well, it's only going to be all right if we do something about it. If we don't, it ain't. That's the honest truth.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bust in on your conversation there, guys.
No,
that's all good, bro.
It's all right, mate. You're always welcome, Jason.
I didn't realise you were in. To be honest.
Yeah. I, just to carry on with where we left off, I wouldn't like to live in a place where the CIA have a headquarters. Wouldn't want to live there. Wouldn't want to live there at all. No, thank you. You know? Just a little too close.
Is this still strictly flat Earth round here, or are we talking ancient civilizations around here anymore?
Oh, well, we're talking ancient civilizations, but it's all happening on a flat Earth. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, of course. I came across some interesting information this week, like with in regards to these old buildings.
Okay, go ahead, man.
There's a building like John Levi brought it to the table. Like it was built in 1838 in Montana. He found it because what he was looking at looked like a cave system, but it appears to be a melted building, basically. But he found this. There's this statue in the middle of nowhere, right? And it's massive. It's got like a dome, and it's got like this huge statue on the top. And this statue's holding a sword, right? And the sword is 7 meters tall. And it's in Montana or something, just in the middle of nowhere. And they reckon they just built it in 1838 because they had nothing better to do.
What? And it's only just been discovered?
Well, I don't know. It might have been around for a while, Jim, but it's only just been brought to my attention anyway. It's got the sword on the thing is 7 meters tall.
What?
Is
it not an attraction site then? What, they don't have tours going there, do they?
I think it might be. I don't know. I don't know anything more than that about it, mate. But it is quite impressive to look at. Do you want me to link you to it?
Well, yeah. Put it in my DMs, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
Did you? I sent to the Learning Curve the recent T-Rex auction that went for Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it?
I don't know if I watched that one, but what were they doing? Selling a T-Rex skeleton?
Well, what it is, they were selling a T-Rex skeleton that was made from bones collected from 3 different sites.
Right,
all right.
Yeah.
From one site, so it's not made of. It's like a Frankenstein T-Rex, if you will.
Yeah. They're all Chinese companies. These people who deal in the fossils, and you can buy a resin cast T-Rex full size for I think about $1 million. And these are the things that these Chinese companies provide them. You know, and these are the things that the museums put in there, like, you know, their big displays at the front when you walk in. You know, you see a big majestic dinosaur to make it all kind of, you know, like it is. You never see them putting the fossilized human giants on display though, because they won't have anything to do with that, obviously, Jen. You know. Yeah.
That's the King Zigong Ocean Arts Limited from China. That's what we're talking about. They're the ones that they do 62% of the exhibits that we see around the world, especially in America and Europe, according to their homepage, their site. Zigong Ocean Arts Limited. Yeah, they do a lot of that stuff.
I remember, Gin, right, a few years ago now, it was before my dad died, and my dad was a big reader of New Scientist magazine.
Right, I know that magazine, yeah.
And New Scientist put this full page on the front and everything, the fossilised discovery of the first dinosaur with feathers, and they ran with it. And they ran with this, and then later on, it was all turned out to be a fraud. and completely made up, and they were made out to look stupid. And if you look it up now, they really downplay it. You can't find that on the New Scientist site because they don't want you to know about it, but they did really fall for it.
Well, what happened? It went on to the National Geographic actually that pursued that and promoted it as the missing link between the dinosaurs and the birds. Transitioning into birds. You see, right? The missing link, right? And then they had to retract it because it was found to be different kinds of bird bones from birds put together, and National Geographic had to remove that article and apologise to everyone. Yeah,
there was a place in my time, Jim, when I was an atheist, and I kind of believed in that transition between dinosaurs and birds. And
so did I. So did I. I mean, we were waiting for it.
Yeah. And nowadays, we all realise that dinosaurs
never existed at all.
Completely fabricated by Freemasons, a little bit like Egyptology. You know what I mean? They've all got similar things. We found that link with the dinosaurs. They sent the Freemasons out. They found these first dinosaurs. They came back. They had these opposing stories. They created this dichotomy, and people were then engrossed in the whole thing. And they did it with Egyptology, with the Rosetta Stone, and they found that, and Napoleon was involved, and he shot the nose off the Sphinx, and there's one common factor between all these things, and it's the Freemason involvement.
Yeah.
Because they made it all up, mate. They really did.
Yeah, I would have to say that the dinosaurs thing is just ridiculous, yeah. Especially as no asteroid could have landed on Earth. Earth is not a spinning ball, so asteroids don't land no rocks from space land on Earth.
Yeah,
that's absolute crap. Not even those supposed shooting stars. That's all man-made. God didn't create this Earth with those things to be happening. It's just rubbish. Yeah.
You only have to look at the real world, Gene, right? Look at Israel. And their populace is in fear of these incoming missiles, right, from the Lebanon and all that. And really, it's not. It's just their own government throwing missiles at them.
Exactly.
To make them scared and behave how they want them to behave, isn't it?
Control, yeah. Like I said, it's mind control and controlling of the masses. Yeah, exactly. But, yeah, those dinosaurs things, man.
You know what, Gene, as well? The dinosaurs, for me, you know what? They were more gutting to me than finding out about the flat Earth. When I realised the dinosaurs weren't real, it was really kind of... It hit me, man, because I was brought up on dinosaurs. I was a dinosaur freak.
Yeah, right.
As a kid, and then obviously Spielberg gave us Jurassic Park and all of that, and
you see.
And we embraced it, and then you find out it's just nonsense. Do you know what? We haven't even told my wife's son, who's about 30.
You got to give him the Eric Dubay's video. Dinosaurs never existed. Look at that.
He doesn't even know we're flat earthers. We haven't even had the heart to tell him that.
You got to tell him.
Dinosaurs aren't real.
Yeah,
but it's not really.
If he finds out elsewhere and then asks you, then he's going to say, "Why didn't you tell me?"
Yeah, but it's not really my job to tell him. It's kind of my wife's job, But he's kind of 30 and he still believes in dinosaurs, and we haven't had the heart to ruin it for him,
You should go together as a team, sitting down, and let him know the truth, man. You know what I mean? Let him ponder it, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Well, my wife's idea with the whole thing with her kids is she'll let them figure it out themselves, you know what I mean?
They'll never figure it out. They're never going to figure it out unless someone tells them. They're never going to figure it out themselves because they're carrying the belief that dinosaurs are real. They existed, you see. So when I became a flat earther now, just before, 2 years before, 2013, Japan was offering up what they called a miniature T-Rex. that was found in Japan here. And as soon as I heard that, I said, hello. That doesn't make any sense at all, because Japan is basically made up of volcanic islands.
A mini Japanese T-Rex.
Yeah, right. They're a miniaturized one, a small one. And I said, that can't be right, because as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, dinosaurs were already on the mainland continent. How would they have got to the islands of Japan, and what would they have lived on? Do you know what I mean? No, that's BS. That's what I thought at the time. Yeah, I thought they were trying to make money from dinosaurs. You know, they were just trying to offer up something. They're lying. I still thought dinosaurs were real, but the ones Japanese were putting up were fake, is what I concluded for myself. I become a flat earther. 2016, I'm watching Eric Dubay's video, and I thought, I knew it. I had a suspicion. So yeah, they were all fake. That makes sense, because Earth isn't a ball. So any 65 million years ago asteroid hitting the Earth to end their life would be a bullshit. Yeah, right.
Can I not share my camera with you lot? Have I not got perms for that on here?
I don't know. Maybe they want to keep the bandwidth. I don't know. I mean, you can't even try.
I was just going to show my face for 5 minutes, just go, hello. But obviously I'm not allowed.
We know who you are, man. We all know who you are.
Obviously I'm not allowed.
Yeah, well, we know who you are. We know who you are anyway.
You know who I am.
I said we know who you are anyway, Jay.
Yeah, I know this.
We know who you are, Jay. Been around too long. Yeah, you've been around a long time. So, post a picture of yourself. Do a selfie and post it. Why don't you do a selfie? Do a selfie and post that and say hello. That'll do.
In fact, I'll send you a selfie that somebody else took of me, because they chose me at my work and thought it'd be funny to post it, and I've been reposting it. I'll send you one. Yeah, guys, if I haven't said hello to anybody else, it's because I've lost my glasses and I can't actually see who else is in the chat. So, hello to everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't find my glasses.
Bye. Sorry, I got to take off. Hey, Jason. How's it going, man?
Well,
I'm all right, man.
That's good. Keep fighting the good fight, man. I got to go. Jin, you're roboting. Sorry, man. I got to go. See you later.
Take it easy. Yeah, you are roboting a little bit there, Jim. Say again, mate.
Yes, mate.
Yes, please. Yeah, I can't find that picture, Jin, actually, that somebody took of me. It didn't paint me in the best light, actually. It made me look like a bit of a weirdo. Oh, here it is. I found it. Here you go. There you go. I'll put it in the learning curve there. That's the wrong place, isn't it? I'll put it into the live stream. I look like a nutter in that picture. So, how's the world going, Gene? In the in Japan and everything, is it all right?
Yeah, nice one, Jason. I was asking you, are you not going to get a new pair? You're not going to get a new pair of glasses then?
Well, I'm hopefully I'm going to find my pair of glasses that I've just lost.
Oh, right, okay.
It's somewhere in my house, and yeah, so I've put them down somewhere. I am blind with that, to be honest. So Remember, Gin, I don't get to use the National Health Service in this country like most people do.
Yeah, how comes?
I've been excluded from it for years, mate.
Why?
Because when I became unfit for work, I didn't want to go to the hospital for them to poke me around and tell me what is and isn't wrong with me. Because I know what's wrong with me, mate. It's probably going to be the thing that kills me. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That on top of the fact that when we got married, me and my wife, they did say that I'd be able to claim invalidity or whatever, but yeah, they lied about that as well. So me and my missus live off her income legitimately and my illegal income from growing marijuana, basically.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Well done anyway. Well done for being an entrepreneur.
Well, it's the only thing I could do, mate, because there was nothing else I could do. Don't get me wrong, man. I don't like having to break the law to make men.
Well, the thing is, are you really breaking the law? Because that law is meant to be broken anyway. It's an unjust law.
Well, it's like that Johnny Depp film, isn't it? Blow, where he says about the whole thing about crossing that line, and the judge says to him, well, yeah, unfortunately you took illegal plants over an imaginary line, now you're going to jail. So remember, like,
unfortunately though, that law is not just, because you cannot outlaw something that grows naturally that doesn't kill anybody, but you legalize tobacco that does kill. So this is what we have to highlight, and then bring in the scientific method and that, and just destroy that law. And that's what people in the public should be doing.
Yeah.
They're sleeping and sleepwalking, docile.
What is it they say?
Individuals.
That is what is legal isn't actually what is it? About legal and lawful. Yeah, the two things, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but if it's okay in the Americas and in the South America, for example, and in Holland, right, to have this and enjoy it for your personal use, recreational, and that, it should be the same in Britain. Who the fuck is? You see, Britain and the government are just fucking up your lives. They're making the problem. This is what the British people should be arguing against. They should be demonstrating about this.
They've had some information passed to me, Jim, right? I don't know if it is real or not, right? And this was passed to me a good couple of years ago. I was told that marijuana is actually legal in this country, right? Illegal in the whole, not in the taxable point of view, but like you lot do it, sorry, not you, Jim, but the guys in America, right? And the cops know it. It hasn't filtered down yet to the rest of the populace. So all of the cops apparently are making money on it, growing their own weed, knowing full well that they can't get into trouble, but it hasn't actually filtered down to the people yet.
To the general public, yeah, right.
Yeah, because you've got to think about it, Jim. Like, I mean, this is the last place, really, that everybody's made it discriminate. You know what I mean? Not legalised, but they've done their thing with it, haven't they? But in this country, nope, it's still staunch, conservative. No, drugs are bad. You're a bad person.
It's not even a drug, but it's not a drug. That's the thing. They've wrongly classified it, and it's not a drug. It's a plant. It's a plant.
I'll tell you what. Yesterday, I was watching a program about this lady, right? And she's got her own herb garden, and she makes medicines from herbs, right? And she went out, she was picking dandelion roots, and she was making this medicine from the dandelion root, and it was it's for the liver, helps the liver, right? It's obviously a well-known thing. Dandelion, well-known plant, you know. And really, marijuana should just be like one of those.
Classified similarly.
Yeah, just in that category of that.
Yeah, that's where it should be. There's a famous drink.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, I do know what you mean, Jason. Yeah, in your neck of the woods, right up north, there's a drink called dandelion and burdock. Do you know?
Oh yeah, I know dandelion and burdock full well.
Right. Now, when you drink that drink, it tastes like medicine. It really does.
Yeah, it does. It does. It tastes a bit like cough medicine. You're right.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It tastes like cough medicine from the ages ago, yeah? And it's a health drink. And I never knew about this drink because it was never sold in London. Never in London. And I discovered it in 1988, 87. 88. Definitely 88, not 87. 1988 was when I first ever drunk that drink, purely because of a girlfriend that I met in London, but she was living in Peterborough. She was a babysitter, but her hometown was Peterborough, and I went up there to meet her up there, right? You know, on a holiday, weekend holiday, and we went into the corner shop, and I'm looking for a drink, right? And I saw this thing with the dandelion flowers all over it, and I asked her, "What's this?" She goes, "It's dandelion and burdock." What do you mean, dandelion and burdock? You never heard of it in your life. And I bought it, opened it up, you know, when you break the seal, you know, it's not busy or anything. And then you drink it, and wow. I said, yeah, this is like a medicine. Yeah. So I bought 4 bottles and brought them home, you know. Brought it to her house, yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I'll tell you what, my nan obviously got me into dandelion and burdock. My mum likes it as well. Yeah, I mean, nowadays they do sell it as a kind of, you know, like a soda, like a pop. But in the old days,
it was a kidney
it would have been more of a medicine, you know.
Yeah, but it tasted more like a medicine. That was one of Britain's best drinks, I would have to say, in that it wasn't harmful to health, I would have to say. Right? And that trip really was an eye-opener for me in 1988, going to Peterborough for the first time, because I also discovered that the fashion that was being sold up there in Peterborough was at like a year behind the times of London.
Oh, right.
A year or 2 years behind.
But nowadays, you can relate that to the whole of the fucking landmass that we live on.
Now, that was a shock, because the clothes that were being sold in Peterborough were already out of date in London by a year or so.
Oh, yeah.
I was shocked.
Oh, let me quickly rant a little bit more. Do you know, this week, right, I had a conversation with a guy who claimed he was an anarchist, right, but he did not know who fucking the Sex Pistols were, right?
Oh,
and I'm like, yeah, well, you're some sort of anarchist, mate, if you don't know who the Sex Pistols were. But my point was, the Sex Pistols aren't anarchy anyway. The Sex Pistols were invented by the Tavistock Group, man. They wore designer fashions made by fucking Vivienne Westwood. These people are walking around in haute couture, like fucking clothing, and yet they're claiming to be anarchists. And all these years later, we haven't figured it out that we were being played. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, you were being played. Exactly. Of course. I saw through all that. I didn't buy into any of that shit. Sid Vicious, Johnny Rotten, yeah, I did like them.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, it's like, look at fucking Johnny Rotten nowadays. He is as bad as Pink Floyd were during the epidemic. The one we've just gone through, where they all turned.
Yeah. He's a bit of a wanker now.
Man, and went, oh yeah, wear your masks and do this. This is where
he's a wanker now. Definitely a wanker now.
Hey mate, this is where the powers that be turned in their chips during COVID, and they turned all of these bands over, right? Who we thought were heroes. Fucking the Rolling Stones. Pink Floyd.
Lenny Henry. What about Lenny Henry?
Motherfuckers. And I'm thinking, nah, they're cunts, man. All of them.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they make their money. They made their money off of the ignorance. Of the ignorance of the British public. That's what they did there.
I'll end this rant with one thing, Jin, and I hope you know who I'm talking about. Do you know who I'm talking about when I talk about Right Said Fred?
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, now, Mark Devlin, who I follow very closely, right? That man has got his finger on the pulse when it comes to Satanism in the music industry. He knows the score, right? And I saw him live a couple of years back during the COVID thing, and he said quite outrightly, he was calling out everybody, right, who had just turned still on the whole thing. He was turning over Pink Floyd and all this. But he also gave a very short list, right, to the people who hadn't turned, right? And this list is very short, Jin. But one of the people on that list was Right Said Fred.
Fred, yeah.
And Right Said Fred, right, he's still out there battling against the fucking corruption in the music industry and just keeping it real, you know, and there aren't many people doing that, but Right Said Fred was doing it, man.
Yeah, well, I did like him anyway, so well done to that guy, you see. Well
Too sexy for my shirt, too sexy that it hurts.
My shirt, so sexy it hurts.
That's the man, that's definitely him.
And I do my little walk on the catwalk. And I shake my little tush. I'll tell you another one that I like. Yeah. And I know another one that I like. Ian Jury and the Blockheads. I loved him. Ian Jury.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fucking brilliant. Why don't you get back
Ian Jury was a bit more Right Said Fred, though, wasn't he? What was Ian Jury's main thing? That one tune they had, man. I'm going to have to look that up.
Let's have a look. You got Why Don't You Get Back Into Bed? Why Don't You Get Back Into Bed? Why Don't You Get Back Into Bed?
Were you
1, 2, 3.
Get the day, Jin?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Jin, were you into the punk thing in the day?
Say that again?
Were you into the whole punk rock thing in the day when it was all?
No, I wasn't. I liked some of the music. I didn't go for the fashion. No, I didn't go anywhere near the fashion. But the music I liked. Yeah, definitely liked the music. And punk going now and again as for a laugh. I was into Madness. You know Madness?
That was more ska though, wasn't it? But
ska. Yeah, I was into ska. I was into the ska fashion. Because it was neat, wasn't it? It was slick. The punk rock stuff was a bit messy, you know what I mean? I wasn't into that.
I kind of like the punk rock stuff just because of its
wild colours, wild hairstyles. No, I wasn't into that. But the music, the music was good. The music was definitely good, no doubt about it.
Because they had, you had, not only did you have,
hit me with your rhythm stick. Hit me with your rhythm stick.
Ian Jury,
click. That was Ian Jury, yeah, well done.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Do you remember X-Ray Specs?
Yeah, that was good. They were good.
They were brilliant, X-Ray Specs. Yeah. They were a bit punk.
Yeah, they were punk, yeah. There was some good stuff out there. But again, it was, like you said, it was a movement. They were leading the public in a certain direction.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Mate, it was totally Tavistock driven, all of it.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for, Tavistock, yeah. It was definitely a Tavistock movement. Well done there, yeah.
Just like they did in the 60s and the 70s, they dictated the fashion, what we should be wearing. You know, the 60s was about miniskirts and free love. And then you got the 70s.
I did like that era, though. I did like the 60s. Chic. Je ne sais quoi, style.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did like
that. And some sexy ass chicks, man. You know what I mean? Good looking women. Not like today. Women look like men today, you know?
Well, they're wearing too much fucking makeup. They're looking like McDonald's clowns, a lot of them. Have a look at the makeup they take on these days.
Yeah, man. And
they're all masks. Yeah.
You know, I think ladies look more beautiful without their makeup. I do.
Yeah, I've often said that. Natural beauty wins it all the time. If a woman can't walk out of the house without makeup, well, what the fucking point is? What's the point?
Yeah.
Because the makeup you're using are toxic anyway. And any man has to kiss a woman with toxic lipstick. I mean, it's a horrible ordeal.
Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? It is horrible.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah. And that, you know what? That's what makes my wife the most beautiful person I've ever met.
Yeah,
she kind of
no makeup.
Yeah. She doesn't care about that, and I appreciate that, man. You know.
Yeah. So do I, mate. So do I. Yeah, I've been telling women that. You know, you're wearing all this makeup, and not only that, the other piss take, because you're talking about fashion, right, Jason? Is when you see them on the beach, and they've got these bits of string. They call bikinis and swimwear, but they're just bits of string. Everything's hanging out. And it's costing them an arm and a leg. So who's being ripped off? Because the manufacturers are making money hand over fist. They're revealing the female body, and the women don't even fucking realise.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, mate, I've got to tell you a story, right? A few years ago, I don't know if you've heard of them, there's an English band called The Levellers, and they had a
I
few...
have heard of them. I have heard of The Levellers, yeah, I have.
I went to a Levellers gig one night, right, and we got a lock-in at the pub next door afterwards. I didn't even know that I was locked in this pub for the reason that the Levellers were coming in. Anyway, it was a big hoo-ha. I was speaking to these two women, right? They were sitting there and I was talking to them as you do. And I'm like, what are you two doing here? And they're like, oh, we're waiting for the Levellers. And I'm like, oh, why they come in? And they went, yeah, they'll be here in a minute. And I'm like, all right. So I'm like, so what do you two do then? And they said to me, they went, we import. How did they put it to me? They said, we're in the sex industry, right? We import sex toys, right? So straight away I'm on this pair of women, I'm like, really? And they went, yeah. I went, tell me more. I said to them, straight off the cuff, I went, tell me what's the best selling sex toy this year? And they went, oh, that's easy, that's a rampant rabbit. And I went, what? And they went, yeah, everybody's buying them, right? And I had a brilliant evening just talking to these two women, like, about, you know, they obviously had... Because all of the sex industry is run by women, right?
Yeah. The Ann Summers comes to
stupid, dumb motherfucking men who don't get it. They really don't. All of these skimpy underwear that they buy for their wives to wear and all this are invented by fucking women, you know? And they run the industry, and I just thought that is so cool.
Is Ann Summers sex shop still in business?
I believe they are, yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. In this country, you've got Ann Summers, and I think there's one other that are like that. And you've got Victoria's Secret, I think.
Oh, yeah. I know another one you might remember. I think it's called Lush. And that would be Anita Roddick's daughter. Lush. Sexy underwear.
I thought Lush was more cosmetics.
Well, it's cosmetics, and they've diverted it into, sex toys and all that.
Right.
And sexy underwear. Sexy underwear, more so than toys.
Right. And that is Anita Roddick, did you say?
Yeah, Anita Roddick's daughter's business. Yeah.
Anita Roddick, wasn't she Next, was it?
No, she was the CEO of Body Shop.
Body Shop, yeah, you're right, mate. Yeah, Body Shop.
I used to work for the company for a short while. About 1985 to 1986. I worked for them for a year. And I created a new job there because I was there as a stockman, basically. And at the time I joined, stockmans were leaving like every 3 months. Someone was giving up the job. So when I had the opportunity to go to Littlehampton, where their head office is, and they have all the operations down there, general meeting, I happened to mention the fact that the reason why they were losing their stockmen is because the salary is fixed and there's no promotion. So it's like a dead-end job. And if you look at Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, they generate much more money, and they're only cartoon characters. So everyone laughed, you know what I mean? Anita Roddick said of my stockroom that she could eat her breakfast off the floor. It was so clean. The way I maintained it was like... And then she asked me if I could help her organise the other shops. There was two in Oxford Street. I was in Great Marlborough Street, right on Carnaby Street. And there was two in Oxford Street, and there was one in King's Road. I said, I don't mind doing it, but are you going to increase my salary? Because I've done my job perfectly. Are you going to give me more money? She says, yes, don't worry, we're going to look into that. So I ended up becoming aerial stockroom manager. Sorry, that was the job. Aerial stockroom manager I created for myself. How about that? I only worked there a year, mind you. And I also raised money.
That's quite crazy, Jim.
Yeah.
That you know Anita Roddick. That is quite cool.
Yeah. She gave me the honour of chaperoning her two daughters down in Littlehampton and take them to the fair, to the circus.
Really?
Yeah. She asked me to look after her 2 daughters.
That's quite cool, Jim.
Yeah, but I think she saw the integrity in what I did. Not only that, I also rescued the staff from a fire. Because where I was working at Great Marlborough Street, there wasn't a fire escape. And what happened, one of the girls who you know, when the customers come in and they do these gift baskets where they got the straw in there, the basket, the straws, use products, and they want to make a present. Well, there's a shrink wrapping machine that shrink wraps the plastic over the presents, okay? And then there's a metal wire, an electric wire that cuts the plastic down to size. And one of the girls had left that all the way down, and it had burnt a hole and caused the fire. I'd gone out for my lunch next door in a pub, come back, went downstairs, and the fucking thing was ablaze. Lucky I used the fire extinguisher, put out the fire, pressed the alarm, got everybody out the shop and that. And they said to me, yeah, well done, you know, you saved our lives and you could have been killed because there was no fire escape. I goes, I know. And that highlighted a legal flaw in Body Shop's policy. Yeah.
You never ever fail to amaze me, my friends. You never ever fail to amaze me. That is a crazy story, Jim.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was right there with the Body Shop, man. I was right. I still use Body Shop products now in Japan right now as we speak. There you go, 8 years later. Yeah. I promoted.
I didn't even realise they were still going, Jim, to be honest.
Oh, they're still going. What I didn't like was that they merged with Max Factor. Now, they don't do biodegradable stuff, so I was really disappointed that they did that move. Because Anita Roddick passed on, didn't she? She got given, she went for a blood transfusion or something like this, and she got tainted blood. She died anyway, okay? Died rather in her 60s. She died in her 60s. And this is a woman, if you look at her awards and accolades, it's a massive long list. The whole reason for businesses recycling today was because of Body Shop, Greenpeace, and Friends of the Earth. These 3 organisations working together got the world, especially the business world, recycling. Okay? And Anita Roddick won Best Company 2 years in a row. You know, there you go. That's my claim to fame. I raised money for the Boys Town in India. We had a British version of It's a Knockout run by the Body Shop. And I should have won gold, but I was cheated. They said that I went into the wrong lane when it was them that came into my lane. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, what can you do? They didn't have it all. They didn't have it filmed. Do you know what I mean? I said they came into my lane, our lane. It wasn't us. So we ended up with the silver. But we won every single event but the last one, and they still ripped us off. Yeah, killed it though. We killed it.
I got Dave the other day, Jim. Right, talking to somebody, right, and hopefully you'll see where I'm coming from on this one. Right, they were talking about climate change, right?
Okay.
And obviously, I think climate change is a load of bollocks. I really do. I'm old enough.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. You know, we're both old enough. We can see through it, right?
Yeah.
But I made the mistake of saying that back in the day, during the time to CND, you had all these people who I now know are middle class fucking hippies, right? Who just sandal recycling twats. Yeah? But they were all part of CND. They were tying themselves to the outside of nuclear bunkers and all this. You know, they were against the system. They really were. And now
can you remind me what the CND stands for? I've forgotten.
The Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was, you know, it was a precursor to Greenpeace and all this, right? And these people.
Oh yeah, I remember. Really I just remember what it stood for.
Yeah, these people really were kicking the pig, man. They were against the system, and nowadays,
I mean, they chained themselves to fences and that.
Yeah, but nowadays, Gene, all of these motherfuckers, right? They're all pro climate change, agreeing with the government. And like, I'm just thinking, man, how times have changed. At one point, You were training yourself outside nuclear depots, and now you're towing the fucking line, man.
Yeah, the narrative line. Yeah. What a difference a few years makes, eh? What a difference a few years make.
Indeed, man.
Well, this is why I was concerned at Body Shop. I was worried that they weren't going to be biodegradable. They were going to become Americanized. Because Max Factor really.
You remember this term as well, Gene, right? Do you remember this term? This term, right? And it was NIMBY. NIMBY meant not in my backyard.
Yeah.
That is what all these motherfuckers were about, man.
Yeah,
they didn't
not in
give
my
a shit,
backyard.
really.
Yeah.
All they didn't want was the crap coming into their backyard, because when it got into their backyard, it was a problem. You know?
That's right. Definitely. Not in my
What do you mean by Americanized?
Say again?
What do you mean by Americanized?
Okay, what I meant was, that American products, when it comes to makeup, they're very toxic. They're not very environmentally friendly, and there's no integrity there. Whereas Body Shop, their products are biodegradable. That was what I meant by that. Okay?
Oh, all right.
You see what I mean, yeah? So I didn't want them to fall into the American trap of making their products toxic and losing their environmental integrity. Do you understand?
That's fair enough. I have no idea about beauty products.
Yeah, I used to work in them.
Americans
So
make,
basically, they didn't lose it. They seem to have retained that, which is that's why I'm still using their product.
In the 90s, they kind of popularised men using these beauty products and things, face scrubs and all this.
That's right. It was called the Mostly Men range, yeah. And I helped to promote that.
Yeah, and it was all just about getting men to buy these things, wasn't it?
Well, it was to get men to take care of their feet and their body a bit more, And there were certain products that were aimed at men. They had a small set, and it really was. If you looked, it was 10% or even 5% of the Body Shop range. Only 5% was for men. Literally,
I'm certain it's probably larger nowadays, Gene. Really, but again, it's selling men that beauty product. It's like telling women that you have to plaster your face with this stuff to look beautiful. When you don't.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of moisturising cream. I only use.
Now you're letting down your feminine side, then, do you know? So you moisturise.
I only use like body washes and body massage oils and cocoa butter creams and things like that, which I was using as a kid. I was using this stuff from my childhood days because we are Africans. We're born in hot climates. Britain is not really a hot climate because it has 4 seasons. So my skin can suffer because if I'm living in a hot climate, then I don't need to use these oils because they're going to be coming out of my skin naturally. But because Britain it's a tempered climate, really, so I have to use certain oils, Johnson's baby oil and other things. But when I learnt about the Body Shop, I thought, yeah, man, I'm going to get into that. I want to be natural. I want to be natural.
Right? I'll tell you this in all honesty, right? And this might sound bad, but I'm going to tell you in all honesty, I don't wash.
No, that's all right. That's down to you. Yeah.
I wash very little, right? I don't put any soap on myself, right? The reason I don't do this is because I have psoriasis of my skin. And what I've found, I've tried everything through the years, stuff doctors have recommended, nowadays I've realised you don't need that. Nowadays I've figured it out, it's connected with your stress levels, blah, 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 right? But I don't wash at all, really. I don't use soap. If I do get in the bath, don't get me wrong, mate, I don't walk around stinking. I'm married, man, you know what I mean? I can't just walk around stinky. But I don't really need to bath that much, I'll get in the bath quickly, I'll wash myself quickly, and I'm good. I don't walk around smelly or anything.
No, yeah. I do have to watch because I do a lot of exercise. I've just come back from
But even that, mate, when I've been working,
I've just done a 15 miler, cycling and running. Okay, 15 miles. That's all I've just done. So, you know, I've got to have a wash, got to clean down, you know.
oh, mate, I've got to tell you something else as well. I'm sorry, I've just come in here and steamrolled your conversation. I know I have.
No, you haven't really, no, because it's nice to have you in, Jason. You know, you haven't been in for a while. And your noise is good noise, so don't worry about it.
I've got a thing planned, right, that I'm just about to do in the next couple of weeks, right? I found out there's these rock-carved houses, right, that aren't far from where I live. Remember, I haven't got transportation, so I need to, whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to have to do public transport. But I'm going to go out to these places, right, and they're about 20 miles from where I live. They're these rock-carved houses, and they appear to be made in this artificial geopolymer, right? Now, I can't say anything more to you than that because I haven't actually been out there and got my boots on the ground. But within the next 2 weeks, I've got all my camping kit ready to go. I'm going to go, because I'm not supposed to go there either because it's a bit naughty. You're not supposed to camp there. So I'm going on a stealth camping trip. And I'm going to investigate this place, and I'm going to get some rock samples, and hopefully I'm going to stream it live on the night when I'm there, show you lot around these rock-carved houses, as they're called. I'm intrigued by them, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm really interested to go there and see what it's all about, like, and hopefully I'll be able to bring it to you lot a little bit.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice if you could do that. That would be welcomed.
I've been looking into it, you know. I've been looking into it. It's quite weird, this sandstone layer across the UK, right? Right down to, it goes up to Liverpool Station. All of Liverpool Station, right, and Liverpool has got all these underground things, man, up to 30 metres deep. Like cathedrals underground. And it's like, what? What are these fucking things doing there? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to going and having a proper look and trying to figure out what the fuck these things are.
Jason, do you follow Paul Cook?
Oh, yeah. Well, Paul Cook turned me on to this place that I'm talking about.
Yeah, he seems to be finding a new site every week at the minute.
Yeah, he's been coming up with some good stuff. That one he did recently, maybe the one before last, was about the place where I'm talking about going. It's a place called Kimber in, it's the west of Birmingham. I live on the east of Birmingham.
Yeah.
It's the west, yeah. That's where I'm planning on going and have a look at. And I've even gone as far as I bought a drone as well to try and get some footage from the air as well, just to be able to show you guys.
Right.
Amazing.
Okay, that's the end. That's the end of Ramadan. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. Ramadan is over. The last day is today.
Eid Mubarak.
I'll drink to that. Anyway, who was just talking to me? Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on, guys.
Big Root.
Big who?
Big Root.
Big Root. Yeah, nice one. So you know Paul Cook then?
Oh yeah, mate. He lives not too. I mean, he does a lot in the Midlands. I live in the Midlands, and I think it's fascinating. Some of these sites I've driven past, and I know where they are.
I didn't realise that bit. Where do you live?
Oh, I live in Birmingham.
Yeah, where do you live?
Birmingham, Great Bar in Birmingham.
I'm in Stetchford.
Oh, hey up, mate. All right. Yeah, there's
no way. That's crazy,
mate. There's a few people from the Midlands in here occasionally.
Right. Oh man, we should get a beat off. We really should.
Yeah. There's another guy in Coventry. I've forgotten his name now. I think he might be Romanian. We said we were going to do a beer, so we might do an official meet-up for the Midlands. Yeah, we'll sort something out.
Before COVID started, right? I got this I don't even know how it happened. We got this message off these flat earthers saying, come and meet us, right? And we went to Cannon Hill Park, you know where that is?
Yeah. Go there all the time.
Yeah. Well, they said, meet us at Cannon Hill, like, and we went up there, like, and we had this big meet-up. We went up there twice to meet them, man. They were awesome people. They were really cool, but then COVID came along, and I haven't heard from any of them since, unfortunately. But, mate, if you're ever up for a meet-up, man, and walk around Cannon Hill, have a look at the stuff there, I'm always up for it, dude.
Definitely, mate. I'll add you. We'll sort something out.
Yeah, man, for certain. It'd be rude not to, really. Do you work? What's your thing?
Yeah, I work from home, mate, so I'm in here, to be honest, probably 3 days a week, about this time for a few hours. So I'm always in here, mate, yeah. Work from home.
Well, maybe if you're up for it, you could accompany me when I go to see Kimber. Always
see who?
When I go to see Kimber, the place that Paul Cook was on about, that place.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's probably a good place for a meet-up, to be honest.
Well, I did like the fact that they, the fact they chose Cannon Hill Park was quite weird because it was obviously central, so because there wasn't just Brummies there, but also when you look back at it, we had a thing in a bandstand. It was all very Tartarian, you know what I mean? And we didn't even realise at the time.
I know, it's amazing, and it's all over Britain. Britain seems to be like an untapped resource of these sites.
Yeah, indeed. Do you know something else I've been looking into recently? Is the dry stone walls in the UK. These go unnoticed, mate, right? I did some math the other day. Sorry, I'm belching. I've been drinking cider for breakfast, you know what it is like. I did some math the other day, right? And, the Great Wall of China took 2,000 years to create, and it's 13,000 miles in length, right? The Great Walls in this country, as I call them, right, took 6,000 years to create. But there's actually 320,000 kilometres, right, of walls. That's an estimated nearly 2 billion metric tons of rock, right? How the fuck did we just get 2 billion metric tons of rock in this country and make all these walls over a 6,000 year period? It doesn't make sense, man.
I think slaves can do a lot for, a lot of people.
My audio's obviously gone all...
Yeah, your microphone's really low, Rhinoceros.
Sorry.
I've heard rumours that it was when the Romans came, but I haven't looked into it.
I have looked into it a bit, and there's a lot of dubious explanations for it. The one thing they go on about is they call them the poor walls, right? Where during the Victorian period, which is when all this weirdness seems to have gone on anyway, they were just employing people to build walls for no reason. Rich, philanthropists who were worried about the state of the country were employing poor people to build these walls for nothing, and it just doesn't hark true with me, man. You know, it just there's just something about it. It just doesn't seem right. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard theories that the so-called Romans were fighting with the Irish and the Scottish. The Scottish royal family were the sort of the people in England were sort of moved to Scotland, and that the Scottish were fighting the so-called Romans. But I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. But what I've done recently, mate, right, is I've I've been so pinned down by these motherfuckers who just want to start arguments about what I think, right? Is I've really tried to just put it into terms for people, right? And it's this. Somewhere between 200 and 300 years ago, it looks like something went on that fucked everything up. And all history that was before really can get really offset, because there's nothing really counts other than the last 300 years. And when you look at it, there's been that thing that we call the mud flood. I don't know what you should call it. It shouldn't. It's obviously there. It's almost like humanity just started 300 years ago, if you look at it. I know it sounds bad to say that, but it does actually kind of look like that, you know?
No, we talk about this all the time. There seems to be multiple periods of history where we've had like a reset, and all the history of the previous societies have turned into mythology.
Yeah. And the only problem with that, right, is when you speak to people who, I'm not being rude, but they don't get it. And they're also quite really angry and anti that, you know, they're like, when they haven't really took the time to have a look at what actually is going on there, you know, because if you look like across the plane in all the continents, including now maybe Antarctica, for something I saw today that's quite mad, but I'll get onto that in a minute. Across all the continents, man, this style of building is there. You know, they call it the imperial style. And it really does look like they dug the canals and the railways out. You know, they didn't invent them. They dug them out. I mean, I went to, you know, Flat Earth British, Martin Leaker, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I went to meet him like a couple of years ago, like middle of COVID. He put on a thing, right? And I went over to the other side of Brum to see him. It was Dudley Way, you know, the western side.
Yeah, yeah.
And, it was a crazy day, man. It was brilliant. It took me an effort to get there on the train and taxi. Anyway, it turned out like it was like 5 a.m. the next morning. People were still in the car park outside getting wasted, right? I couldn't get a taxi to get home, anything. And this guy comes up to me and he'd been drunk and showing off all night, right? And he was just really off his head. He went to me, he said, Jace, don't worry, I'm taking you home in my boat. And I'm like, what? Right? And then all this carried on. And then this guy comes back up to me, he went, Jace, you're coming home in my boat tonight. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, right? Anyway, it turns out that he had a boat, right? He had a canal boat. He'd sailed it right up the canal. He'd parked it right next to this bloody convention, which Martin Leaker was having, right? Which we all spent the day at and had a really good day. And not only that, right? He let me on the boat and he let me drive it home. I was absolutely drunk as a skunk, and he let me drive the boat right into the city centre. It took us like the whole sun came up and everything. It was dark when we got on there, and the sun came up, and it was just crazy. It's like you don't really think about.
Come on, mate. You're from Birmingham. You should know how many bloody canals we have. There's loads of canal people.
When you go out on a night out, you don't really necessarily think you're going to be driving a canal boat home, like, you know, which is what happened that day. It was brilliant.
Oh, mate. For my work, we do barge days, so we just get loads of alcohol, we grab a barge, and we drive, we boat it all the way down to Worcester and back. Fucking brilliant day.
Oh, man, I'd be well up for joining up for that, you know, if you were in for it.
Oh, it's amazing, mate. Best fun I've had on them barges.
Oh, excellent. That sounds really cool, man. Really does. We'll have to hook up, man. Tell you. Because I know I'm a bit shouty and blah, blah, blah on here, but I'm actually kind of a chilled individual in real life.
I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are.
I try to be, anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's interesting all the stuff you're talking about. I love to talk about all this stuff all the time. I think the biggest thing about this room is we keep it as flat earth as possible, usually.
Yeah, how long have you been around in here then?
What do you say, mate?
So how long have you been around, like hanging around with these lot?
Oh, I've been a flat earther for about 10 years, mate. So I've been in the air on and off. I like to come in the daytime and see what's going on. I love to hear Globers getting schooled, mate. That's my thing.
Oh, yeah, of course. I used to. Well, I've got to give this place credit, right? If it weren't for this place, I wouldn't even be on it. Well, actually, I would be because I had Discord before because I was using it for playing games. But yeah, 24/7 was the first place I came when I figured out that the Earth was flat, basically. And
how did you come to the conclusion it was flat then?
How did I come to the conclusion?
Yeah.
Well, I went through many years of conspiracy from my early age. Obviously, I'm 52, remember? So, and then I went through. We used to hoax crop circles as well. That was our thing. So back in the 90s, we were hoaxing crop circles, and we were into the whole UFO thing. And I actually gave up conspiracy, actually, if I'm being honest, because of the moon landings. Because I got to a point where I knew there was just an opposing answer against anything you said about the moon landings. So it was like, what's the fucking point, right? And I really just forgot about conspiracy and all of it for years. And I genuinely didn't think that anything would drag me back into it. And I was very reluctant at the flat Earth when it first appeared. But the flat Earth did drag me back into it with a zeal, really, when I figured it out. You know what I mean? And it made a lot of things that I used to do, conspiracy-wise, and a lot of things I used to think, a lot of things really fell into place. I could see them there. For example, I was so preoccupied about did we hoax the moon landings, I didn't for 1 minute think that they were fucking hoaxing everything. You know what I mean? But they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They really are.
Yeah. Kind of similar story to me, mate, to be honest. Went through all the conspiracies, avoided flat earth like a barge, with a barge pole. Didn't want anything to do with it. I actually thought it was a like a controlled opposition idea.
Yeah.
And then I think who did it for me? Yeah, I think it was Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs. And I
think Eric did it for me. Eric and who I'm talking about, Flat Earth British. It was Eric and Flat Earth British for me. They did it. But I tell you what, mate. Right, when I started reading reluctantly the flat Earth stuff, I've got to be honest, because of my knowledge of conspiracy before, as soon as I started reading it, I kind of knew that it was right. Do you know what I mean? But I had to go. I went through it on my own, so I didn't have any of you lot, because I only discovered you lot afterwards. So I went through it all. I didn't even know what cognitive dissonance was, you know what I mean? Even though I'm suffering from it and I'm trying to work all this thing through, But I finally worked it through, and I had to keep reminding myself that satellites aren't real and fucking space isn't real, for God's sake, But then when you figure it out, it's all quite simple, really. It's a flat realm, and the things above us, they're just above us, aren't they?
Yeah, it's so simple. We've been taught that if it is simple, it's probably not true, and it's actually the opposite. If the more simple things are, the more true they are. I've started to learn.
Yeah, indeed, mate. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to rock the boat. I like to listen to people's opinions, but I'm not 100% on the firmament myself. I'm still like kind of. Because I kind of can see that other world, the more land thing. So I'm thinking, how does that fit in with the firmament? because I just think if there is a firmament, it's further afield than what we actually think. Like, you know, because I do think there's other land. I think it's as simple as that, really. They're keeping the fact that there's other land from us because they're richer than us and they're able to do that. Simple as that.
I think there's other land. I think there could be other land, and there could also be a physical barrier as well. I don't think you have to have one or the other.
You know what else I'm thinking as well? Is this whole... Right, I don't trust television at all, mate, right? Anything that is on television is bullshit, right? Even the so-called mistakes that you think are on TV, when somebody accidentally says this or that, no. These are all very well-planned, meticulous tools that they use to control the thoughts of all of us. Now, think about Admiral Byrd and all of his bullshitness about the South Pole and all of this. I can't help but think this, that maybe the whole thing about Admiral Byrd was to distract us maybe from the North Pole. That maybe there's something else going on there. You know what I mean?
Well, he went to the North Pole and the South Pole, right?
Oh yeah, but he has been denounced, right, as a complete fucking liar. You do know that, yeah? Amundsen, the Norwegian guy, he's the guy now who's credited as going to the South and North Pole because fucking Admiral Byrd and the other guy that he called out for fucking cheating, both of them were lying. So Amundsen gets the actual credit now for being the man who went to the North and South Pole. They were all full of bullshit, mate. And
yeah, but it's just like it's to me, mate. That's just like the fact
Freemasons, man. They were Freemasons like Edmund Hillary, the man who went to the top of Everest, and all of them, all of these people who did all these amazing things, they're all fucking Freemasons, man. These people control our reality. You know this. I'm certain you know this. You know, and they do it through some very, very simple but yet elegantly designed systems. People think, how can they possibly do this? It's so massive, and it's not. It's actually quite small, how they control it. You know, they've got a small group of companies that just control all of the media, full out. And if you run that, man, you're going to fucking put on it what you want people to hear, aren't you? Of course you are. You know, it's as easy as...
I agree with your general points that a lot of this is smoke and mirrors and a lot of the world is a stage, and yeah, we're given our sort of choices of what to believe. I agree with you. I just think with Admiral Byrd, especially in wartime, I think a lot of organic, normal stuff happens, and you get people with a conscience, you get good people who do rise the ranks, you know, and they're not
I don't think Admiral Byrd was one of them though, dude.
Well, no. I'm not saying
Admiral Byrd, man, you know, he won't mind.
I'm not saying he was a good person, but what I'm saying is I genuinely think that the Americans were looking for the Nazis, and I genuinely think that expedition was a genuine expedition, not to search for the benefit of mankind to figure out what's at the South Pole. I think they were looking for the Nazis, and I just think what you have is a genuine military operation, and then you get this admiral who is quite credible as a person, really spilling the beans, not knowing the Earth is flat, not knowing about the conspiracies and all the. He's let the ball drop, you know what I mean? He's let the information slip, but he didn't know any better, and then I think he was shut up quickly.
I've got to say it to you, mate, in regard to nowadays, I think that was all done deliberately, making it look like he let the ball slip and all that, yeah, for certain. But interestingly enough, right, back in the day when the X-Files were popular and we were all fucking UFO nuts and hoaxing crop circles like I was doing, you know, we actually thought there was going to be some bloody, something said about the whole UFO thing, right? But Admiral Byrd, he cropped up over and over again, right? And the UFO people used him as a thing to say, oh yeah, there's UFOs in Antarctica and all this. And nowadays I've noticed they're using him to kind of push a different agenda. They're using him to push the extra world thing. This is why I think we should be looking to the North Pole. You know, the North Pole.
Yeah, but Jason, they also, the Globers also use celestial navigation as a globe proof when it's a flat Earth proof.
Well,
just because they think they're using Admiral Byrd to prove space aliens doesn't mean that that's what they're doing. They're actually proving that there's more land beyond. Not proving, but they're actually highlighting there's more land beyond the poles. They're not proving anything to do with space aliens. So I'm just saying these Globers and these fucking alien guys, they're idiots, mate. They use their own evidence contradicts them, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I'm not ashamed, mate, to say that I was part of them when it was all going a few years ago. Yeah, I was caught up in it. Like I said, man, we hoaxed crop circles. We had people running around in literal circles, man, because we were hoaxing them in the fucking fields. You know, I know it's all bullshit. I do. But I also know that there's something else out there, right? And this is going to sound like a real tangent off what I'm talking about. But have you ever taken DMT?
No. Taking mushrooms.
Right. Mushrooms, yeah, they're good. Obviously, mushrooms are my drug of choice, if I'm being honest with you. But DMT is not a drug to take every day of the week. But when you take it, all these aliens appear around you, right? That's the only way I can put it, mate. The first time I took DMT, they just instantly appeared around me. They were like these carnival characters, man. And they were all around me, and they were like calling me, and they were hugging me, and it's like, what the fuck? You know? And I've got to say that DMT is the only truly weird thing in my life that I've ever experienced because of these things, man. That they, honestly, they hug you. These
mate, you can't take anything seriously when you're taking drugs.
That's not the right way of looking at it, mate. It's not. It's not that you're on drugs. It's not about drugs. It's about an experience that you have, right? Now, too many people have written about the same experience. That when you take DMT, you meet these entities, right? And as soon as I took DMT, they all appeared, mate, all of them. And it's something that to this day I can't explain to you, and I don't think it was a reaction of just drugs on my mind.
I'm not saying it's the drugs. I'm saying when
real, man.
You can tap into energies when you have an altered state of consciousness, and I do agree that I'm not trying to say that when you're on drugs everything you experience isn't real. What I'm saying is when you're on drugs, the way you feel, the feelings you get are not always based in reality, and your imagination on drugs can take and mix in with so much that I've learned that if there is any drugs involved, then you need to test it without drugs, you know, because otherwise it could all just be yourself, you know.
Well, the thing is, when it comes down to DMT, you can't really put that, not on drugs or on drugs. You're either on DMT or you're not, right?
Yeah.
When you take it, mate, honestly, it's not like being drunk and being out of control or anything like that. These things are real, mate. Honestly, they're as real as you and me are right now. And I'm kind of, I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with it, but I'd really like to know what is going on there because I've looked into it, and some cultures around the world say that this is because they think it's the afterlife. They think that when with the place that you go is the place that you go to after you're dead. Now that in itself is quite something, you know.
Every culture has always believed in some sort of afterlife in history.
Well, yeah, they have. Yeah.
It's one of the oldest ideas we have.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's lots of evidence now to show that, you know, we are living in a third dimensional plane of existence, let's say, and that there are other dimensions adjacent and orthogonal in different directions to what we can experience. So a lot of people say when you're having your dreams or when you're meditating, you can kind of come, like the people who say they can leave their body, they can say you can enter these other realms, but it's non-physical. So it's all going to be within the mind. It feels as if you're within the mind because these places are not physical places.
Well, I've got a friend on here, right? His name is It Is I, right? But his real name's Bart, right? And he's a good friend of mine. I've known Bart now for quite a few years on here. And Bart has constantly said to me, Bart is a lucid dreamer, right? He's constantly said to me that life is a dream and that everything we see around us is the imagination of ourselves and it doesn't exist. And that we are all, like, experiencing ourselves as one, right? Which is kind of weird if you think about it.
That's science, leading scientists are starting to edge towards these ideas. I mean, you've heard of simulation theory, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to kind of get onto that, yeah, because what me and Bart talk about is it's a bit off the wall, right? It's not really for many people, but me and Bart can sit there and just talk about this stuff like it's like a dream world. Everything around us, mate, it's not... It's just freaky. It's like we take it for granted that the sun comes up every day and goes down and all these mechanisms are in place around us, and it's like you can't help but think that we are actually part of this thing somehow, you know?
Yeah. No, it's amazing. I love it. I love it too, mate. I've been looking into light a little bit, and if the more you look into light, the more you start seeing that light is pretty much the basis of everything, every matter. You know, everything that exists is existent of light, and the more you look into it, the more you realise that every single object is a vibrating. It's like a photon.
Yeah. A photon. You said light. You are talking about energy.
Well, this is it, yeah, and everything is energy, and everything has, you know, these so-called particles, we believe, photons, protons, you know. If you look at those as different states, a bit like ice, water, and steam are the same energy, but in different states, you can start seeing how, you know, and then you take into account all the quantum shit, like the double slit experiment, you can see how light and matter are pretty much the same thing. So if everything is the same thing and it's just a different frequency, then pretty much everything is just one, you know? And I don't think that's spooky or ooga booga anymore. I actually think science is edging towards a theory that is proving that, you know, everything is connected and everything is different states of the same light / sound frequency.
Yeah, you call it light, but it's the EM field that we exist within, isn't it?
Yeah, and the basis of that is sound. You know, sound is the basis of light.
Getting pretty deep here by, like, you know, trying to explain, like, the nature of what we are actually doing here. You know, it's not like, and this transcends...
We're vibing, bro. We're vibing. We're vibrating at different frequencies.
Yeah, for certain, mate.
We're here to vibe.
Yeah, and I've got to quote Bill Hicks when it's due. Bill did say that we are all matter experiencing itself at a slow, condensed form. You know?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
doing its thing. It's like, you know, like the fact that me and you are talking here, it's like, you know, truly, honestly, I must say I got out of bed this morning, I started drinking heavily, which I kind of needed for this kind of conversation. But what the fuck are we doing here? Literally. You know, we get out of bed every day, we see the sun come up, it goes down, and we just take it all for granted. But what are we doing here? What is our purpose? Because there must be a purpose, surely.
It sounds like you're having an existential crisis.
I'll probably have my life probably a whole existential crisis. But you know what I mean? What are we doing here? What is our purpose in life, right? My friend Bart, he said to me, I speak to two people big time, right? My friend Bart and a guy called God Rockin. I'm certain you know God Rockin, he comes on here a lot. God Rockin said to me a very, very interesting thing. He said, Jace, he said, if the shit was hitting the fan, he goes, I'm the type of person who would have volunteered to go down there and try and sort it all out, right? Which is a very interesting way of looking at the world, because what are we doing here? Did we choose to be here? Did we make a decision? You know? Just for what we're experiencing right now? You know, was that our conscious decision to be there? And is it our conscious decision to go back there when we're dead? Do you know what I mean? Man, I'm shouting. I got off, I drank too much cider. But hey, you know what I mean.
Big questions, mate. Big questions.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, my
Big
friend.
questions.
So you should meet me in Birmingham City Centre in a couple of weeks, and we'll go and have some dinner and maybe go to the museum, prove dinosaurs aren't real.
In all honesty, mate, the chances of me getting that time is slim at the minute. I've got 3 kids. I run a kids football team. They're all in clubs and stuff, so I would have to plan that in advance, and I'd have to make sure, make sure I've got a babysitter, all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. Sorry, I didn't really want to impose on you, but yeah, you know, if you're ever good, I'm good for doing that.
I think it'd be good if everyone from the Midlands had a meet up one day. I think that'd be an interesting day.
But is there that many people? Do you know that many people, honestly?
I know about 5. I know Bromy, if you know Bromy. He's obviously from Birmingham. I've forgotten his name, not Sasha.
You're the first person I've met who's local, to be honest.
There's a couple of us, mate. There is. There's a few.
Oh, that'd be good. I've sent you a friend request, so yeah, we'll keep in touch. Yeah, maybe get something together in the future. It's good to know that there's some people around who are just like-minded. Really. Excuse me.
Well, I've been meaning to go to. I don't know if you know about Truth Juice, but I've been meaning to go to Truth Juice.
Yeah, because Martin Lee's been there as well.
Yeah. So that might be a good place to meet up, mate. Because I've been wanting to go to there with my with a family member for about 3 months, and we just never go. So that might be a good show.
Oh yeah, maybe we could do that actually. Because I'll get my wife, and yeah, we'd be up for that for certain. Yeah. I noticed.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch, mate.
On the server I'm on normally, they nearly had that guy Alex, you know, what's his name? Conspiracy Music Guru.
Oh yeah, that legend.
Yeah, they nearly had him on there, right? And they launched it out, and I was like, no way, man! I wanted to talk to him. Like, do you want it? Were you being funny when you said he was a legend, or do you think he's a legend?
No, I think he's a legend. But I love his music.
Yeah, he's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's great, mate. He's great. That I Told You So tune is quality. Yeah. My son. I've got my son singing it. My 6-year-old.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, he loves it.
About the fluoride in the water.
Do you know? I wanted to go and meet allegedly Dave. Do you know allegedly Dave?
I did meet Dave at that at the Martin Leaker thing.
Do you know? I was supposed to go to that, and basically my missus had just had a baby. Right. And the baby was like 2 weeks old or a week old, and I was desperate to go. And basically, long story short, she stopped me from going because she needed my help. And I was so upset. I wanted to meet someone so bad.
So maybe
I really wanted to meet him.
Yeah, Dave was there. What's his name as well? And I really like him. Mark Devlin. Mark Devlin was there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the 5G guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mark Devlin. I love him, man. He's calling out for revolutionaries at the moment, and Davies actually, both of them. They're properly shouting for revolution in this country, man. It's like, yeah. I mean, I can see where they're coming from. I really can.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
You didn't think that we'd lived through the last 2 years we've lived through in this country, would you?
No, I knew it was coming, mate. I knew. If you've been following the conspiracy fields long enough, this was predicted in by a lot of people. Some sort of big event.
But did you think you'd see it in your own lifetime?
Do you know I did, mate?
Right.
I did. I'd convinced myself it had to happen because of the dates, because of the repetitions in history. We'd reached 360 years since the Seska Act, since the Great Fire of London, when we were we were all lost at sea, mate, and we all became property of the crown. And that 360 years ended, and there's a lot of dates that ended and agreements that needed to be renewed for our souls. So without getting too, in the weeds on Admiralty law and all that kind of shit and what happened then, I just knew that the time was up and that a new agreement had to be put in place. And I honestly think, mate, we're going to get a little bit of a brief world war. Well, a war, but they'll call it a world war just to aid the reset.
Yeah, you mean another depopulation escapade?
Just enough chaos for them to be able to change the history books, enforce new ideas, and get rid of our current human rights and replace them with something new. That's the definition of a reset. And whether you know it or not, it happened in World War II, mate. At the end of World War II.
I've been calling for this revolution from the beginning. I've been the most vocal person about the revolution. Flat Earth Revolution. I've been calling it ever since, haven't I?
I noticed Jin had been a bit quiet there, but did you hear all that conversation there, Jin?
I heard it all, yeah.
How cool is this gentleman, man?
Yeah, it's cool, yeah. He's
He
not bad.
fucking knows the
Now,
score.
Jin, I really respect Jin, man. I haven't really spoke to you that much, but I hear you loads in Jem Panda's channel, and I have to take my hat off to you, mate. Your resilience and your ability to combat in long periods, I really commend it, mate, because I lose steam in that room, but you do well.
Jin is hardcore, man.
I am their worst nightmare. I am their worst daymare. That's what I tell them. It's still coming from the military training, and we use it and we put some psychological spin on it. I have them eating it out of my hands. They're calling themselves Jin CBR1 and then some silly thing after it. That's all my psychological input.
I know when you're doing it as well. As soon as you've got your back to the wall, you'll just start, right, ladies and gentlemen, and that's it. You're about to destroy.
I love it. You didn't get the message, obviously, that I sent you like a little while ago, right? That guy, Bob the Science Guy, I don't know if you know him, right? But he's a fucking arsehole. He's just a knacker. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? He was gobbing off about you and Jim Waterworld, right? Saying, oh, these people won't face me and all this. And I'm thinking, no, you haven't even...
I've slagged him off.
Yeah. Because I said, well, why don't you debate Jim? Because he was saying, oh, Witsit ran away from me and all this. And I said, well, why don't you debate Jim, CBR, right? And he's like, oh no, I'd rather face somebody who was more something, more. I think he said more professional or something like that.
More intellectual.
You just used the same excuse to excuse yourself from an argument that you just said that Witsit used to get out of an argument with you. And I tell you what, he wouldn't have a word with you, or he wouldn't even have a word with.
I have destroyed him. He's been in this server. We've destroyed him. And he was in other servers, and we've destroyed Bob.
Fucking idiot. And you know what? I don't like him. I don't like him because of the fact he misleads people. He's a neocon. He really is. He's a neocon. He really is. I don't like him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say that.
We have them for breakfast, and then we shit them in the loo. You know what I mean? That's where they belong. You shit these mugs.
Yeah, man. You're right.
Yeah. They've got nothing that we need. All we need to do is make sure that the ladies and gentlemen in the live stream are listening and give them the truth, the other side of the story, the real side. That's all I'm doing, And they always accuse me of not having a conversation. I said, I'm not here to converse with you. I'm here to make sure that the people in the live stream I'm stopping your lies. They must understand this. That's why I'm here. And I'm always well rehearsed anyway.
I know. You're good. You're like a stand-up who's ready to meet a heckler. When a heckler comes on and just said something, you're kind of ready for it.
I'm ready, mate. This is Ramadan, man. I've done, what was it today? 15 miles. Okay? And it's the end of Ramadan. No food. Yesterday, 17 miles. Come on.
Mate, you're a fit motherfucker.
Yeah, 61 years old. 61.
Yeah, man. Hey, Jid, I never fail to be impressed with you, mate. Remember, you're 10 years on me. And I'm fucking feeling it, man. I can't do that. But then again, you've got magnificent scenery to go out with what you do, haven't you? You got on your bike with the kids. And you got to look at the mountains, and it must be inspiring, Jim. It must be.
It really is. And then I've got my dumbbells. My music's blasting out, and I've got my dumbbells in my arm, dancing and walking. Yeah, saying hello to the kids and that.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, right? It's not very often I come in here and I actually get a chance to speak, because there's always normally loads of people speaking, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right, Jason. Yeah, that's why I said you were welcome to come in and let off, man.
Man. I've had a good chance to speak to you today,
Yeah,
both of you.
That's good.
And man, what is your name, Mister? I'm from Birmingham.
Big Root, mate.
Big Root. Sorry, because I haven't got my glasses, mate. What's your real name? I can't just call you Big Weed.
Gaz. Call me Gaz.
All right, Gaz.
Yeah, so Big Root, Gaz, yeah. Yeah, I listened to your Awakening to the Flat Earth. Mine was similar, but I went the long way round in that I did all the conspiracies, the fluoride water, the fluoride deception, it's called, by Christopher Bryson. And then there's another one of the same title by an American. That was pretty good as well. And then obviously the moon landings, that was like a 15-year, research all the way through.
You still have your own little bit of cognitive dissonance, though, Gin, don't you? I have noticed this. Your cognitive dissonance hangs around the Kennedy thing, and you get a bit grated by that because.
Well, because I think he did. I do feel that JFK did have integrity. I can't even use the word some. Did have integrity.
No, they made
look, he was not. Hang on, Jason. He was knocked off. His brother was knocked off. His son was Kennedy's son was bumped off.
Kennedy's still not dead, mate. Kennedy's still walking around right now.
I don't know that. I've seen no evidence of that whatsoever.
He's Bobby Kennedy. He is.
But anyway, let me get back to where we was going. Let's leave that and get back to where
I didn't mean to detract.
It was basically, we did all the conspiracies, the 9/11s, of course, and that. And in 2014, halfway through 2014, Flat Earth videos were being recommended. And I looked at it and I thought, who's putting this up? That's the Earth. The Earth's not flat, and I just didn't pay any attention whilst I was still researching the moon landings, okay? And then 2015, still there. I'm thinking, what idiots are putting this stuff up? I mean, come on. You're kidding me, yeah? Fuck off, man. It's not, So I just carried on. And then Boxing Day of 2015, I said, I had nothing to do now, Boxing Day, no more research to do. So I thought, what can I do now? Oh, yeah. Let me click on one of these stupid Flat Earth videos. I'm laughing. What could they possibly have to teach me? This is what I'm saying to myself as I'm clicking on the link, yeah? It was the Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. I thought, that Flat Earth Clues, that sounds good. What could I possibly learn here? And I'm smiling and laughing, yeah? So I click on the link.
And then you get that slow sinking feeling in your stomach where you realise, oh, fuck. There might actually be something to this.
I sat down, right? And then I wasn't laughing. That was the first thing. Because I said, that makes sense, yeah. And that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. And that makes sense. Now I'm beginning to feel like a dickhead at this point. 3 minutes in. I'm also feeling very inadequate in the previous researches that I've done regarding the moon landings, because I should have clocked it there. Then I'm feeling embarrassed because as a Army cadet and then went on to join the Royal Engineers, parachuting and that, okay? I should have noticed then. And I should have noticed when I was in the aeroplane. I felt absolute a wanker. I walked up 3 minutes in, it's flat. All my life experiences come at walk, drive, boom, it's flat. Fucking hell. I'm banging my head saying, I've been in error all this time.
Yeah,
in
man.
error. Fuck.
You know what as well, Jim? When I used to think about what they used to say, right, about how the Earth mechanics works and everything, I used to think I couldn't comprehend it. It was like, even though I had a good understanding about what space was about, apparently, and everything, and now I've come to realise it's because it was bullshit and they were lying to us.
Yeah, I took it as gospel. I didn't bat an eyelid. And over the years, the military training and, the rest of my life and playing with my mates, going out with the girls, motorbikes, everything, nightclubs, discos, doing security work, all my life there. I always kept my eye on the new planets found, Earth-like planets and the discoveries in space. And I always used to say, well done, guys, because I was interested, but I was being lazy to look into it. But once I woke up on that day, I watched 8 hours of Flat Earth, cross-referencing everything. And then I went upstairs and told the family. 8 hours later. Yeah. But on that day, there was no way I could actually articulate it like I can now. I could do the very basic foundation.
You know what?
But now I'm solid. Yeah, go ahead.
Check this out, right? The day I realised, my wife went off to work and she came back and I'd spray painted on the back of my T-shirt, right?
Yeah.
The words, I know, right? And I'd made this T-shirt and it just said, I know. And you know what it should have said, mate? It should have said, I don't know. But I made the mistake of putting I know, but really it should have said I don't know. You know?
Yeah, I was truly,
for certain, my friend, Jen, is flat.
So my awakening was like a Mike Tyson punch to the jaw. Because remember, I was making fun of all these Flat Earth videos and calling them idiots here, not to their faces, just in my thought passing, thought they were ridiculous. And now I had to pick myself off the floor, dust myself off, and wear that embarrassment. Fucking hell. What have I missed? You see what I mean? That's how powerful it was for me. What have I missed? But in the end, I am now a helium balloon, never to come down. You can't bring down Jim C. I'm indestructible. Indestructible. There is a scientist, a professor, a cosmologist, a theoretical physicist, scientist, professor that could ever bring me down. Ever.
Yeah, I love your style.
They're going to be destroyed.
I love that immutable attitude that you have, man. That is so cool. It is.
Yeah. I train for it. That's why I exercise.
You're a bit like Neo in the Matrix.
Yep. That's why I do my exercises. I train to do these debates. Now, I tell them, you don't know what you've unleashed into this server. You really don't know. I'm going to be your nightmare, your daymare. I'm not here to make your life comfortable at all. We can have it amicably or we can have a rough and tumble. You choose. Let's go.
That's brilliant, Jin. It really is.
Yeah, man. I went into the Gem Panda server, okay? Because it's Ramadan. I'm going in there, I'm saying, Allahu Akbar, boom. Like a suicide bomber. Okay? So I say, Allahu Akbar, boom. And Gem Panda said that was a bit racist. I said, it's not racist at all. I'm pretending to be a suicide bomber. That's what I'm pretending to do. In your survey, that's correct. Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. And then I say, boom, like that. And he didn't like that. Right at the beginning of Ramadan, I did that for a few days. And he got upset. So I dropped the boom and went, Allahu Akbar, Yeehaw, instead. And then we carry on debating all the topic matters, including 9/11 and that. But we also crunch the lack of curvature, of course, lack of spin, of course. And I'm always addressing the ladies and gentlemen, and I always ask them for their integrity. You know, try to attain the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass. Once you've attained that, then you need to become like water, as Bruce Lee said. So I did a Bruce Lee, and I'm using a new one now, which is part of Bruce Lee again. It's the usefulness of a cup is dependent on its emptiness. That's what I'm saying to the Globers and to the ladies and gentlemen in the live stream. And what do I mean by that, ladies and gentlemen? The usefulness of a cup is dependent on its emptiness. For if you want to drink from my teapot, you're going to have to empty that cup of tea that's full of poison and junk, clean it up, and then you can have room for my tea, which will educate you and uplift you, ladies and gentlemen. The usefulness. So how useful is your brain, in other words? It's full of gunk and junk, which you need to get rid of before you can accept what I'm bringing to you as the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Brilliant, eh? So, yeah, we're in there, man. I am that man getting in the rough and giving it to them as they deserve it. Yeah. I get muted all the time. Yeah, that's okay. And when they unmute me, it's like I don't stop talking because it's just full power. Bang! Like a jack in a box, yeah. Because that's how I keep practicing. So I keep practicing and talking, keep my chain of thought. So when they release the button, it's like I haven't stopped talking, we don't know I hadn't. And they think, how does he do it, you know? Yeah, they're scared. Scared of GNCBR1. They've never seen anything like it.
Jim, can I ask you a quick question about somebody who used to go in? Yeah, just a quick segue, mate. Do you remember a guy called Chemo?
Yes, of course. Love the guy.
Whatever happened to him?
I just think, you know, sometimes you want to change. I think that's what he's on to there. He got pissed off with Gem Panda, of course, because whenever Chemo articulated the flat earth, he was always amicable, polite, never got ruffled up at all. Even though they were slagging him off, he came through like smoke, air, and destroyed. You understand?
Like butter, mate.
I loved his technique, okay? And he was always on point. He was a moderator as well. So, you know, he had moderator powers. I did wish he would protect us flat earthers more, which I think, and I kept slagging him off for that. You know, when they've muted us, you're supposed to unmute us and let us unleash the truth. But you sit there and you don't unmute. Come on, man. You're not quick enough on that. But I think he's taking a break. That's all, I think.
Well, somebody said he's on TikTok at the moment.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go then. He's on TikTok now, yeah. I mean,
but I did wonder,
Yeah.
I did wonder if there was a bust up or something, because he was a moderator and he was quite at home in there, you know.
Yes.
And it was nice for me because I used to go in there knowing that there was a Flat Earth mod who will keep things fair. When he was on, you know, he did used to give me the confidence to feel, okay, we've got a real genuine conversation going on. But then since he's disappeared, I don't really notice there's any other Flat Earth mods. So it just seems really
I was
bad now.
offered that position, right? I was offered that position, and I was going to take it, but you know what? I don't really want to get moderating and pally with them scumbags. I really don't. I want to be that ugly bastard monster cunt that's in there fucking their head. That's all I want to do. I don't want to be. I could be a. You know what I said to them though when they were giving me my mod status? I said, when I come in and if I see you cunts with your dirty boots, you'll have me to answer to. Do you get me? You scum? Yeah? Stand up when I'm talking to you. Stand up.
Mate. I'm with you, mate.
that's
I
what
would
I
never
said,
do it either.
Do you know
but
what
I
they
do.
said? Do you know what they
hats
said?
off to those who
They
can
said, if
do
Jin
it.
gets mod, I'm leaving, they said. I said, there you go, there's your loyalty, look. Do you know what I mean? If Jin gets mod, they're not going to shut me up. They knew they wouldn't be able to shut me up forever, would they?
Well, it's because they know they can abuse chemo and get away with it, but they can't do that to you.
That's right. Right. Yeah.
Well, there was a few old timers like what's his name? Bloody Polymath, was it his name?
I don't know the name of that one. I don't know that name.
Polymath. He was the first guy when I first came on here. He was the guy who interviewed me and made certain I was a flat earther, and he gave me my silver roll like straight away, which some of didn't happen. But like after that, because they got a bit moody about it, didn't they? He's still on here now, man.
Yeah.
I was talking to him the other day.
Yeah. You see, with the kind of abuse that I take from Gem Panda, right? I take the abuse so I can deliver the sucker punch and the knockout blow, which devastates the whole model and devastates whatever topic they're talking about. Okay, so I'll take that, but I don't really want to sit there and have a beer with them. I don't want to do that. No chance of that happening. So, and I saw being a mod as close to that as you could get, and I didn't want to have that. Nah. But if I was a mod there, that there'd be no flat earther that would be muted. There'd be none. Do you know what I mean? None. Yeah.
Me and you would sit there and have a beer though, don't you?
Oh, absolutely, no problem.
Yeah, man, we'd have a lot.
We used to kill him. We used to kill him in the Gem Panda server anyway, Jason. We used to kill him in there when you were in there.
No, I've never been in there. I've never been in there because
I thought you were in there once or twice. Sure.
No.
Jason, you've been in there, man.
No, I've never been in there. No, not once.
Never been in the Gem Pandas.
Because Little G warned me about it. He said if you go in there, you're just going to end up fucking shouting with these cunts like. So I've never been in there. No, not once.
I thought you'd been. I thought I'd seen you in there, man. Well,
I've never been in there once.
Mistake on my part then.
Yeah.
I thought we'd been in there.
I've just done my own thing, as it's kind of, mutated, evolved, call it what you will.
Do you know a guy called Brian Mavitt? Maybe I'm mixing you up with him. You know Brian Mavitt? Brian?
No, I'm not really in with that crowd at all.
Well, Brian Mavitt's from up north. I thought you might have met him. Yeah, okay, never mind. I've got him mixed up with you.
Yeah. I'm always up for meeting individuals in this country, though, who we could possibly meet up with,
Yeah, you might have to come to Gem Pandas to meet him then.
Yeah, Little G, yeah?
Yeah. I see Little G.
Little G, he's a good mate of mine. Little G said to me, he goes, never go to Gem Pandas. He said it's fucking septic. So I've never gone in there because of what Little G said to me.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. You see that septicness, but I go in there and I say I'm going to cleanse this server. This server's going to be cleansed. Behold, Jin CBR1, the truth.
Yeah. I see what you're doing, Jin. I see what you're doing. I don't know if you would enjoy it if. What's your name? Is it Jason?
Yeah.
I don't know if you would enjoy it unless you were doing what Jin's doing, which is waging the war.
Yeah.
Because you try and have a genuine conversation in there, mate, and I'm telling you, I started off having genuine conversations, and Gem loved me. because they kept trying to corner me and get me to make claims. And then I realised what was going on. So I started playing the game, and Jem started getting frustrated with me because he knew he couldn't use the Socratic method to talk me round, you know, to basically putting my foot in my mouth. So yeah, if you know what's going on there, you can have fun in there. But if you don't know what's going on in there, fuck me, you're going to get cornered.
Right. Yeah.
And can you hear me? He says, you're going to answer my question my way. I said, no, my standards, not yours. Always my standards. If you're going to mute, you know, so he mutes. And then when I come off mute, I said, you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Now we've got to go back to where I left off, you know, and that's what it's like. It's always, sometimes it takes me 3 days to get it out there. 3 days of incessant muting. But I don't stick.
Too much energy, mate. That is just too much energy involved. Surely.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got that energy. That's the thing. That's what I hate, mate.
Resilience, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And the ability to hold your point. Because I try that. I do try that. What you say, Jin. And what they do is they end up bringing up so many other points. Yeah. That I actually forget the point I was trying to make, and they've actually twisted what they've originally said, and now the gotcha moment has passed, and I've forgotten what the fuck I was going to say.
Yeah.
And they've brought up 5 other points.
Another psychological bash that I give them is I give them all the facts, and then I give them the link to the video, and they want timestamps, and I tell them this. I said, you think that I spend 5 hours and go through the emotional roller coaster ride as I'm learning the truth, and I'm going to give you timestamps? You'll never get one of those out of me. You watch that fucking video like me. Otherwise, you're never going to know.
But you see all that fuck? I call it fuckery. Yeah, they're just doing fuckery. They're not debating. They're not genuinely discussing. Yeah. They're doing fuckery. And you know who their ringleader is? It's that bloody the guy with the deep voice. Is it Curved?
Curved. You got him. Yeah.
He's the ringleader, mate. If you can't beat them and you're destroying them, he pops up out the blue like final boss activated.
That's right. The damage control.
This might sound a bit rude, right? But when it comes down to it with these people, what I've started doing is just calling them a bunch of cunts. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying, you fucking cunt? What? Tell me.
Yeah, but they win then. They do.
No, because I can shut them down, mate, like the best of them. I really can. I'll fucking...
I only turn that way when they insult me. And they always attack me because I'm ferocious. But I don't go in there to insult anyone. I'm in there to address the ladies and gentlemen and bring out the facts that need to be heard.
I never used to go in there to insult anybody, but the problem is, when you meet those type of people, you are actually forced to call them out for being a cunt.
Well, of course, I'm going to defend my honour.
You know what I mean?
I'm going to be dishonoured by them. Of course, I'm going to defend my honour. And I defend it very well. I'm the one that gets muted. Calm down, King. Calm down. Hold on. I said, hang on a second. Don't you think you should control your mob? I don't come in here to insult. The only reason I'm insulting you lot, because you started insulting me, I say to him. You start on me, remember. I don't start on you lot. I give you the facts. I get insulted for my efforts. That's wrong, isn't it? Right. Thank you, mugs.
You know what? I'm a peaceful soul in life. I am.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here right here with my cat, just thinking, you know. It's
I'm a peaceful soul, but when you do these debates,
I know you're
I like to have them amicable and smooth. And I always start off with everybody. What's going to be required here is your honesty. Your integrity, and your honour.
Yeah.
If you don't use any of these, you're wasting time. Okay. Because you've got to be honest to yourself.
Yeah.
You've got to be.
If you're going to talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about 9/11 now, right, and they start saying that I'm desecrating and disrespecting those who died, watch this uppercut that comes up. I said, how can that be when I'm the man with the registration on his car as 911? I chose those numbers. My number plate is 911 in memory of those who died. So how can that be? So I don't only talk the talk and walk the walk. I drive the drive, you cunts. That's what I said. And then I've sent a picture of myself in my cycling gear right by my car, and it's got 9/11 was an inside job. Fuck, I am the real deal. That's what I told them. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. I'll drink to that gin any day of the week, mate.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Telling me, you know what I mean? And I'm giving them the numbers that's required for a building to come down at almost free-fall speeds. And when you hear the numbers, they're just devastating. You know that fire could never have done that. Okay? And I describe fire as it's organic. It looks for things to burn. And when it finished burning what it can burn, it moves on. And as it's moving on, it means that the area that was burnt is now cooling down. It's not getting hotter. It's cooling down as it's looking for food. That's fire. And every building that's built in America and in Britain, the furniture must be fire resistant. And then you've got to have your sprinklers in place. Okay? So, and then the steel, for example, in the Solomon building was fireproofed to withstand the horizontal beams, 2 hours of office fires, and then the supporting columns, 3 hours respectively, and the office fires, hang on, the office fires did not last more than 20 to 30 minutes in any of the offices. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that there was only pockets of fires. The whole building was not engulfed. It was just floors 13, 12, and maybe 14. Bits of it. Certain sections. Yeah.
Yeah, he's some fucking knowledge on the Twin Towers, right? One of them was hollow, right? He had no floors in it. It was an energy.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
It was an energy gathering thing, right?
Yeah.
The other
That kind of information I see as throwing a spanners in the work.
No, mate.
How would you know that? How would you know that they were hollow? How?
I've actually spoke to one person who went in there and told me, like, yeah, that's pretty right.
Yeah,
you got to remember,
unless we actually have video footage of this hollowness. I mean, come on.
Listen to me, mate. Right? You know me. I wouldn't just make this up for you, right?
I know.
Right? One of the Twin Towers was empty. It was an energy gathering, fucking free energy device, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The other one was the one where there were people in it, but the one that was empty was the one where they used to take people up to the top of it. Where there was
the observation.
That was the empty one, right? You've got to understand that the Twin Towers.
To be the North Tower, then I think.
Yeah, but they were built on the site of a star fort, right? That place is significant for these people, right?
Okay.
This is why they've constantly built and rebuilt these things. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Look into New York when it first started, it was called New Amsterdam, right? Right on the place where the Twin Towers are, there was a star fort. Yeah? So, you know, these people are playing games with us, Jim, yeah?
I know that. I know they're playing games.
Part of it was the fact that site is a star fort site. You know, nowadays, in modern days, you know, all the things going on. But yeah, that's what it was. Star Fort.
I was simply talking about building number 7, because that particular building wasn't hit by any aircraft, and yet it came down into its own footprint in 6.25 seconds. And the question is, well, why did that fall down? And it came down at 5. Hang on, it came down at 5:30 p.m. About 2 or 3 hours after the fires were already out. So before the building came down, the fires were already put out.
Yeah, man. I remember they put it out on Australian television, right? You had the lady saying, oh, Building 7's just fell down, and it was still standing behind her.
Yes, that was James Stanley for the BBC.
Yeah, man. They just fucked it all up. Like, yeah, for certain. And Building 7 wasn't a small building. It was massive.
It was a 47-storey high building, 47-storey high.
47
down in 6.25 seconds.
Yeah. You don't get many 47-story buildings in this country, mate. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a big
Now, this is the
fucking
killer.
building.
I'm trying to get there. Hang on, Jay. This is the killer blow about building number 7, the killer blow, because I was trying to describe how this building came down. So as the NIST report stated that the office fires didn't persist in any office for more than 20 to 30 minutes. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen, that each office, as the fire's moving from office to office, the previous office is now cooling down. And remember, the steels were fireproof. The metal was fireproof to withstand 2 hours and 3 hours across the horizontal and columns, yeah? So if the office fires were not lasting more than 20 to 30 minutes, it meant that the structural integrity of the horizon of the steel was not impaired in any way, shape or form. And let's say that the actual fire did hamper the structural integrity. Any steel building still retains 25% of its structural integrity when it's been hampered. It's never zero, and you get a sudden collapse and a snap. It never happens. It still retains. So if it was hot enough to melt the steel or to weaken the steel, it would still retain 25%. You still wouldn't get what we observed as a global collapse. Okay, now in order to see that happen, I'm nearly there. In order to witness a global collapse, 400 columns have to be removed simultaneously per floor per second. 400. So bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400, bang, 400. Now, how could that happen by fire? There's your question, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll leave it at that. Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say, Jim, recently I saw this thing about the jumpers, the people who jumped out of the buildings.
Yeah.
Allegedly. And when you see it, they're fucking inflatable dummies. Some of them are just pieces of paper that look like people that they've thrown out.
Yeah.
It looks really, really dodgy, honestly. Really
there was one that was falling upside down with his hands in his pocket, looking like he was on a little jog there. Now that's impossible. No one's falling that relaxed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Head first.
Yeah, you would fall going, oh!
You'd be screaming.
Yeah, of course you would.
Yeah, he was upside down, right? He looked like he was jogging in a way, right? He just looked too casual. Too casual. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, man.
So I knew that couldn't have been a real, and it turned out to be a fake shot. And the person who took that shot.
Let's move the conversation on a little bit. I think I don't want to get us in trouble with some YouTube shit.
Tell you what, I don't know who you are, but why not? What we're talking, man. Fuck off.
No,
yeah, but the topic's flat Earth. I know you don't have to be rude about it.
No, the topic's not flat Earth, and it hasn't been flat Earth for ages.
Hey, Jace. He's right, He's right, Even I got my tags took off me once for doing this.
Yeah, so come on, we've got to play the game, Jason.
I don't really give a fuck. Who's this who's just cropped up now talking? Right,
It's a moderator. It's a moderator. And he's
do I really give a care about moderators? I don't. We were just talking here, and now you're talking, telling us what we can and can't talk about.
Calm down, mate.
You tell me to calm down, man.
He doesn't mean anything by it, honestly. Just chill a sec.
I'm trying to help you guys out a little bit. This isn't the platform for it. I love what you're saying, to be honest, but it's not the topic that
we'll move it on.
No, let me finish. What's happened here is you've just got out of bed, mate, and decided you don't like what we're talking about.
I'm not going to argue with you about it. I just stated that we should move the topic on. You're being rude about it, okay? You don't have to. If you want to keep talking about it, you're more than welcome to, but you don't have to be a rude asshole to me, okay? If you want to explore the rules of the server, then you can go ahead and do that. But don't be rude to me.
What you need to do, really, is talk to people like...
No, shut up. I'm not listening to you. I'm muting you. So shut the fuck up.
Right,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen,
you get a conversation going, and then some cunt jumps in.
Jace, call off, mate. Call off. We've had a great chat all
come on,
morning.
Jason, yeah.
And
I mean,
listen, mate.
it's within his rights. It's within his rights.
Listen, Jace. Let me jump in, fella, because we've had a great chat all morning, and I've really enjoyed our chat. But I've tried a couple of times to keep the subject on flat Earth because this room in particular is reserved for talking about flat Earth YouTube stream. There are other. If you want to jump into another channel, Jace, and talk about stuff, I'm up for that.
You're right. I am sorry. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have jumped in there and been rude. Sorry.
Now, mate, first time it happened to me.
I really apologise. Sorry, and also you got to remember, I've actually got my own room in this place. Like, if you look down there, it's called the Learning Curve. It's actually named after me, and I should actually be in there if I'm arguing shit. You know,
top man.
Yeah, I do apologise. Sorry, I do get carried away.
Are you giving your Jason? Are you giving your
I can't hear you, Jim. You're breaking up a bit there, mate. I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't hear what you said there. You're roboting, mate, really badly.
Jim, we can't hear a word, mate.
Saying,
oh, he's kind of gone, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm saying, are you giving your unreserved apologies? Yeah, I said,
Jim,
are you giving,
mate? You're gonna have to drop and rejoin.
Yeah. I have to said, I'm sorry. I was out of order. I know I'm shouty at times. I can get a bit, but yeah. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to drop in there. And also, it's like you know, I do have actually my own room in this place named after me, the Learning Curve. So really, if I want to go and talk shit, I should go in there and talk shit. So I do apologise. I'm sorry, guys. That was bad of me.
Listen, you're not talking shit, and I think Systems said he agrees with most of what you've said. It's just we have to be careful of the YouTube rules, you know.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
We had a moment yesterday where the stream went down for about 10 minutes. So you had me, Timbo, Chris, and Jenny, a couple of others were just, we spoke about everything. We had 10 minutes talking about everything. We just binged it out, and then we had to stop immediately as soon as it went live again.
The other day, right, on this server I hang out in, right, they were, people were talking, and this person flashed up. This person dead in their chair with their brains blown out, yeah? And nobody saw it, but I saw it, right? I saw it clear as day. And when I went to look at this guy's profile before I banned him, he actually had a link to this thing showing this photo of this guy sitting in a chair. He'd obviously shot himself. Maybe it was fake, but it looked real, right? But he kind of just flashed it quick. And I'm not really big on moderating grown adults, but I had to ban him because that picture he wasn't cool. You know what I mean? And I don't know who I was just rude to. Who was I just rude to?
It's all good, Jason. It's all good. I love you, man. I love what you're saying. But yeah,
I do get excited at times, and I do know. I do have my own room in this actual server, man. The Learning Curve, named after me. How good is that?
Yeah, you said.
You don't get that very often. Do you know what I mean? And it's been here all the time, like, you know. So really, if I want to go and talk shit, I should go and talk shit in there.
No. I actually want to hear what you're saying, but it's just unfortunately we can't really do it here. Yeah, but it's all good, man.
Yeah,
shit happens.
Yeah, we could, you know, if you want to talk aside about various other things, But I'm not really here to talk about flat Earth anymore because you lot taught me flat Earth was real, and I've kind of just I know it's real, and I kind of moved on from it. You know, that's why I kind of got into the history and Tartaria and all of that. Like, you know, kind of an offshoot of it all.
Yeah, so going back to what we were talking about there, it was all happening on a flat Earth anyway. That was what I was going to say. I'm going to end it on that. Ladies and gentlemen, 9/11 was happening on the flat Earth. So it's still related in a roundabout way. But yeah, what was I going to say now?
Indeed, I'll say
What
this,
about the-
right, you know, without coming on this particular server, right, a few years ago, I wouldn't have met some of the who I regard as good friends of mine nowadays, right? I wouldn't know them, you know. So that's one thing I've got to say about this place. I've met some truly beautiful people who I've made good, solid friendships with, and I think that's a brilliant thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we've got our one friend, Bart, he's in Finland, and he's threatening on coming over in 2 weeks to visit us.
To resonates with me as well.
Jin, mate, you're breaking up really bad.
Yeah.
Jin, do us a favour, mate. Can you drop and then rejoin?
Nice on it. From Finland, yeah. I'd like
Can anyone hear me?
to go to Finland.
I can hear you, mate. Yeah. Yeah, Gene should do that, what you're saying.
I just want to take this moment to see if Ethergrass is there. Are you there, buddy?
Ethergrass.
Never mind. I know he's been in hospital, so I just wanted to see if he was all right.
I don't think I've ever actually spoken to Ethergrass, like in reality, but I have actually spoke to him through the text. You know, like, you know, the chat thing. But I don't think I've actually spoke to him in reality.
Yeah, he must be busy.
Yeah, me and him did share a few text messages, you know, like-minded stuff. Usual thing. Oh, man, you lot have been brilliant today. Because I really have I've had a lot of stuff that I need to sort out today, and you lot have provided a really good distraction for me not actually doing anything. But, yeah. Really cool to meet you guys.
Yeah, likewise, mate. Likewise. These are the best people in here, I say.
Say again, dude?
I said I've met some really cool people in here, man. I really like to chill out here.
Oh yeah, I can't knock this place really, because I wouldn't have met, like I said, the friends I have, like, through meeting up in here. It drives me balmy sometimes, you know. I rant at people and I'm like, you fucking what? You know, it's enough to make you crazy, isn't it? But then sometimes, like, you know, you get a calming peace out of what you say to people.
Well, I tell you why I come here. Some of the guys who you've interacted with, you know, Systems, Jenna, Sasha, Ether. Some of these guys have taught me new ideas that I thought I understood, but they've helped me to, you know, articulate some of the ideas. So this is like, you know, this is a good place to get knowledge and, you know, to get a bit of to tap into other people's knowledge, you know.
Yeah, I feel a bit out of place sometimes because I feel like I'm jumping into somebody else because I don't really know you like that well. I mean, I don't really feel comfortable with jumping into somebody's conversation and just going, you know, but sometimes I do. But that's only because most of the time the people who are having the conversations are complete twats. You know what I mean? But when it comes down just to be normal, like normal people, yeah, you lot are all right.
You can always count on us flat earthers, mate.
I tell you what, my friend, I'll tell you this. I've always looked at it this way. We're all fighting an uphill battle here with these bloody globers and all of this. But the one people who are going to stand firm against the fucking... against the thing, you know, the government, the man. One people who are going to stand against them is the flat earthers. Because they've got something in their hearts, man. They're good people. They realise it, you know, they know it. And that's what's going to win through in the end. The fact that we know it, we do.
Well, this is the reason why the flat earthers in here will stop you from making claims, speculative claims, because the flat earthers are the real truthers, you know. And if you start talking about stuff that isn't provable or is theory, you know, they are going to want you to sort of curb how you speak and how you're saying it. So they keep us to account. So I actually really, you know, when they do come in and they say, look, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, I use that as an opportunity to learn, because I'm, you know, this is what I want to do. I want to be accurate, and I don't want to be making claims that I don't know. And some of the most intelligent people I've ever met, sorry, not met, but I've ever come across, are flat earthers because of their love of truth.
Without a doubt. I mean, for me, right, it's a very simple thing for me, right? And I know this can be taken apart, right? But it's as simple as this. We see too far. You know?
Yes, mate. Yes.
We see too far, man. You know? Yeah. It doesn't come any simpler than that, does it? Really?
It really doesn't, mate. It really doesn't. It's one of the strongest arguments you can have.
Yeah.
If not, you can just call that proof. You know?
Yeah, too right. And I bought a drone recently, but I didn't buy a drone, unfortunately, that had a good enough camera on it for me to actually show that. But, man, I'm certain we all know here it's a flat earth. It really is. And everything aside, I mean, I saw this thing yesterday, 60 things why NASA is wrong, right? And it just showed all these bloody, you know, all these fake things when they've got it wrong when they're in space, and they're doing the whole, when somebody's trying to grab something that isn't there and they're pretending to put it there, and then you've got Don Pettit fucking swiping insects out of the, you know, there's an insect flying by, man, in the space station. It's like, fucking hell, man. It's gotta be bullshit. Completely.
It's just entertainment.
Oh, man. I mean, I know, just like you know, how they fake the shuttle thing, man. You know, it's two things, isn't it? It's a mixture of their CGI and them using the vomit comet. It's as simple as that, isn't it? And they don't do it very well. This is the whole thing that annoys me. Is that they're fucking amateurs, man. It's amateur hour. You know? It just bloody don't work, man. You know? Check this out, guys. I photographed recently the ISS going past the moon. By complete accident, I caught it on video.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, definitely. Share it in the voice stream.
Yeah.
Voice text.
Yeah. I'll have to stream it because I can't. It's too big to actually show it. Yeah, but it's only. Well, it is the ISS going past, mate. Because what I did was I checked it out at the time. I photographed the thing going past, and then I came inside. I looked at my app. I saw where the ISS was, and it was definitely the ISS just going past my place, like. And I caught it just by complete fluke. It was total accident. I'll show you.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look. I've got literally a minute, and then I've got to do a quick phone call.
Just give me 1 second. I'll find it. All right. Remember, I haven't got my glasses. I think this is it. That's probably it. 'Cause it sounds like me making weird noises. Yeah, here we go. I've got it.
Yeah,
Right, I'll live stream. Yeah. Oh, I can't live. I can't live.
To believe what the. Oh, that is a shame.
Yeah, I can't live stream it, and I can't just post it because
The
it's
thing
too
about the ISS. Hang on.
Gene, you're really breaking up, mate. We can't
About
hear
the
you.
ISS. To believe what